Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wow, lots of people here. Happy days. Hang on, sorry I'm late. I'm 2 minutes late. I know. I'm so sorry. I was literally trying to. Oh, right. I need to open that one. Hang on. Um, need to go into my analytics. I'm a bit behind. I am. I've not even opened the what do you call it? Yeah, I'm not on the screen yet. But anyway, oh, Hens is first. Hi, Angie. Morning, y'all. I love to start. Oh, thank you, Hans. We start off with a good note. Talk about good notes. What a star this one is. What a star she is. After all the shit I've given her, what a star. Sarah P, I love you, Sarah P. I do genuinely love Sarah P. Welcome, everyone. This is what I mean. This is what Sarah does so well for me. Welcome, everyone, and thanks for joining. Please hit that like button, subscribe to us at YouTube, and hit that notification bell on the way in. Please, please, please. Thank you very much. I remember, and then she goes, "Hello, hands." Then you see, this is the other part of the script. Please join the alternate corner. Um, we've got fabulous community. Those that don't know, we've got Discord video. We also got members only videos. Members only videos, not so much lately because um, it's just streaming 6 days a week at the minute, just for everybody. So it's quite hard. But I do have private pictures and stuff like that. Not private pictures as in nudes. I mean private pictures as in stuff I do. So I posted some pictures today of some food I've eaten, some stuff from the UK. That goes in Discord. So you all are aware that obviously we got Sarah P and Josie and what do you call Gigi sometimes have that. But those that have not seen, we've now got a new mod in Discord. So Jonathan is the mod of Discord. So if we get busy, we'll add another mod of Discord or something. So Sarah P and Josie can now concentrate fully on YouTube because it's not really their thing. They're too old. They're too old for Discord. So am I. So I need someone that was bright, that had loads of vision, loads of stuff to do and to entertain, and that's Jonathan. I think you'd all agree with that. So Sarah P and Josie are going to concentrate on this YouTube stuff, and then Jonathan's going to concentrate on the Discord stuff and also keep chat going because chat's not the same without Jonathan, as we all know. So yeah, that's the message. So congratulations, Jonathan. He well deserves it. He does a lot in the background. He keeps Discord going. I know I learned stuff as well. Appreciate her. But shout out to him. He's now the mod there. Sarah P and Josie are not mods on Discord. They're just mods here. And same with Jonathan. He's not a mod here, but he's a mod on Discord, to try to separate the two out a little bit. So, yeah. So, I'm very keen. So, if you want to be a member, 2 layers of membership, both give you the same thing. Just try to make it cheaper for some people that can't afford it. If you can afford it, become Blue Wench, top tier stuff. But if you can't, be a tackle, get the same stuff. Talking fast now. I'm getting dry mouth now. So yeah, so congratulations, Jonathan. And again, shout out to Sarah P and Josie. Josie watching the Maya trial. I encourage the mods to always watch other trials. So hopefully in the coming weeks and months, Sarah's going to find a trial that she really likes and will not be, and I don't stream it, she goes and watches it. I encourage it because I think it's nice to watch other streamers. So that's where Josie's at the minute. She's watching my trial. So she's not here very often. But once that finishes, if it ever finishes, she'll be back. And hopefully by then, Sarah P will find it so she can spread her wings a little bit as well. So, and that's why obviously you guys do the same, and I want the mod to do the same. So, anyway, that's enough for me speaking. If you want to become a member, please hit that join or hit that uh, link or whatever Sarah P's got there. Check out the merch. Yes, some people have bought the merch. Thank you for that. And everyone that's bought it said that been very complimentary about it. I've not even bought it myself yet, so I'm not gonna falsely advertise. I've not bought any, so I don't know what the quality's like. I will obviously buy it in time. So I'm not sitting this hard or anything, but it is merch there. Probably good quality stuff. If you like it, great. If you don't like it, great. Don't worry about it. It doesn't cost me a penny. So it's out there because some people ask for it. So go take a look. And also, if there's things missing that you would like to see there, just tell me. I can maybe design something or put something up there. I can't design it, but I can put a logo on different stuff. So, um, can't put it on Paddington. He's on his own. Here we go. If you'd like to support the channel, yeah. So this is, you see, Sarah, this is what I mean. She's got script. It's great. So if you'd like to support the channel, consider a donation, because this isn't easy for me. I hate doing this part. I hate promoting myself. It's not so when Sarah does it for me like that, it's easier for me to speak about it. So yeah, if you do want to support and consider a donation, then literally like Jonathan did the other day, he went on Stream Elements, clicked it and sent it. If you want recognition, then make sure you put your name in there and a message and it pops up. If you don't want to be recognized for it, then just leave it blank, the name, and it comes up on screen, but it comes up as anonymous. So there's two options on there. So I've done it a little bit differently because I think I get charged like between 9 and 11% for it. But that's fine because I want to get you guys recognized as well. So again, it's never quiet, always appreciated. Anyway, that's enough of that. Get a sip of water here. Well, that's squash. I've been busy, been shopping all day. Happy days. Hey, Katie. Rewatch crew. Katie. Happy Friday. Hello. Katie, good morning. Good morning. Hence for all. Hey, Jonathan, look at him. He's got a new job. And look at him. He's here early. Um, Talking as always. Um, 2 days in a row, Jonathan. Yeah, well, he's been given a job now. Morning, Terry. Morning, Katie. Katie, oh, I'm always good enough to maintain a job. Hey, Kay, you better stop that. Hey, Jonathan from Terry. Terry, good morning. Did you start with Welberton? How's it going? Welberton? Oh, yeah. How is that going, Jonathan? It's Friday. Let's start Monday, Jonathan. Shows my brain is today. Hello, Katie from Sarah, Thierry and Jonathan from Sarah P. Thierry day 3 on it. Oh, happy day, John. Happy days, mate. I hope that works for you, man. Hey, Sarah, Sarah P. I'm gonna make a tweet. I'm just gonna share you out. I'm literally messaging you back now. That's why I was 2 minutes late. I'm literally messaging you back now as well. Well, X, yes, X. Jonathan, that's great. I mean, yeah, I think it's great for him. I've noticed it making my impulse control a little easier. We shall see. Good luck, my friend. Ninja. Hope you have a good luck with that. I've been on it for years with no problems. Good. Happy sleep. Not going to stay on it after all. Teary and not. Makes sleep a little worse. My mouth is dry. Yeah, yeah, it will be though for a bit. I don't take it for smoking. Sweet. I just love going through, see how people speak. Katie, I'm on it specifically because people tend to use it a lot less nicotine as a side effect. Well, I've been coming up next March, I believe, 3 years. So I still have plans for it now. I was walking from being today, which is like a big store, like similar to Target. No, not similar to Target, similar to Lowe's. And someone's smoking there. I was like, just can we just have a drag? Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't, but you still get hits now and again. Yeah, subscribe for that. Good morning, Sappy. Hope it helps. Jonathan, get you some. Oh, I don't know what that is before the mouth rinse. Before bed, it's a mouth rinse for bed mouth. Oh, okay. I use starts with a C. I don't remember his name now. Oh, I don't remember his name. I'm gonna have to try that. Just not Claritin. No, that's a headache thing. I don't remember. Mouthwash it is, but I don't remember the name of it. Off brands too that are cheaper. I do like me some off brands. Better than I did the first time I quit. There we are. Keep it your will. I'm trying to my best. I'll say 3 years, so nearly. Good morning, Shauna. Hello, Shauna. How are you? How are you, Shauna? Pet, you gone up. I think you're in second place now. I got Meki Teki 1, you 2, Shauna, 3, Perry. He's in my bad books. He turns up, he says one comment, and he buggers off. Only joke. I love Perry, but I need to see him more often. He's well intelligent. Sadly, my reaction was pretty severe and well bitten. I'm afraid to try anything new. Jeez, I don't think I've ever tried it. Hi, Shauna. Hi, Sarah. Right, let me get just this ready now then. Ba, 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 bow, bow, ba, 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 bow, bow. Right. Oops, no. Let me get YouTube open. Let me get the stream. I need to get the stream ready. Uh, Premium. Where is this bad boy? Sounds like Sarah P. there. Where's this bad boy? Bad boy, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Bad boy, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Bad boy, what you gonna do? Here we go, here we go, here we go, go. Right, I've got the stream ready. It's not started yet. I really need to quit smoking too. It's the worst thing I ever did was start smoking. Um, it's one of the hardest things I've ever. I wish I had never started it because I love smoking. To be honest, I love it, but I don't do it now. I think having an American as Discord admin lets us pursue that UK doesn't. Data Ralph. See, you're a completely in charge, mate. So I'll probably meet this morning at 9. That may take a good majority. No worries. Yeah, hey, do you know what? I think we got this witness all day, Sarah, to be quite honest with you. So this witness we got on now, I think he's going to be there all day. So he's the last witness. So you know, it's all gravy, baby. That sounds creepy there. It's all gravy, baby. You've not seen Discord. I posted my lunch in Discord, my breakfast, my British breakfast for lunch. So it's a traditional British breakfast, but I had it for lunchtime. And also I posted some what cookies are, compare them to biscuits. Seemed like some strong testimony. Like, yeah, I think so. I think so. Enjoy your meeting, by the way, Sarah. It's okay, so we behave and try to. Hey, Shauna. Meeting Sarah. I hope things go well. Behave never. Good morning, Jonathan. How are you? Shauna, he's now the mod of the Ultimate Corner, so he's doing well. So anything you do wrong now goes through Jonathan. Oof, don't pee him off, as you would ever do that. Uh, Hi, Shauna. Katie, we finally started to be part of the interrogation, or I guess that's what it is. Yeah, I was wondering if it was. Yeah, is that the actual? Because that's before she was arrested. Yeah, so I don't know. Got questions. I think it's going to be more video testimony. I vape. It only does about 5% of the damage to the body compared to cigarettes. Oh, does this talk crap? Say smoke is safer. No, smoke is not safer. Smoke is definitely not safer. There you go with the gravy. I know. Hey, it's all gravy, baby. That's our saying. We say that. Too well, as long as you are vaping, wrong metal coins. I mean, there you go. We're learning. Good morning, Katie. Good to see you. J. Teary, yeah, finally ending with a bang. My doctor said he'd rather be smoking them. Wow, Teary, that's amazing. I've never heard that before. Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris. Wendy, the goddess, is here. So Wendy came in yesterday as I was doing the Nick Bosa stuff. I was doing Nick Bosa stuff yesterday as Wendy was coming in. Where's it gone? Because I got two obsessed mods. Oh, hang on. Fuck it. Oh my days, the judge is in, and she looks on fire. Oh my god. Sorry. Oh my days. I'll get to it in a second. Oh, down boy, down boy, down boy, down boy. Oh, think of something else. Think of something else. Think of something else. Think of come gravy, come gravy, come gravy, come gravy. Sorry. Morning, Chris. Oh, so Wendy. So I thought I'd ignored Wendy. No, Wendy, I've ignored her. No, I hate ignoring Wendy. Wendy is amazing. I wish Wendy was here more often because that's how much I love Wendy. She's great. But um, but she's the same as Erin Hack. She's everywhere in every stream. So I always appreciate coming in, Wendy. And again, so I know you heard it, but I'm sorry I missed it. I was doing that bloody emojis for Sarah P and Josie. I was. Oh, they got me in their leash. Do it now. So, lots of to you, Wendy, my darling. Morning, Chris. Obviously, Chris, yes, great. Um, totally missed responding to you, so I guess I'm rude today, so I'm sorry. Well, how about you? If you vape and cut back, it's appropriate, but if you're constantly puffing, yes. When I was vaping for about 8 months, I was doing it all the time. Hi, Wendy. Hearts for Wendy. Bosa, and I got a Nick Bosa top on today for Sarah P. I want to cheer Sarah P up today and say thank you to her. So I've worn the Nick Bosa top just for her. Hello, Chris and Wendy. Thierry, mine said the same thing. There we are. I don't sound vape though. Well, it's all good. It's Friday, so yes. If you puff it on that vape, you're doing work that you wouldn't normally smoke. Yeah. Hens, I did say big shout out to you with the star hens, because you were the first one to leave a message. But yeah, welcome, Angie. Hey, we got on donuts this morning. Surprise from my daughter. Happy days. Right, I'll be honest with you guys. She's looking ferocious today. She's looking. Oh, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. She's looking hot today. Ha ha ha. She's looking hot today. Look at that ponytail today. Ooh wee. Ooh wee. I'm in love. I'm in love. She's got two earrings as well. Look at that. One there, posh. Another one there. Oh. Right, down boy. What am I doing? It's a Friday. Jesus. Terry, my wife can't breathe around any of it, so I still have to go to the door when I smoke the smell of it. Wouldn't carry and bother her. I tried, but vaping makes me choke. A lot of people, a lot of things can make you choke as well. Terry. Wow, we've never seen it with a hair pulled back. I don't think. I've never seen it. I'll tell you now, I'm enjoying it. I think she looks freaking hot. Dang a bit. Oh right, hang on. I need to put I need to put this in the hole. Hot freezing. I need to put this thing. Now we're ready. Oh yeah, it was Dan Dan Nabbit. Something like that, wasn't it? Let me put the parts then. I'm a little bit late today. Sorry, guys. All right. So we got the same witness as yesterday. Comments. Um, Dang Nabbit. I thought it was Dang It, or was it Dang It? About the old blue e-cigarettes. Oh, jeez. I'm trying to get away from everything. Right, here we go. Do you think she's got a mouth a little bit open? Just think it looks sexy.
I will call State of Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczewski, case number 21 CF 885. May I have the appearances, please?
Abby Nikolai, JJ Crawford, and Randy Sitzberger appearing for the state.
Good morning, Donna Kukler, Pablo Galaviz appearing with Ms. Kurczewski.
I'm told all of the jurors are here. Is there anything I need to go over with the parties prior to bringing them out for the continuation of Detective Hoppy's testimony?
Yes, Judge, we
Damn
went back through the video clips that we prepared because I noticed yesterday with the first two we've already played, both of them had the wrong end stamp second. And I have paper copies for the court. So, for example, the video would end with the second being 52, but on the slide it was typed in that it ended.
She is.
50. And so
I wasn't overreacting.
There were a
She
few
is.
corrections like that I had to go through and make There are 2 PowerPoints where actually I trimmed video back because it didn't end where it should have ended. And so we're going to have copies of 202, 203, 204, and 205 provided on USBs today for the court and defense. I chatted briefly with Attorney Kukler. There's no video that's been added to any exhibit that wasn't previously there. The changes are simply, for example, in Exhibit 204, Slide 4 was trimmed by, maybe 3 seconds. So I want to make that record. I've got paper copies for the court. In terms of 202, the 2 slides that we've played already, we kept in the updated version because those are already in evidence, but they had to be corrected because the timestamps, for example, on slide 3, had to be corrected, that the seconds were off.
Good morning, Dandy Lioness. Stranger, not seen you for a couple of days now, Dandy. I hope you're well. I hope everyone is well, treating you well. I hope life is treating you well. You see, some people become regulars and they disappear for a couple of days, and I notice it. And Dandy was one of them. So we've missed you, Dandy. So welcome back. Lovely to have you back.
I feel like I'm not explaining
Not
this very
solved
well,
Nick
but
devices like say nothing.
there were issues between what the video was showing when the video ended on the sheriff's department time ticker versus the text that's been entered into these slides about what's.
This is me going, like a baby doing, So Paddington's upset because Erin's not here. Erin's taco's up there. I've told him he cannot lick Erin's taco anymore. Not for a bit. So he's upset that he can't lick the taco. But Erin's taco's special. So he's got to behave. So it's not spanking, is it? Jesus, can you imagine if anybody came here for the first time, me hugging a bloody teddy bear? Jesus Christ. 1, 2 puffs. And this is supposed to be a serious channel. Good to see you back, Dandy. Hey, Dandy. Hey, Shauna from Chris. I've been painting the massage room and bathroom. Oh, missing in action. Don't worry, it's fine. Get that massage room done. Happy days. Danny, here's another one. Danny, we've missed you for the last few days as well, Danny. I hope you're well. I hope your children are well. I hope everything in Ireland is doing well, Danny. But again, you're missed when you're not here as well. So I thought we lost you, to be quite honest with you. So thank you for coming back. I appreciate you, Danny. But I think about is Salt Nick. I'll play this. I honestly, guys, I will. But I love to say hello to you all first. Yeah, I guess it's the oils are in the vape. So, right, let me put Paddington between my legs and then we'll start the stream properly. And I got a message. This back. Hang on. What have I got here? Oh, Sherry Clark. Hello, Sherry. Hello. How are you, my darling? I hope you are well. I hope everything's going well with you as well. Hang on, I just need to check one thing here before we get on with the trial. Day 8. Yes, I'm doing that. No, wrong day. That's right. Day 9 we're on now, aren't we? Sorry, my bad. Day 9. Where's that gone? We will be on it now. 2 seconds, guys. Let's get back into it. So yeah, hello, Gary. Lovely to see you. Good morning. Sorry, I was distracted. You've been here before, haven't you, Sherry? I hope you've been here before. I don't remember. If you have, welcome. If you haven't, welcome. Same message. Hello, Danny. Oh, still all about vape. Dandy, you're such a. I thought you said Dandy. You're such a wanker. Admire you. Jeremy thought that's what he was saying. You could call him a wanker. Hi, Danny. Main difference for me, few puffs. Hello, Sherry. Hi, Sherry. I'm good, thank you. My dad is dying in a nursing home. Oh, I'm so sorry, Danny. That's such a cruel disease. Such a cruel disease. I am genuinely, genuinely sorry to hear that, Danny. All our thoughts and love are with you, genuinely. Um, that's such a horrible disease for you and for your father to be suffering from. Dying is horrible, but that disease, yeah, so sorry. But we're always here. We'll pick you back up whenever need be. You're in our thoughts now, Danny. Generally didn't know that, so you are in our thoughts, Danny. God bless you and your family, and your father. Um, but yeah, horrible. I'm so sorry to hear what you're dealing with. That's sad. I hope you get to enjoy your time with them. Yes. That's why I spend bucks with vapes. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Danny, love you much. It's hard to watch. It is hard to watch dementia. Yeah. Thoughts of praise with you and yours, Danny. Yeah, from everyone here are genuine people that genuinely do care for you, Danny, and your family. That's horrible to hear. Okay, right, let's get into the
Second
trial here
video
then.
into that.
I understand.
Okay.
So you'll go through that with the detective on the stand so it's clear to the jury, or are you just going through it with me on the record?
Well, moving forward, they're all correct, and the versions we'll be showing the jury are correct and accurate. So I shouldn't really have to say anything to them. My point is just because everyone already has copies of a different version. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Okay. So 202, I understand is it has this paper copy of a PowerPoint. Obviously, the audio files are embedded, so it's not something that can be printed. That's been received. So I have a couple of questions. One, Attorney Kukler, any comment or statement you want to make on what the state has advised?
Yes, I do. First of all, previously we'd been provided a letter from the state, and that was brought up at the beginning of trial, that January 19th letter, where the state indicated what sections were going to be, the sections of the interviews that the state was not going to play, and they outlined it by time. And so we methodically went through those interviews to look to see what it was during those times that was not going to be played. Now that's going to, from as I'm hearing things, going to mess up what
I
was.
haven't heard that that's the situation, that has altered it in any way, has it?
No, it's simply, like I said, there's nothing that's been added to the exhibits. It's
Does
things
your
that have been
time-
taken back.
Right, but does any of that impact any of the redactions that you advised the defense about in that January 19 letter?
No, in fact, out of an abundance of caution, I deleted a slide from 202 that was less than a minute long because I felt that it discussed the defendant's, she discusses the possible penalty for a first degree intentional homicide. So I just took that slide out. So if anything, it actually is more careful than the list even was, if that makes sense.
Okay.
There's not a lot of changes though. The only two that actually have videos trimmed to a different length are 202 and 204. The other ones are just correcting that time issue, like I said.
So my concern, Your Honor, is also that the state opened the door yesterday when they played a portion of the video where Lynn Hernan's drunk driving was brought up. That was something that was not going to be allowed to be brought up, but was played by the state yesterday. And so that door has been opened. I believe that going forward, we can go into that because they played that. I suspect that part of what they've redacted today is taking out what they went oops on yesterday when it played. And I think that's what's really causing this.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but I need to focus on the initial issue that has been raised, not whether they've opened the door. We have a jury waiting. So
Sure, but
we can address that later.
no,
We haven't even gotten to cross-examination because he's still on direct.
what I am saying, Judge, is that they're saying that what they're admitting now is they removed seconds. And I'm objecting to their having removed anything from anything that was played yesterday. So I do object.
I didn't change anything that was played yesterday.
That was my understanding of what you said.
Right. That was why I endeavored into this very lengthy process last night, because it wasn't right, but what's in is in, and I understand that.
All right, so in terms of the exhibit 202 that's been received, if there's been a correction, it needs to be marked as 202A unless there's an agreement to replace it.
Okay.
Is there, and what's the defense position on 202 and whether it should be replaced or the new one marked as 202A?
Marked as 202A.
All right, without an agreement, that's what I need to do. The law's clear on that. Can't simply just replace an exhibit without agreement. So we'll have it marked. You'll have to do what you need to do in terms of having the witness address that. And we'll go from there.
Yeah, this.
Just
Glad
to
you
be
stopped
clear,
in.
because I don't have the contents of that letter in front of me right now. All of the times that you indicated in that letter that you were redacting out and not showing, from what you're saying, you may have added a little bit to that out of an abundance of caution, but you didn't include anything going forward that was listed in that redaction.
Correct.
And
Thank you, Shauna.
it's only in 202 and 204. Well, I may have got
202 and 204 are the only the only two exhibits that have videos that have been shaved off a little in a couple of the slides. Correct. For the most part, the changes are the timestamp in the lower left corner showing the time that the clip detects.
Can you please tell me with 202 only right now, what slides, as I'm looking at the paper copy, I think you said slide 3 earlier, what has been changed? Taken off. What did you trim back? The video, not just correcting that time.
I did not trim any video from slide 3 because that was already played to the jury. But
Oh, thank you.
nonetheless, the timing was wrong. The end point of that clip should be 07/13/50, and yesterday it said 52. So that was what was corrected.
I think it's just the times, Katie. I think everything is fine with the length of the video. I think it's just she got the wrong times in. She said 52, like she should have said just now, where it's not 7:52, 7:50. I don't think they're taking anything out or anything like that. I think it's all good. It's just if you were the jury wanted to look at these back, they're not exactly the quite the right times. So they should just changing that. Doesn't change the narrative or anything like that, is what I believe.
The same with slide 2. The video wasn't changed at all, but
All right. And then what about any slides going forward? Did you trim the actual video?
Agree.
on slide 6, there's 1 second cut off the end.
What is the starting time on that? Just because the pages aren't numbered.
Sure, it's 7:31:14.
Okay.
And the end time for that is now 7:32:12, whereas in the original exhibit it was 7:32:13.
Any
Okay,
other slides in that particular exhibit?
1 second off. Okay, but what
So
difference does
in the
that 1 second
original
make?
Slide 12 was starting 8:25:05 through 8:25:48.
Okay.
And that was the slide I removed because there's discussion about the penalties for a first-degree intentional homicide.
You removed the whole slide.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to bring it. Anything else on that one?
No.
.203 has not been changed.
No videos have been changed, but the timestamps on slide 2 and 6 were corrected to match the video here. I'm sorry, slides 3 and 6, not 2 and 6.
About 204, you mentioned slide 4.
Yes, slide 4 was trimmed and corrected. So that slide begins at about 9:45 and the new end time is 9:57:14. I don't have that in front of me.
With the PowerPoints, I don't know that I have, I know I have 202 and I have 206, and I only have 202 because Teresa printed it off for me. It wasn't in my box, and I don't know that I have those other ones.
These are for the court.
Yeah, may I see those? Sure.
You don't have one for me?
Oh, no, here we go.
Drive,
No,
but
I have not received any kind of flash drive.
it's right there. All right, do you have, were these previously provided to defense at all?
Yes. Oh,
The PowerPoints?
these were turned over like last Monday when we brought exhibits through, but since last night, I've had to correct the slides, and that's what's just been provided to defense and the court.
So defense has them electronically.
Right.
And now you've given them a flash drive yet?
Yes.
I have them electronically. It's not been sent to me, not the new version. Just this very minute, I'm handed a flash drive, which I haven't looked at yet. Nothing was sent to me overnight.
I don't think that's what she said.
I thought that's what the court was
No.
suggesting. Okay.
That is 202, 203, 204, and 205.
All right, just because there's been a change, and I don't want to hold us up too much longer. Anytime we have a change, we should, just an abundance, make sure that you're printing off copies from me and the defense. I understand it can get voluminous, but I'll have Teresa print them off or copy what I have, just so we can get them to them right now. You can use the printer in the chambers, Judge Warren's chambers. If you have them electronically, you have the flash. Actually, let me do this. I need Teresa in here. I can't have her doing this. If the state could have them printed off and delivered as quickly as possible, that would be great. That way, and then you should be able to compare what you have with the electronic copies that you received with the information that was exchanged last Monday at the start of the trial due to my order on exhibits.
The only concern I have right now is that there are some minutes that have been redacted. Looking at the original slide's not going to help me. I'm going to have to listen to hear what it is that's been redacted, which is what we did on the original letter that had come through. Now there's 3 sections that we've gotten to so far that have been discussed that have additional redactions that I need to listen to.
I'll give you ample time before your cross to compare. This is not, the information's not new. All of these videos have been turned over as part of the discovery process, some for a very long period of time. So I understand what you're saying. From what I have taken notes about, with the exception of the one entire slide, these are small changes. And we will all be here listening, watching during his direct examination, meaning of Detective Hoppy. I will give you extra time before you have to start your cross to compare whatever it is you want to compare and make any requests that you want to make in terms of whether any of that should be added back in. And if that means even if he gets done, today at noon and I need to give you an extra long lunch or whatever it is, we'll do it. That's fair. But I don't think it should hold up continuing his direct examination this morning. I will make sure we wait though until those printed copies are provided, because I know for me, I take all of these printed exhibits and I make extensive notes on them. And it's just easier for me to do that, to keep track of things. And maybe that's helpful to you. So I'll at least give you that. So you have the printed copies of the replacements 202, 203, 204, 205. And I know there's a 206, but that wasn't touched is what you're telling me.
Right.
So that you at least have those before the direct examination continues. That way, I know you have I think, 2 computers there. You should be able to pull up the electronic versions of the originals that you have and at least make some comparisons. And again, I'll still give you time before you have to cross-examine Detective Hoppy to go through all of that. But other than what I just said, in terms of waiting till the printed copies are provided to you, your opportunity to really review this will be in between his direct and your cross. Now, since I know we have a little bit of time and reference has been made to whether the state's opened the door, I am not allowing the defense to get into her drunk driving past. That is just simply an attempt to slander the victim's reputation. It has nothing to do with the allegations in this case, whether she has drunk driving convictions in the past. It was a passing reference. We've heard here today that was not originally intended. I believe that's inadvertent. I have no reason to believe otherwise. Even if it was or couldn't be avoided because of the context and the interview of your client, I am not going to turn this into a sideshow, frankly, about her past and drunk drive. It is not relevant to the charges in this case, period. I know that sometimes information comes in because it's unavoidable in the context of an interview, but that doesn't mean the door has been opened, nor does it mean, even if I were to consider that the door is open, that I'm going to allow further testimony and evidence on that issue. That's my decision, not taking any argument on it. I expect that the parties going forward will follow that. Now, if there's some other, I guess, slip along the way or it comes up, well, I obviously will reserve my right to revisit that should there be a request. But at this point in time, the motion in limine, I believe it was number 19 that I granted in favor of the state, remains. I've not changed my ruling on that. The last thing is, and I've told the defense, and I haven't had a request, obviously she was in custody during this. She was in her civilian attire, but I could see her hands were in handcuffs. I know going forward, there's interviews where she's in the jail orange. And so I've let the defense know, if you want me to read an instruction about, that should not be held against her in any way, let me know. The sooner the better. I do intend to have it in the final jury instructions in some form, and it may be better just to do it at that point. But as a cautionary instruction, I will leave it up to the defense to make sure you request that from me. And if there's a specific request as to when, please let me know. All right, so with that, we'll just be in a holding pattern until those printouts get here. All right, I'm gonna step off the bench. We'll be in recess.
Right, hang on, what I'll do now, sorry, I'm typing and doing this. Really shouldn't be. Right, just do that. Sorry, guys, let me just do this. Good swear, so. Right, let's go back here. Sorry, guys, we're trying to do a couple different things at the same time here. All right. I absolutely love this judge. She's just so good. It's refreshing to watch somebody who takes the job seriously. And also, she's good looking. I don't mean that in a sexist way. I mean that in a look. Someone said the other day that I shouldn't call her a MILF, right? Just explain. I don't call her a MILF out of disrespect. And it's like, oh, she's a judge, so you shouldn't call a judge a MILF. She deserves your respect. Every woman deserves my respect. No, I don't care if you're a judge. Every woman deserves respect from men, not just me, from everybody. If someone called me a DILF or whatever the equivalent is for an uncle, I'm like that. go. It's a compliment. I think she's very good looking. So I agree with everything sensational, and I think she's absolutely dead ass gorgeous as well. But that's second nature, do you know what I mean? So if anyone that's offended me say calling her MILF, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. I call some people MILFs. I still call some people GILFs. By all means, call me uncle. I'd love to. You wilf. You wilf. I'm a you wilf. I'm happy days with that. Do you know what I mean? Shauna, after Deep Brooks, this is cake. Yeah, I've heard about it. They simply have a page on the. Oh, right. I've read some of these, and they 100% right. I got my wife watching and chatting today, but she types really slow. Oh, she's Clark. That's where I knew the name. I know the name. Hello, Sherry. Do you know what? I knew the name. I was like, Sherry Clark. Where have I got it from? Where have I got Sherry Clark? Jonathan's wife, because Jonathan came in a few days ago, and he was using his wife Sherry's account. Got you. I got you, Jonathan. Well, hello, Sherry. You got to keep an eye on him. If he's behaving, he never behaves. Never behaves. But we wouldn't have it any other way. So welcome, Sherry. Got that type really slow too. I try to get her into smartphones classes, or even to type with more than flat over. I read and type really fast myself. You do type fast though. You do. In slow motion. Oh, Jonathan, come on, they take extra long lunches every day. They do actually. Never could type. I one finger it. Phrasing. Phrasing theory. I one finger it on the phone and iPad. I don't like when the state changes things during the trial. It's shady. Yeah, I agree. Even if it's the same, deliverance is different, and sometimes that can make a difference. Yes, 100% hands. I agree. I agree. My goodness, me too. Watching my kids watch me text, sometimes hilarious. Uh, Makes a difference the way you're potentially throwing off defense. Yes. Agreed, hands for your phones and pad keyboards, smaller than computer keyboards. And I fat finger regular keyboards and left floor. I do that as well. Good call, Judge. Um, if the prosecution opened the door to her drunk driving, I think the defense should have every right, yes, to bring it up. I'm not sure what we do that with, but they did open the door. I know it's strange that the judge doesn't want that in. Do you know what I mean? I used to be so OCD. I would always have perfect grammar, but getting old, I'm tired of it. So I just allow crap spelling with spells to go through. Absolutely. As long as it's readable, it's fine. Dandy, any of you all ever tried typing a message on an iWatch? I haven't. I wouldn't be able to. Fat fingers. It's harder on a Samsung Galaxy Watch. Law screen is smaller and a circle. Jonathan, same. Door may have been open, but I didn't think it's relevant. I don't know how it came in, so I don't remember. But just think of the things that they didn't let through. Matt Moore's case. Yes, it might be slander the victim, but it also was the jurors see the type of lifestyle she lived. It could be important of some sort, yeah. Juries paying attention like us should have called it. I didn't catch it. If I'm being honest with you, Terry, I didn't catch it until she mentioned it. I didn't. I'd be relying on people like you and Katie and stuff and Hens. I'm doing a talk to text, so I'm sure there's some grammar problems, but consistently drinking alcohol can contribute to depression. Alcohol is a depressive substance. Yes. Yes. The more you use it, the worse it is. I only do that when I drive. Jonathan. Jonathan, I'm trying to go through my donations for my non-profit, so it's so much easier, and it's freaking cold out here with the hens, with chickens. I don't think property value outweighs the prejudicial effect it would have. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. Um, Lol, focus on what's important. I do not need know to reply back. Katie, that was to you, Hans. Katie, it goes to whether or not Lynn was that messed up on alcohol and taking her meds inappropriately. It made a difference to me. Okay. That's fine. This is the beauty of it. Jonathan, but you are important. He's now Discord mod, so he is important. Theory, I disagree. This is the best thing. We can all agree, we can all disagree, guys. So it's happy days. I love that we respectively agree and disagree. I do agree that Judy probably already has a notion in their heads that she wasn't taking the medicine. A direct article probably played a role too.
Be seated.
Lol, 100% why she's here to make sure I'm good, being good, I think. Sorry, so now I'm
All right,
catching up
has
to
the
the
state
chat.
provided the
As I
printed
said,
copies of the
oh, look at her,
PowerPoints?
she's so gorgeous. As I said at the beginning, I thought Lynn was an older, sickly woman taken advantage of. Yes, she was taken advantage of, but do you think we can show those things without bringing in criminal past? My wife has finally found her people. Nunya, hello. They talk non-stop about Lynn's alcohol and drug abuse, but don't mention Jesse's. Hello, Nunya. Hope you're having a better day today, Nunya. I need my laptop. Very welcome, Sherry. I'm glad you've taken off the surname. It's easier. I'll probably remember it now. It took me ages to remember, but welcome, Sherry. She wasn't just sticky. Oh, stick in and out of it towards the end. She refused tests that would have told her she was wrong with her stomach. I'm sure she was just as bad. Mummy, I'm not sure if you've actually said hello earlier on or not. If you did, I missed you maybe. But welcome back, Nunya. That's probably how they become friends and why they're good friends about Jessie. In medical records, she hid a lot from people, including doctors, test after test after test, will wear anyone out eventually. Hi, Sherry. You guys have a great morning. I'll try to pop back in later. Shauna, pop back in whenever you want. And Nancy's here, so we're all fine now. Hello, Nancy. Nancy, for people who don't know, she is actually a nurse, or used to be a nurse, and she lives in Wisconsin. Wisconsin. She did a lot for the Zachary Anderson case. She went to court and stuff like that for it. So, Nancy, as always, welcome, my darling. Shauna, see you later, Shauna. Right. Oh, this judge, I'm telling you.
That have been revised.
Yes, Judge, we also gave essentially a shorthand copy of the notes that I had in terms of what slides the changes were on and what the change was.
Defense acknowledged receipt?
Yes.
All right. Then with that, I know obviously our jurors are here. Detective Hoppy, you can come on back up to the witness stand. I will have Teresa re-swear you because it is day 2. So, Madam Clerk.
Before they walk in, or
No. When after they come in. Yeah, sorry. He's just prepared for.
I was
when they
ready.
come in.
Way to be prepared.
All rise for the jury.
Or not. That was funny. We needed a little levity. That was good. Apparently my computer doesn't want to sign in today.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Detective Hoppy, you're standing. Please raise your right hand. Madam Clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Be seated. And once again, since it's a second day of testimony, just state your first and last names for the record.
Aaron, A-A-R-O-N, Hoppy, H-O-P-P-E.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Nicola. You may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Happy, when we left off yesterday, we were watching some videos, right?
Yes,
Can you remind the jury what day that interview happened?
July 9th, 2019.
Okay. And yesterday, I think we got through just 2 clips of that, right?
Correct.
In terms of the video clips, do you recall that for the record, there is a typed timestamp in the lower left corner of each slide, so we know what the clip is of?
Correct.
And yesterday, did you notice that some of those stamps were a little bit off
Correct. Yes, they were.
in terms of when the actual time running on the video was ending? It didn't match by a few seconds.
Yes, it was just a few seconds off.
So overnight, have you been able to look at that, and have you seen what's been marked as State's Exhibit 202A?
Yes.
And does it correct some of those errors?
Yes, it does.
Does it add any content that wasn't in 202?
No, it does not.
Okay. I'd move 202A into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 202A is received. Permission to publish granted.
And Detective, on the screen before you, do you see that marked 202A?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, if we go to slide 2, please. This is a slide that the jury saw yesterday. Is that true?
Yes.
Has the video been changed at all on this slide?
No, it is not.
Okay, going to slide 3. Again, is this a clip that the jury watched yesterday?
Yes, it is.
Same question. Was the video changed at all on this slide?
No, it's not.
Okay, so if we can please go to slide 4. And Detective, is this a continuation of that interview?
Yes, it is.
Where are you sitting?
I'm basically beneath the camera. I'm in the corner of the interview room to Detective Cole's left.
Okay, thank you. And for the record, this is a clip from 07/13/57. And at this point, I'd ask to publish that.
Go ahead.
And we've never taken advantage of that, if that's what you guys are thinking. I mean, anybody who knows her, she gave everyone money. That gym guy, she helped him with over $20,000 in legal bills, his house, his this. I mean, that's just how she was. It wasn't, because I feel like now you're getting into finances, like you guys think something's up, but that's how Lynn was with her money. She did what she wanted, how she wanted. Mm-hmm. She had a $10,000 bracelet, a $12,000 necklace. Why? Because she wanted it. She bought that a year before she died, just for the fun of it. Mm-hmm. I mean, she didn't have a rhyme or reason on how she did things. She did what she wanted because she could, and she was always poor. When her parents died, she said, you know what, this is the first time I can do what I want, how I want. She bought the Jeep she wanted. She bought the condo. She hid the condo. She wanted to get out of there. But she was one of those people that lived day by day. This is, today I want to go shopping, or today I want to buy a jewelry. She'd call me all the time, hey, you want to go on vacation today? Let's just book a trip and go.
Wendy.
I can't just up and go. But that's the type of person she was. Or towards the end, she got mad because one of her credit cards.
Thank you to Wendy. She's been very loyal to me from the start since I got monetized and before that as well. So thank you for becoming a 4-month member. A lot of people have been members, Blue Wenches, Lou, Erin, Hack, Josie, Sarah P, Wendy, Kim, Marcy, Niffatha. And there's probably more I've forgotten. Sorry for forgetting your name. There's so many of you that have supported me from the start. I thank you so much. Without you, I would have no foundation to build off. And we're starting a small foundation, and we're starting slowly. Got a long way to go, but it's because of people like Wendy and you guys here that I'm able to do this for a living, or try to anyway, do this for a living. So Wendy, thanks for your 4-month contribution and for everything else you've done for me as well. You're a superstar. Thank you, Wendy.
Got reduced. I might just go blow it all. That's what she bought, the bracelet and whatever. And I'm like, what do you think? Like, her mind was just, she did what she wanted, how she wanted. I can't, have any say or control because it's hers. It's her stuff. It's what she wants.
The last week or two, she gets out of the hospital and then she dies like within the 2 weeks, right?
Yep.
Does it seem like she's out of control then when I say that? But she doesn't care. She's taking pills.
To me, it seemed like she gave up before she went to the hospital. It seemed like the hospital was a last-ditch effort for everyone who loved her because we were all pushing her to go. Her neighbor, Judy, her ex-husband, my mom, me, she was just in bad shape, and we wanted her to get help.
Who's your ex-husband?
Or ex-boyfriend, sorry. Ex-boyfriend, not husband.
Okay, and that's that Jim dude, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I never heard of an ex-husband.
No, it wasn't. It was ex-boyfriend.
Okay.
It just, we wanted her to get the help. We wanted her, and I think she went back and forth. She kind of wanted to feel better, and then she just was sick of being sick. She went both ways.
Did she struggle in the hospital?
Oh, a lot. A lot. They put a camera in after a couple days because they were having problems.
Because in the hospital, they make you follow the rules. As far as take this and just, you don't get to.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure medical examiners asked the hospital about her. They've asked, and I'm sure they had some words. The nurses, the doctors, I mean, they all had things to tell me every time I came in. That she was a handful. Because she wanted to do it her way. Didn't care what they told her. And if they didn't get the pill she wanted, they were giving her something generic. That's when, well, I need you to go get my prescription. I said, Lynn, they're giving you what you need. I'll get it because you're telling me to, and it's yours. It's rightfully yours. But that's why when I came back, I purposely told them. I said, I'm going to let you know right now. She has it. It's up to you guys what you want to do with it, but she wanted it. And that's when they took it from her.
Were you there when they took it from her?
No.
It was a pretty fight.
Maybe. She got it back.
Was she mad at you when she found out you told them? Well, she probably figured out that you told
them. Well, no, I did tell her I was going to tell them because I said, I don't know what you're supposed to be doing or not doing. And, I feel like when you're in the hospital, they're going to give you what you need.
Yeah.
So that's just my opinion.
They don't give you anything you're not supposed to. And then they don't even like you bringing stuff in like a cheeseburger or something,
No.
They want you to know exactly what you got going in and out.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, But
did your mom help out with Lynn? No.
My mom didn't. She did, prior. My mom helped out when Lynn's parents died. She couldn't physically do it again. She watched Lynn have a nervous breakdown and come back from it, but it was like a 6-month nervous breakdown. And she trashed her parents' house. A lot happened when Lynn's mom died. And physically it wore on my mom, just seeing her like that, because she's never seen that side of her. It was a totally different person. So that's why Lynn purposely had everything in my mom's name, like to take care of everything if something happened, even medical when she was alive. And she switched it to me.
Sorry, I'll take my trousers off.
She doesn't have the time for it, my mom, with her job and stuff. And she said, B, because she was there prior, I don't want to make her do it again. So.
Okay. I was going to ask you why it got switched to you. That explains it.
I didn't know she switched everything. I only knew she switched some things. I had no clue at the end. I didn't know.
Were you authorized to use her on the credit card and stuff when she's telling you? But not at all, because you said.
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. That was her doing, so I don't know.
We said she had 30 credit cards.
She had a lot of credit. I don't know exact, but it was a lot.
But she wasn't giving you different cards every time. You were using.
Oh no, she gave different cards. She liked to use her different cards. She said it all the time. I got to use this one. I haven't used it. She had stickies with dates, and last time she used them, and I swear to God, I've never seen anybody like that.
Why?
Because she liked to keep track of when she used it last, and okay, I need to use it this time. That was just what she did.
Just cause.
I have no idea.
What credit cards you got?
I have 4.
You got 2. Yeah, I think I got 2.
Well, not of all what I have, I don't use. So.
Well, you said more when younger, but you kind of figure out that you don't need.
No.
You kind of pair it.
I mean, I was in shock. I was like, I have never seen this amount of stuff. Never. And her thing was too, like the hospital. She kept saying, "Well, I'm just going to use everything because one day when I'm not here, I'm not paying any of them." That was her biggest thing. Push. I'm just going to use it. I'm going to use it. I'm going to charge it all. And I'm like, what?
It's your money. I mean.
Well, yeah, you can do whatever you want.
I guess. I mean,
you're going to get stuck paying it.
We have different.
So Wendy, I do as well, but I had to go out shopping and stuff today, so I had to wear my tracky bottoms. My friend came over just before I started streaming about my lighting and stuff, and I forgot. Then I was like, oh no, what am I doing? So that's why I got my PJs on now. So nice, isn't it? Sorry that you didn't see much more, ladies. There's not much more to see, so it's all good.
Everyone's life's a little different, you know. I used to live a lot looser, now I have children. So, you know, that changes your
Yeah.
whole concept.
I'm the same way. You gotta be very careful with money.
You know, it's like I don't buy soda at a gas station because it's like, well, I gotta put 2 kids through college, at least one.
Yeah.
You know. The last 2 weeks, did she fall since she got out of the hospital, the last hospital stay, did she fall at all?
Yeah, that's when her neighbor helped
Then
me.
Judy came and helped her, or whatever her name was, June, or
I don't know why I can't think of her name right now, but I haven't talked to her in a while, so. Yeah, she helped me
did Jim ever come over?
Oh, no.
Help?
No.
When did she give Jim the money? Do you remember?
Well, honestly, it was in the last year. And I think she might have given him money like 2-3 times, not just that. I want to say maybe like the last 3 years.
Get some water.
Do you know the last time Jim saw her? So I thought at one time, and someone told me that like she didn't want to see Jim anymore. She told him not to come.
Her looks and stuff, yeah. I don't know, because he didn't come when I was around.
Okay.
His mom did. His mom was Judy. His mom did.
His mom's Judy.
That's Judy.
Okay.
Not the neighbor, but that's where they
Oh, no.
Yeah, yeah. No, I can't think of the neighbor's name. It's driving me nuts right now. It's on my phone, but I can't think of the neighbor's name. But the neighbor would be probably the one who saw her just not as much as me, but I mean more, you know, and helped out. When she fell, I needed help.
Yeah, you can't get around yourself.
And then Judy was Jim's mom, and she would come every so often. She saw him more than Jim. I saw her towards the end more than Jim. So I don't know though, and Jim, I couldn't tell you.
You don't know. There's another beneficiary in the will.
Anthony.
Who's that?
That is Kareen's son. Kareen is her best friend, just like my mom.
Does Kareen come over and help? Again, I don't know anyone. You don't say. I kind of ask you why is Kareen coming over? Because he's my best friend, right? So if he's in the hospital, God, besides wife and his publisher would do, you know that, right?
Yeah.
You say you come take care of your guy, you know.
Half people didn't know she was in the hospital. B, she didn't want him to know, and she didn't want to see him.
So
wow.
She's trying to push people away.
Yes. But that's how she was. If she didn't feel good, she didn't want you around. I mean, I wouldn't have been around when she didn't feel good, but she needed help. Well, she'd have days that say, yeah, don't come, don't this, don't that. I mean, she did what she wanted, how she wanted. Yeah. Some days she didn't feel good. I usually knew if she said don't come, most of it was because she didn't want me to make the trip out again, or drive out again, but I usually went. I mean, I'm not saying I did every time, but I mean, she'd call me, I'd be out doing something. She'd call me and she'd fall. I'd have to leave and go, and I would. It wasn't a question of, oh, well, let's see, maybe I'll come. I mean, I just went. You have to.
This dude you're living with, I assume that's your boyfriend. Is it Scott or Craig?
Scott Craig.
Does he ever go see her?
No, he's never met her. She never wanted to meet him.
Just cause?
Because she was sick.
Interpret it clear. You're my Jessy.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry.
You know what I mean?
He would have loved to meet her, but she just didn't want to do it. Only one time, she was willing to let him come to the house because she said, well, this isn't what I look like. I told you she gained the weight and everything in the last, the weight was 2-3 years. But her appearance changed. She always said, I don't want anybody to see me. And I'd be like, well, he's going to stop with me. I was like, no, just you drop him off at home. So.
Okay. Anyone else have contact with her besides you and the neighbor?
What do you mean contact?
I'll go see her.
Well, people talk to her.
I'm talking about go see her physically at the apartment or the condo. That's the neighbor.
No.
There's 2 Judys, right?
Yeah, her name isn't Judy. It's Jean.
Jean's the neighbor.
Yes.
Jean's the neighbor. Yeah. Judy's Jim's mom.
Yeah.
Do you know her? What's her last name? You know?
I gave you all this.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't have it.
That's right. I didn't plan on doing this today, to be honest with you. Okay.
You did I.
Just came back from vacation.
I mean, I really didn't plan on any of this. I mean, I wanted to get information, don't get me wrong, but not.
Detective Happy, in that clip that the jury just watched, did Ms. Kurczewski discuss with you and Detective Cole some things that she says happened in the hospital during the hospital visit?
Yes.
Do you recall discussion about a video camera?
Yes.
What was that about?
She said that the hospital was concerned for things that Lynn was doing, and they had set up a camera in her room.
I'd like to show you an exhibit before we move on to the next clip of 202A. If I could please just show the witness exhibit 207. Detective Hoppy throughout this case Were you able to review medical records from that hospital visit?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, were you in the courtroom when many of those records were shown to the jury in this case?
Yes, I was.
And fair to say exhibit 207 is a 2-page document?
Yes,
Have you seen that before?
I have.
Is it significant to this case?
Yes, it is.
Does it look like a fair and accurate copy of that portion of the medical record?
Yes.
I move exhibit 207 into evidence asked to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 207 is received, permission to publish granted.
And Detective, you see the exhibit sticker is actually on the top right for this exhibit. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
Okay, if we can scroll to the bottom of page 1 and zoom in, please. It looks like there is a note that begins on the bottom of the page and flows into the next page. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so if we go to the top of page 2, does that note continue where it says progress notes?
Yes.
Do you see anything in this note significant to Ms. Kurczewski telling you the hospital put a video camera in Lynn's room?
Yes.
What is it?
It says that there is the Avis placed in the room for safety.
Do you know what Avis is?
It's a camera system that the hospital uses.
Does this note say why that was done?
Yes, it does.
What does it say?
Patient confused at times trying to pull on lines, get out of bed without calling. Patient does not use call light appropriately.
What did Ms. Kurczewski tell you about why a camera was put in Ms. Hernan's room?
About misuse of medication.
Does that seem consistent with this record?
No, it does not.
When Ms. Kurczewski talked to you about that misuse of medication during her testimony or during her interview, how did she say Ms. Hernan got that medication to misuse it?
That she brought the medication to the hospital.
Okay.
Being Ms. Kurczewski.
Okay. Ultimately, did Ms. Kurczewski tell you that she told a nurse what she did when she brought it in?
She alleged she told the nurse, yes.
Have you looked through the medical records in this case?
Yes, I have.
Is there anything in the medical records consistent with the allegation that Ms. Kurczewski brought medication into the hospital and then told staff she did so?
There's no documentation stating that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Balkanier. If we can please go back to exhibit 202A, and we are on slide 6. I'm sorry, slide 5. All right, Detective, is this again a continuation of that same interview?
Yes, it is.
All right, we can go ahead and play.
Something you weren't supposed to.
Never.
Just all everything on there is for
Always permission. Always. I know better. I know better. There's a reason I don't want to be sitting in these. I know better, and I really.
And you know why I asked, right?
I feel like you're asking because of my history.
That's fine.
I feel like I'm sitting in cuffs for a reason now. I'll be very honest with you guys. I feel like this is all mixed together.
You're in customer policy.
No, but I mean, I feel like I was brought in because of this. I didn't put 2 and 2 together until I saw you guys, and I'm wondering why I was going to WAUKESHA.
Mhm.
Granted, I was half asleep when I left the house, but I'm really starting to think you guys think I did something or I did something wrong. And if you knew Lynn, you knew the way she was. I didn't do anything. I'll tell you that honestly.
I don't
I
know.
love her to death.
I don't know her. That's why I'm asking you a lot of questions
Yeah.
because I don't know who she was.
I get it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's one of the disadvantages of doing this job is you know her intimately.
Yeah, I know her very well.
And I'm investigating a death.
I get it.
And there's an anomaly in her toxicology. There's a drug in her system that's not supposed to be.
CG.
What was it?
It's called tetrahydrazine.
What is that?
How commonly known as eye drops.
She was like,
It does.
What does she use them for?
she was in for her eyes. But
Yeah.
she went
Looks
through
like
them like
that.
crazy, which didn't make sense.
Yeah.
Wendy, she
Say a
does.
lot. How much was she using?
I probably brought her 4 bottles while she was
Oh,
in
but
the
she looks
hospital.
like her.
Yeah.
She put them in her eyes all the time. All the time. And I was like, I've never met somebody that goes through it. She's like, my eyes are always dry. Always.
What kind of eye drops were you buying her?
Whatever kind. She didn't care. She didn't have like a history.
I mean, I'm not an eye drop guy, but we also refer to it as Visine. Is that?
Well, no, there's different. She likes a different kind. I don't know without looking at it. I really don't.
Okay.
Oh.
The hospital didn't have concerns with it.
I have no idea. I mean, she had it sing out on her thing.
The last couple
But
weeks.
what would that do anyway? I don't get it.
Apparently, it's not good for you to use lots of eye drops. And that's what the medical examiner is concerned about.
Did they look in her house because she has boxes of them?
Does
Or
she?
had, yeah. So she was well known for eye drops.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, what is that? Because that just sounds really weird to me when he said
Well, it
that.
sounded
So I'm
weird
like,
to us, too.
Yeah.
So, were you going to buy eye drops for her? You're
Yeah.
buying at the end? Were you
I mean,
buying
that's
lots?
the same stuff that I bought for her all the time.
How many boxes of eye drops you thought you'd buy in a week, maybe?
In a week? I don't. I don't know, a week, but usually every time I went to the store, she'd ask for them, so I get anywhere maybe like 6 at a time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're probably buying, so 3 times a week?
No, I wouldn't think that.
I don't know how many times I'm
No,
or once a
I
week.
couldn't tell you how often, but usually anytime I went to get her water or something, she'd be like, oh, get eye drops or get, I always had the same list usually of what she wanted.
When you say water, it's like bottled water?
Yeah.
That's just what you prefer?
Yes. She didn't drink tap. She didn't trust her. Ever since she lived in those apartments, she said the water was just funny. She had tested like 3 times. And she said that it just had a bad taste to it, like well water or whatever, because she lived in a lot of places with well water.
Mm-hmm.
So she's been like that for as long as I can remember.
Do you ever taste the water?
I drink the bottle too. It's habit for me. I drink bottle at home.
Just asking if you ever tasted the water. Maybe it's, I don't know.
No, I drink bottle just like her. I never liked because we have funky water too. So.
Did you ever see her like squirt the stuff in her mouth?
No.
Eye drops? No.
No.
No. Did you ever see her use different kinds of alcohol when she's taking her pills?
Oh, a ton. Well, what do you mean?
Alcohol, like
Vodka.
spirits, vodka.
But yeah, she drank vodka all the time. That's what was her main drink.
The last couple of weeks, was she drinking?
She drank up until, I can't even say for sure. I know when she passed, she still had bottles at the house. She normally would go through 2 big things of vodka in 4 days, but I can't honestly say.
When you say big ones, the big 1.75 liter ones?
They're the.
What's the handle on it?
The Fleischmann's. The big Fleischmann's. Or was it Fleischmann's? No.
What Fleischmann's makes a vodka?
I don't know when I see. It's the big
Plastic
plastic,
bottle?
like the biggest one you can probably get. And she'd go through 2 of those in 4 days. But I don't know what she was really drinking at the end. I don't, because she'd say she wouldn't have one, and I'd come there and she'd have a drink made. So
The day of her death, in the morning when you're there,
Yeah.
do you just think she's drinking that day?
I don't remember if I saw a cup out or not, to be honest.
If you saw her drinking at 9 in the morning, would you?
Oh no, she used to wake up and drink at 3, 4 in the morning. That was normal.
That was normal.
Yeah. That's half of why towards the end she didn't drive a lot, because you never knew when she was gonna have a drink.
And when she took pills, and when she's drinking and taking pills, you say, hey, you shouldn't do that? And I know she'd say, it's none of your business, right? Or
If you knew Lynn, she's been doing this for years. This is just what she did. I'm sorry, but it's what she did.
Detective, I have some questions that I want to ask you before we move on to the next clip. Up to this point in time, had anyone told Ms. Kurczewski that there was tetrahydrozoline in Lynn Hernan's toxicology?
No,
Do you still have the marker in front of you?
I do.
Can you please put a star on the left of our timeline to indicate to the jury when that information was first relayed to Ms. Kurczewski? Thank you.
Taking the board down, I apologize.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. The minute that eye drops were mentioned, what did Ms. Kurczewski say about a habit Lynn had?
She immediately went into saying that she was well known for eye drops and used them all the time. And Ms. Kurczewski said she had to purchase several bottles at a time for her.
Was Lynn Hernan being, quote, known for eye drops something that had already come up from any other source in your investigation?
No.
When, during this clip that we just watched in slide 5, when this substance is mentioned, what does Ms. Kurczewski say about what that can do to the human body?
She doesn't know. She asked the question of what happens.
Do you recall in this section, Detective Cole actually asking Ms. Kurczewski if Lynn Hernan was drinking eye drops?
Yes.
What did Ms. Kurczewski say?
She said that she puts it in her eyes.
Okay. At this point in your investigation, did you have information already that Ms. Kurczewski knew exactly what tetrahydrozoline was?
Maybe at that moment, no, but later on we learned yes.
Okay. In your investigation, did you actually find evidence that at least the device of Ms. Kurczewski used the term tetrahydrozoline before this interview?
Yes.
I'd like to show the witness only, please, State's Exhibit 187. And actually, I'll get you the copies out of the box because I know that you looked at the paper copies of this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm handing you, oops. Exhibit 188.
Sorry, which number?
188 and 187. Detective, do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
Yesterday, we talked a lot about your investigation involving downloading a couple different cell phones, right?
Yes, we did.
And the jury heard about Exhibit 170 in this case from Detective Fredericks.
Yes.
Can you remind them whose phone this was?
Scott Craig's.
Okay. Are Exhibits 187 and 188 data from that phone download?
Yes, it is.
What kind of data?
Exhibit 187 is an excerpt of the timeline from the download of Scott Craig's cell phone, which again is chronological order of messaging or activity in the phone.
Okay, what is Exhibit 188?
It is a demonstrative exhibit, again, readable, more readable version of text messages between Mr. Craig and Ms. Kurczewski.
Have you checked to make sure that the raw data was correctly put into Exhibit 188
Yes, I have.
on the version in front of you?
Yes, I have.
How do you know?
I initialed every page of the document.
Okay. At this point, I'd move Exhibits 187 and 188 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 188 and 187 are received, permission to publish granted.
So Detective, would it be fair to say that 187 on the screen right now is that kind of raw data we talked about yesterday?
Correct.
Okay. If we can please go into 188 with the jury, I'm going to have you read this conversation similar to what you did yesterday. Now, you've indicated a time on the first slide. What is that?
This is a date of the January 2019 message thread.
And if we go to slide 2, again, does this indicate for the jury the participants in the conversation they're about to see?
Yes, that's correct.
Have we used the same numbers that, or the same colors that we used yesterday for those people?
That's correct.
Okay. Moving on to slide 3, please. What date does this discussion begin?
January 12th, 2019.
Okay. Can you please add January 12th of 2019 on our exhibit 228, our timeline? All right, thank you. Okay. Starting at the top, can you please read through this messaging as you did yesterday?
At 8:10 p.m., Scott sends to Jessy. And then what? Can't stay like that all night. It's almost done. At 10:21 p.m., Jessy to Scott. I love you, glad I came having a good night away. 10:22 p.m., Scott sends to Jessy. That's good, be safe. And at 10:29 p.m., Jessy sends to Scott. We Ubered and I'm sobered.
Next slide, please.
This is now the beginning on January 13th, 2019.
So is this the next day?
That is correct.
Okay.
At 9:57 a.m., Jessy to Scott. Scott, I don't feel good. I know you're mad at me and I'm sorry, but I'm throwing up blood. This is 2 times this morning. I might need to go to walk-in. This isn't. Continuing at 9:50 a.m., Jessy to Scott, normal. I feel so sick. At 10:34 a.m., Jessy to Scott, OMG, presumably, oh my God. I just got here and had to run literally to the bathroom and just shit for days. Sorry, WTF. I wish you came with me. At 10:35 a.m., Scott to Jessy, ew. At 10:35 a.m., Scott to Jessy, well, sorry, I'm hurting so bad right now too.
In terms of, if we can stay on that slide, please. The discussion in pink on the left. In the top box, the words walk-in is used.
Correct.
Does that have any significance to you?
That was the information we believe was related to a walk-in urgent care clinic type location.
And then in fact, a couple down, it seems to suggest Ms. Kurczewski arrived at a new location.
Correct.
Okay. Next slide, please.
Continuing on January 13th, 2019 at 11:03 a.m., Jessy to Scott. Did Alex take Liam? Are you feeling better? At 11:03 a.m., Scott to Jessy. Yes, she took him. I feel horrible. So bad. At 11:06 a.m., Jessy to Scott. Sorry, hon. I feel pretty bad right now, too. They said my blood pressure is really bad. I'm shaking bad right now, and my heart is flying out of my chest. It starts with TH and then continues on to the next text message, which was broken up at 11:06 a.m. Continuing, presumably they got me drinking water like crazy. Might have to give me fluids in my arm if it doesn't improve fast. They took blood, waiting. The nurses keep continuing at 11:06 from the last text. The nurses keep coming in every 2 minutes to check my blood pressure.
Okay, next slide, please.
Once again, we're continuing from January 13th, 2019 at 11:08 a.m. Scott to Jessy, oh geez. And 11:30 a.m. Scott to Jessy, what's up?
Okay, the next slide.
Continuing on January 13th, 2019 at 11:39 a.m. Jessy to Scott. I have traces of tetrahydrozoline in my blood. The doctor said that's what's messing with my blood pressure and why I feel like crap. He said that's the main, broken up to the next text, which is at 11:39 as well. Ingredient in eye drops. WTF. I'm freaking out right now. He said so much stuff that I'm in complete shock. He asked me a ton of questions, where I've been. Next text is also continuing at 11:39. Who I've been around and all this shit. I have to go for a chest x-ray and get fluids in my vein now. I have to have the charcoal crap. It's so nasty. I don't. Continuing at 11:39 a.m. Jessy to Scott. Want to. I'm waiting for the x-ray and I'm shaking now again. I'm reading about it online and I need to stop.
Next slide, please.
Continuing again on January 13th, 2019, Scott to Jessy. Jesus Christ. We'll try to calm down. At 11:40 a.m., Scott to Jessy. Well, at 11:41 a.m., Jessy to Scott. The whole shitting thing is false. It messes with you really bad and not with poop.
Okay, next slide.
Once again, continuing on January 13th, 2019, Jessy to Scott. He said that people put it in people's drinks all the time. He said there's no taste to it and people don't notice. Who the fuck does that? Is this Mike's? And then the text is broken up. 11:44. Jessy to Scott continuing. New sick joke. Thinking of his new poop ideas or what? At 11:45 a.m. Scott to Jessy. I have no idea. At 11:45, Scott to Jessy. I don't see why he would do that.
Next slide, please.
Again, continuing on January 13th, 2019 at 11:48 a.m. Jessy to Scott. I don't fucking know. Seriously, I just want to cry. I can't even believe this. At 11:52 a.m., Jessy to Scott, have you read on this shit? OMG. At 11:52 a.m., Scott to Jessy, no, stop reading. At 11:59 a.m., Jessy to Scott, I just want to come home. At 12 p.m., Jessy to Scott, are you feeling any better? 12 p.m., Scott to Jessy, no, not really. Ibuprofen and Tylenol isn't working.
And next slide, please.
January 13th, 2019, Jessy to Scott, sorry, hun. I'm sorry, that was 12:01. At 12:02 p.m., Scott to Jessy, yeah, me too. 12:13 p.m., Scott to Jessy, don't tell anyone about what's happening to you. At 12:13 p.m., Scott to Jessy, who were you all with? 12:16 p.m., Jessy to Scott, I told Mike because I asked him. Mike, Tina, Antonio. 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jessy, great, you shouldn't have told him.
Next slide, please.
Continuing again on January 13th, 2019, 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jessy. It has to be one of those three. 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jessy. Nobody else would do it. 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jessy. Doesn't make sense. 12:17 p.m., Jessy to Scott. Sorry, I wanted to know if he did it. 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jessy. You think he would tell you? Duh.
Continuing on.
January 13th, 2019, 12:23 p.m., Jessy to Scott. I don't know. The whole thing bothers me. You can die from that. I don't see any of them doing it. The doctor said it's a new trend when you mix with alcohol. It's continuing 12:23 p.m., Jessy to Scott, like a date rape drug, but different. We did put our drinks down once when we went to smoke. Otherwise, Tina and Antonio held on to them other times. I, continuing 12:23 p.m., Jessy to Scott, can remember everything until we went to leave, and then I start forgetting. I don't even know what happened at Palace at all except getting there. And Tommy, 12:23 p.m., Jessy to Scott, continuing, telling me I had to leave. I keep trying to figure out the night I have pieces. I don't feel like this. I don't want to go out anymore. Mike said, 12:23, continuing, Jessy to Scott, I seemed off too.
Can you please, going back. On slide 13, can you please use your finger to circle where Ms. Kurczewski tells Scott you can die from that? Madam Clerk, if we could please capture this as 188A. And then we can clear the screen and continue. Go ahead.
January 13th, 2019, 12:24 p.m., Jessy to Scott. I feel so embarrassed and stupid. 12:25 p.m., Jessy to Scott. They have to notify the police on this too. 12:26 p.m., Scott to Jessy. Wow. 12:26 p.m., Jessy to Scott. I don't have to talk to them, but they have to report it. He said this is very serious and they are obligated because it's considered poisoning. Continuing, January 13th, 2019, 12:30 p.m., Jessy to Scott. My chest x-ray is good and the levels in my pee are low, so he said it's towards the ending, meaning that when ingested, it only affects you for so much time. 12:30 p.m., Jessy to Scott, unless you keep ingesting. My blood pressure is still up, down. 12:30 p.m., Scott to Jessy. We'll keep drinking water so you pee. 12:31 p.m., Jessy to Scott. I'm just glad I don't need the charcoal. Continuing on January 13th, 2019, 12:35 p.m., Scott to Jessy. This is the second time this happened to you. 12:37 p.m., Jessy to Scott. Yep, awesome. Me not the same though. Why do people hate me? 12:37 p.m., Scott to Jessy. What do you mean not the same?
Detective, did you identify this series of messages in Exhibit 188 as significant in your investigation?
Yes, yes, we did.
Why?
During our interview, again on July 9th of 2019, Ms. Kurczewski clearly denies any knowledge of tetrahydrozoline asks what it is, denies any knowledge of it, and has no idea about the ingredient or the effects. These messages clearly would state otherwise.
In fact, remembering back to the clip we just watched in Exhibit 202, Slide 5, do you remember when Detective Cole told Ms. Kurczewski about that anomaly in Ms. Hernan's toxicology?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember if Detective Cole pronounced the word tetrahydrozoline correctly?
No, he did not.
Okay.
Close, but not correct.
If we could please go back to Slide 7 of Exhibit 188. Detective, can you please circle the word tetrahydrozoline in this Slide 7 of Exhibit 188? Based on your information, is that word spelled correctly in this message?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if I could please capture this as Exhibit 188B. Thank you. Detective, were you in the courtroom when Scott Craig testified earlier?
Yes, I was.
Was he asked questions about this exchange?
Yes.
Did he recall it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We can take that exhibit now down and go back into Exhibit 202. If we get unpublished for a moment. Oh, we're all set. Sorry. We are on Slide 6. And we are ready to publish, Madam Clerk. Detective, we're still in Exhibit 202. So is it fair to say this is the same interview we've been watching July 9 of 19?
Correct.
And remind the jury how long after that text conversation this interview is taking place?
Almost it's about 6 months to the day.
Okay. I'd like to play Slide 6.
Nor am I going to make her change. It's her choice. She's older than me. I don't do it, but it's just, I guess it's hard for me because you guys don't know her. And anybody who knows her will tell you the same thing. This is how she is. You're not going to tell a full-grown adult that you can't drink when you want. I mean, not kidding. She would call sometimes at 6 in the morning completely wasted. Because that's what she wanted to do if she felt like it.
She cry and just to talk?
Oh, yeah. She's going to talk to you for an hour on the phone. And half the time you didn't know what she was saying, I'll be honest. She was very hard to understand when she started drinking and using her pills and whatever.
Did you go check on her then if she called you at 6 in the morning and all blotto and said?
Usually not 6 in the morning, but
Later that day?
yes. Not always, because I mean, that's just how I was used to, that was her. So I knew she was.
And the next slide, please. Slide 7.
If you thought she was doing something wrong with the pills, you would have tried to stop her, right?
Well, I told her all the time she was doing something wrong. But she doesn't have the right amount of pills in there. But I don't know what you mean by stopping. I'm not going to take her pills away from her.
If she had, you know how you found her. Did you ever see that happen before?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw her that she's spooning pills into her mouth?
First she went to the hospital.
Just before?
I would say about a day or two.
And
I'll be honest, there's been 3 times that she said, I want to give up.
yeah.
I don't want to do this anymore. And she always said, the day when it comes, I want your help. The day when it comes, I want your help. I said, I'm not helping you do anything. When it comes to pills or messing around with anything, I'm not looking for trouble. I'm not trying to get in trouble.
But she
She's
said
a
like
full-grown adult.
like her Dr. Kevorkian type thing to help her kill herself.
She wanted it a million times.
Yeah.
I mean, she just was sick of being sick. And that's why towards the end, we said, Lynn, you need to go back in. The only one that can help you is a doctor. We physically don't know what more to do for you. When you completely give up and you're not eating, you're not drinking, you're doing whatever you want when you want to your body, but you're not doing physically what your body needs, it's going to shut down on you. And hers was. And that's why when she went in the last time, they were shocked. We walked in, they said, how are you even walking in here? Granted, we did get her a wheelchair as soon as we got in there.
Mm-hmm.
But she just didn't care. she was at that point where nobody was helping her. They weren't telling her what's wrong with her. She didn't know what more to do.
When you were there the morning of her death, did you get the impression that something bad was going to happen that day?
I didn't, looking back at it after the things she said right away. I mean, when I came back and went the way I found her and replaying everything in my head from that day, I knew. That's what hurts the most. I didn't know when I left. I mean, obviously, if I would have known, I would have never left. I mean, that's the hardest part I have to live with, is knowing that she did this and I could have been there, or I could have maybe got her help or something. That's my hardest part. That's why I want to know what the hell's wrong or what's going on with her. But for me, that's the worst part, is she died and I wasn't there. And I felt like she did it. So
Sorry, I want to pause there because I think that's very important what Tracy just said. And also, welcome, Tracy. Hello, hope you're well, Tracy. Thanks for commenting. Easier said than done, confronting a friend with addiction. I've never had to do it, but I'm not sure if I could. Do you mean? Yeah, that's a big thing, because if you're an addict, you go up to your friend saying, "Hey, you got a problem?" Like, what problem? I ain't got a problem, mate. That's tough. That's a very good point, and that's a point I hadn't thought about. So thank you, Tracy. That's very important. Thank you so much for that. Very true, Tracy. And hindsight's always 2020. Yes, I do wonder how I would deal with that situation. Not easy, I don't think. So that's a fair point by Tracy there. I like that point. Hello and good morning to you. Well, it's good afternoon here, but good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. So it was Chris this evening, I believe, so in Australia. So thank you for that, Tracy. Thank you so much.
find her, not that she wanted me to find her, but she did it knowing that I was going to find her, and she just wanted to be alone. And she did. I mean, she left that day, or I left that day. And, I mean, the things she said, it was just...
Is there something specific that sticks out in your head that she said?
No, she said, I'll see you later on. I mean, her usual, but it was just, she was rushing me. Just go do what you gotta do. Just go. I mean, I'll see you a little bit later. And then I think it's just certain things, I guess, over the course of time, that she said. And, she was very big into, I want the doctors, the doctors aren't helping me. I want to know what's wrong. I want to know. And then, the next day I just don't care anymore. I don't want to be here. She hit this where she went back and forth. And she always was, I'm sick of being sick. I'm sick of being sick. That's all she ever said, is I'm sick of being sick. I just want to feel better.
You said earlier that you kind of would crush the pills up for her.
No,
You never did?
Very once in a blue moon. That's when she didn't have the strength, or would say, I want this under my plate.
But the day of her death, you didn't crush them for her.
What?
The day of her death, you didn't crush them for her before you left. The last time she caught her with the spoon and the pills, did you have to take the spoon away from her? Did she fight with you?
I mean, I've taken the plate and the spoon away from her, but I've also brought back to her because there were certain pills she couldn't swallow. Physically, she couldn't. I mean, we'd sit there and they'd come back up. Sit there and they come back. So, I mean, it went both ways as far as the pills she crushed. I mean, I didn't sit there and let her crush 20 pills in my presence. I let her, the main few that she always did. Usually if I come back, there'd be more or different ones, or, you can tell by looking at a plate. Obviously if they're all white, you can't tell. But, I mean, I'm telling you, I know when I left every day, and I'd come back and the pill amounts aren't what they should be. And then she always kept pills on the side of her that she didn't take anymore. And those were suddenly getting put up on the table. And she'd, I grabbed those by mistake. She'd make up stuff. And she'd act like she didn't, I didn't put those there, or I didn't take any of those. I'm like, why are they out?
I'm guessing at one point you tried to, get rid of the old pills and try to get it organized.
No, I've never tried to get rid of her old pills. You do not touch her stuff. When it comes to that, you do not. Because her thing was that if I need it down the road, I'm going to take it. They were her pills prescribed her, even though she wasn't taking them anymore. They were hers. I was not. There's some things you just do not mess with of hers. And that's her medicine and her vodka.
Mhm.
The one time I tried taking her pills away from her and put them where they were out of her reach and hid them from her so she couldn't find them, she was pissed. Those are her pills. They're prescribed to her. And I thought, you know what? I'm not going to argue with you. We spent an hour and a half fighting about it.
Yeah.
They're her pills. I am not responsible for her. She's a full-grown adult. I gave them back to her because I spent an hour and a half fighting with her
Well,
about
I get you, but you have some responsibility because she's paying you to kind of help her.
it. You have some
Sometimes
responsibility. I
Sometimes
understand
people aren't in
that.
the right mind, you know, and it sucks.
It's not that. She was like this before she was sick.
Yeah.
If it wasn't this pill, it was that pill. She's been like this for years. And that was before she was sick. She liked her pills. Doesn't matter what it is, there wasn't a set. She was well known to like drugs and alcohol. That never changed. Lynn grew up that way and she stayed that way. Maybe the pills changed or the alcohol changed or the drug of choice but that's what she did. So it's just it's so frustrating sometimes. Just thinking of like how she was.
I'll tell you this, she didn't overdose on any kind of prescription medication.
And Detective Hoppy, we paused it at the timestamp of 07:39:29. Is that true?
That's correct.
And there's quite a bit more to this clip. Is that fair?
Yes.
And I know that we're getting into morning break time, but there's a couple of questions that I wanted to ask you before that about what we've already heard. So you talked to the jury yesterday about that March 6, 2019 interview with Ms. Kurczewski, right?
Yes.
And around that time, what was Ms. Kurczewski telling law enforcement about the likelihood of suicide here?
She didn't believe that was the case.
Okay, now in this clip on slide 7 that we've just watched, Ms. Kurczewski tells you that there were 3 times that Ms. Hernan said she wanted to give up. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember the portion where Detective Cole is asking Ms. Kurczewski if she knew when she left that day that Ms. Hernan was going to die?
Yes.
Do you recall Ms. Kurczewski getting very emotional at that point in time?
Yes.
And what did she say her feeling was when she left?
She, not looking back on it now, she didn't. She looking back on it now, she thought that there was some concerns.
Okay. But at the time, as she's crying, Ms. Kurczewski says, I had no idea when I left this might happen. Right?
That's correct.
And she's crying, right?
Yes.
And Ms. Kurczewski says if she knew, she never would have left.
Correct.
And that Ms. Hernan was rushing her.
Yes.
Does that story stay the same throughout these interviews?
No, it does not.
Okay. There was some discussion, and the last point that I want to chat with you about before we break, that there were certain kind of pills that Lynn Hernan couldn't swallow. Did you remember that?
Yes.
And that they'd have to be crushed. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Going back through those medical records, did you see any note ever that Lynn Hernan couldn't swallow pills?
No, I did not.
In fact, we hear when Dr. Bedrisky showed this jury 5 pills that evidently Lynn Hernan did swallow.
Yes.
Because they were inside of her at autopsy.
Yes, that's correct.
I think this would be a good time for a break, Judge.
Well, our jury's only been out here for an hour, though.
Oh, I can keep going. I
Yeah.
just wasn't sure.
No, I appreciate that. We have been trying to stop at 9, but
Okay.
or at 10, but since they've only been out since
Sure.
around 9, let's go another half hour.
This clip is probably a little longer than that left, but can we just finish this one up? Okay, thanks. And for the record, we're starting slide 7 of Exhibit 202 at 07:39:29.
you thought she was doing something, if you thought she was doing something. If you thought she was doing something.
Let's take the publish down for a second.
So I'd be busy trying to get organised. I am, because I'm trying to get Rumble to give me extra slots and stuff. So I can. I do stream on Rumble. The link was in there when I shared it with the three. I do Rumble and this all together. I might actually do Twitter as well, X, same time.
I can see
But
that
the
you're
only
trying
ones I
to get to
can
the
put
point
on
in time and it's jumping. These are hard on the PowerPoints. If you can go back to that 0727 restrooms and have a little bit of a comfort.
The only ones I can chat to can put on screen are the ones from YouTube. So Rumble, I apologise, but thanks for those in Rumble or those that are in both. Thank you very much for that. Oh, there's a lot more, not a lot more, but there's more people watching in Rumble. Rumble people, please like it. There's 4 people liked it. There's a lot more people in Rumble, so please do that. Some caregivers don't care as long as they get paid. True story. For hire caregivers, a company to answer to. Yeah. Non-compliance is a cop off for doctors. Yes. Agree, Sherry. Oops. License. You can't. Oops. I did it again. You can't force a capable adult to do anything. It's interesting. I think this stream is now getting interesting. This trial's getting interesting. Listening to her, there's some elements of me that feel sorry for her as well. I don't know. I just can't get over the financial elements of the money. Ugh. I'm not sure how I would. Oh, hang on. Where are they going?
We'll get that queued up and we'll come back out. All rise for the jury, please.
Right, they're going up for a mini break just to do that. You have to deem them incapable or incompetent. Yeah. They drop patients and they can stop prescribing after weaning them off meds. Yes, that's true as well. Yeah, that is very true. They can do that. I don't know. It's on the one hand, I feel sorry for her, but on the other hand, I'm like, oh, you bitch, because I just feel she spent her money knowingly. I believe, especially if known alcoholics. That's the problem. It's just like if you're known alcoholics, like, well, let's put him on a course of medicine, which will make him addicted. There's an element, yeah. Oh, I just don't know how to feel about this case, if I'm being honest. Hmm. What Jessy said as well was very important, I think. Like, I'm just once put myself in a position about ensuring she took the right meds and stuff. Like, no, Neil saying like she, force. I think she'd be able to force her parents to do it, but when people are stubborn. Can you tell your friend to do it? I don't know. So I don't think there's any question about. Well, let's see how the defense. I've learned from doing this for ages now. Like we can't just take um, this prosecution's witnesses at face value. We've got to look at what the defense put together as well. But I don't think it's looking good for her. but I still have an element of sympathy for her. As wrong as that might sound, actually, you might be listening to me going, crazy, boy, you're crazy. What's wrong in your head? You're crazy. I know, crazy love with you. No, I'm just thinking, I don't know, I can't help but feel a little bit sorry for her. But then I slap out of it going, no, she's still, I think she stole all that money. So, bitch. But then I'm like, yeah, but what? How would I dealt with that situation? And I feel a bit sorry for her being in that situation. She wasn't professional. Did she want to be in that situation? Was she forced to be in that situation? So I'm just overthinking it. I'm overthinking it. But that's what I do. I'm trying to look at it all angles. So I don't know. I do not a nosy. The last doctor dropped her the beginning of 2018, I believe. Okay. And she'd been in hospital, in and out a few times. She wouldn't listen to anybody. So that side of it, I believe she would have control over her tablets because even with a doctor, she wouldn't, in hospital, she'd never want to be there. Uh, you know, I knew you would be, Nancy. I'm like you, I have to wait. Absolutely, Nancy, we have to. I just don't know. Maybe I'm showing a bit too much empathy. I don't know, Nancy, but we have to. There's two sides to every story. We got to look at it, um, so we see how they portray it and how it comes across. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm just intrigued. I it goes what Tracy was saying about, have you been in that position before yourself? I mean, Nancy, you probably have, so I've never had to deal with alcoholics, never had to deal with people addicts or anything. So touch wood, I've count myself lucky in that sense, but I don't know. I don't know. Uh, who else is here? Everyone happy? Everyone okay? We haven't got many people on YouTube as always, but we got a lot more on in Rumble. So thank you, Rumble, with you. We got 13 viewers in Rumble, which that's actually more than usual. We normally get, yeah, that's good. So Rumble people, as I say, I cannot put your chats up on screen, but just be known that we love you. And for some whatever reason, right, Rumble people don't chat. The only thing they do sometimes is spam. Um, but they never chat. Very rarely do they chat. So that's why I always have YouTube as number one. And I don't make any money on Rumble. I don't even think anyone make any money off Rumble? I don't know. It's a dual do with alcoholics. Oh, well, there we are. In a way, I wish that Lady Law was covering this. So Lady Law was going to do her channel based on addiction. So, in a way, yeah, I wish she could be here as well to speak about it. She has more experiences to you, Nancy. So, but yeah, and for as I say, I've never had to deal with it, so I feel like I'm a little bit shouldn't be commenting a bit on some of these. I think commenting's fine because I think it's some of the jurors will not have experienced any of this either. So having an opinion is important, but I'm also very conscious that I know nothing about this either, which makes it harder. Especially if you deal with people on the jury. Are people don't know. I don't think I don't think they will have anyone on the jury that has suffered or has close family members that suffer from alcoholism or anything like that on the jury. So a lot of people they would be oblivious to a lot of these things. So well, keep you y'all. I keep yawning, y'all. It's because I was up super early today. I've been shopping. Went to look for wallpaper. Went to like three different stores, and then did a big shop. Came home, had a shower, then went straight out again with my parents. We went, had some food, local cafe. So I had full breakfast. Those are on. You'll see what I ate for my breakfast for lunch. In Discord, it's all there. So if you're a member, all members have access to it. Just go to Discord. If you need a link, let me know. But yeah. And also I took some pictures of cookies as I was out and about because I wanted to show what are cookies in the UK and not what you guys believe it is half the time. So yeah. Lynn's alcohol use has been alluded to, but they can't bring in her arrest. Jury won't know unless they really pay attention. Yeah. I mean, so she has in this interview said about she drinks
I
vodka
have the
deep
jury
all the
coming in,
time,
so stay
like 3, 4 o'clock in
standing.
the morning.
I
So
don't know why I
hopefully
told
they
you to be seated. It was force of habit.
sexy. This woman's so
Kind of like driving
sexy.
home. You just do it.
Right.
In
Audio's
the
on.
trash. That's right. That's right. That's right. Katie's back in the house.
now.
Let's go, Katie. Look at the size of that mug. She likes things
Let's get
big,
this clip
for
and
sure.
we'll see where we're at.
She drives me crazy. Dun, dun, dun. Katie's back in chat and she will a lot more than the lioness. What was the level of alcohol in the blood at the time of death? Dandy, I'll be honest with you. I don't know the answer to that, but Katie and Thierry will know because they listen and I don't. Thierry is in the medical record. She was dropped by a doctor for things in her blood work that shouldn't be there. Thank you, Thierry. Paying attention. Katie and Thierry.
Thank you,
The
everyone. Please
dancer.
be seated.
All right, no more. Granted, Dandy Linus. I don't
Are
remember
you ready
to be honest with
to
Dandy.
publish?
Yes, we are. We found our spot. We're gonna just do the rest of this
Found
without
that
being in
spot.
presentation mode
That's a hard spot to find,
because
but
otherwise
they
we
found
can't
it.
get the right time. So, detective, we are at 7:39:28.
Oh,
We
Dandy.
will continue
Then you're
in this
stuffed.
clip. Thank you.
Stuffed, mate. Because I ain't got a clue. If those two, then no one knows. Uh-oh. We're in trouble.
7:39:31.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Come on, State, play it.
The therapeutic level.
What does that mean?
That means she didn't have too much of it in her system. And she's supposed to take 200 milligrams of.
They were there.
That's what her blood showed. That's what she was taking.
So then what?
What killed her is the eye drops.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm. Do you think someone would have went in there and tried to kill her with eye drops?
No.
Put it in her drink?
I swear to God, I don't.
Her vodka?
No.
Does anyone have a motive?
No.
Jim?
No, this would be all her.
Corrine?
100% honest.
Is Corrine financially squared away? She doesn't need the money?
It's nothing for money. This is what Lynn wanted. I'm telling you that. She looked at a million. I didn't know that, but she looked at ways.
Yeah.
Long time ago. She looked at the bag thing. This is something she knew what she was doing, obviously.
Uh-huh.
I didn't realize it, but she had to know what she was doing. Lynn was very determined to go out on her own way. She was determined to do things her way. That was just plain and simple. And I hate to say it, but she did what she did. The same with her pills. I mean, she got sick on her vodka. She got sick on pills. She did a lot of things that I don't agree with, but she did them the way she wanted them. I don't know how more to say it.
The medical examiner tends to think someone killed her.
Are you serious?
Okay.
Why is that?
Because they didn't find any Visine bottles next to her.
They're all over her house.
But she didn't really move around.
She-
That's what we were told, is she didn't really move. So the medical examiner
I
tends
can
to
honestly tell you, I know they're
think
all
that
over
someone
her house.
gave it to her.
I was the only one there. And
I was there. I didn't see any Visine.
I did not give her. They're all in her bathroom. And there was 2 on her nightstand.
Not next to her.
They were on her nightstand next to her. I swear to God, I know they were because she always kept them right there.
Oh, there's a picture of the nightstand. The medical examiner does a real thorough job when it comes
I
to
agree with
medications.
what you're saying. 100%. But
And there's no.
I don't know anybody who would do that to her, and I'm not lying. I don't know anybody who would want to do that. Who
I don't
would
know.
do
I'm
that?
asking you.
I don't know anybody.
I don't know either. That's why I'm asking.
I know. Out of curiosity, she was in the hospital for 2 weeks. Why wasn't this found there?
Apparently, the body metabolizes it very quickly. That's why you can put it in your eyes. When I say metabolize, you know what that means?
No. Well, I do. I mean,
process it real
eat food,
quickly.
yeah.
And people use eye drops like a date rape drug that I can slip in your drink like a Mickey.
I've heard of that.
Yeah. In fact, it was in a movie one time, apparently.
They're not White Crashers, I think.
Yeah,
But it was used like diarrhea or something.
Yeah, it gives you diarrhea. And did Lynn have diarrhea at all?
All the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
Which kind of mean the medical examiner thinks someone was giving this to her in an attempt to kill her. Because she has a lot of it in her.
What do you mean a lot?
A lot. Like not enough, you can't take it through your eyes. It has to be ingested. Through orally.
I've never seen her drink it. Ever. Ever. And why would you drink eye drops? I mean, what would it taste like? I don't even know, but
I don't know. It's very odd. This is why it's taking so long.
so
There's not a lot of research on this either.
I understand.
You know, it's not like rat poison. The little rat poison thing with the wife and the husband.
All her medications were completely normal. I find that very weird.
In fact, there's no, there's 2 pills in her stomach. That's it. So the medical examiner thinks the body was staged.
Hello, my darling. Dorow is looking fit as fuck today. Fit as she's ever been. You just missed the interview. They started late. We missed about an hour of the interview. So you've not missed much, but it's good. I'm enjoying today so far. Enjoying today, but I hope you're well. I've been out shopping and stuff today, so been at B&Q, the range, been somewhere else, been to Farm Foods, had a breakfast for lunch. It's all on my Discord. But I hope you're doing well as well. Depends who you're shopping with, Jonathan.
I was the only one there, and I didn't stage anybody. I'm not lying. I was the only one there.
I haven't
So you're
accused you
freaking.
either.
I know, but you're freaking me out right now because I know what people are going to think, and I spent the most amount of time with her, and I didn't kill her. This is my family.
I told you
I
I
have
had
no
news,
reason.
and here it is.
This is.
Something's wrong.
I see that, obviously. I mean, I kind of figured something was wrong, period, because I didn't think it should take this long, but I didn't think this is what you're telling me. I thought it was going to be too hard to figure out pills or something of that nature.
It's real odd because the pills are where they're supposed to be. Everything's fine. There's no pills in her stomach. When I say no, there's 2 pills.
Yeah.
Which is inconsistent to her.
But that's inconsistent with what she should have been taking on a regular basis. Well, I don't know how long pills metabolize.
And I don't know either how long it takes to process through the system. But if someone's spooning pills into their mouth, they're going to be here, you know, and they're not here.
Yeah.
And this tetrahydrazine.
What about the pudding? Did they find pudding?
I don't know. I can't answer.
I mean, I'm just
Hi, Tim. Hope you're well, Tim. Hope you're doing okay, buddy.
scared because I do know the day before I was
What
there
is
when
this stuff?
she
Contacts like pills.
Yeah.
Pills kind of stand out.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, no, I understand, but I'm saying if they're crushed pills, I just remember the day before when I left at nighttime, she took her pills in her pudding, and I was there for that.
Yeah.
That was like her regular.
But then you saw her in the morning, and she's fine. I mean, everything's cool.
I mean, she wasn't fine, but she wasn't.
She wasn't like this, you know. She was talking to you. I'll see you later, hon.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. And then you come back, like at what?
I mean, she was asleep when I got there. She was her regular, you know, when we talked for a little bit, it wasn't like.
You didn't think something was imminently wrong?
No,
You
nothing.
need to call 911.
No, I would have called in a heartbeat, obviously. I mean, I'm the one who took her in. I'm the one who called the other times if she did. I would have never thought anything of that nature, ever.
Again, the medical examiner is concerned because it looks like the body's staged with the spoon and the plate because there's no pills in her. Her medicines are fine therapeutically in the blood. Everything's where it's supposed to be. There's this tetrahydrogenine in her system, and I'm probably mispronouncing that.
I don't.
However,
That's what I was doing
she's supposed to have
today.
0 parts in your body.
Mm-hmm.
She has 160 parts. They say 60 parts is lethal to an adult. That's kind of the common belief in the
What do you mean,
medical.
like, how much is that? Like,
A part. When you say part, that's a scientific
Wow,
term.
Dandy.
okay.
So
I mean, is that like 5 glasses or?
the medical
Yeah,
examiner thinks
like, I
to
don't-
think about 4 to 5 bottles of the you know, the little bottles of eye drops, the
Yeah.
typical Visine drops. And it's probably given in a short period of time.
So when they say like time, when did they think she died? Do they know that?
Exactly, they don't. And it's not like on TV where they put a thermometer in and go,
Yeah.
the body's been dead approximately between 4 and 2 hours, 2 and 4 hours. It doesn't work that way in real life. She obviously died that day.
Yeah.
They know that based on the rigor mortis
Yeah.
and that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff. But even that's not an exact science to the minute. So that's why we're real concerned about how there's no pills in her. The blood's therapeutic. She's this high level of this drug in her system, and it has to go in real quickly. Because originally, when we found this out, we kind of thought, well, maybe this was being done over a period of time,
Yeah.
that it builds up in your system,
Yeah.
that kind of stuff, like being accidentally ingested through the eyes, and it took her a long time. A lot of calls to Boston, that kind of stuff to get some more information on this. A lot of real smart people have been working on this for the last since January.
Understand, yeah.
Since January.
I get it. They've been working on it for a long time. That's why I thought we got something.
So I mean, the medical examiner is going to say that she was poisoned with Visine. Now the question is how it got in her.
Yeah, I understand that.
You don't think what's the neighbor's name again? Not Judy. It's Jean. You don't think Jean would do it?
I don't see anybody doing this. I really don't. I mean, I know all these people, but I don't see any of them doing this. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I don't see any of it. I don't. This just doesn't even sound right in my mind. It's like mind blowing because I thought for sure it was this, and I would have never in a million years thought differently. And I'm being 100%. I just don't see it.
Well, they're trying to look at this as a murder.
It's just insane to me. And this is why I'm here.
One of the reasons.
Do you guys think I murdered her?
Did you?
I swear to God, I didn't.
You seem to want to have the most to gain on this.
I have no reason to murder her. I could see why people would think I'd have the most to gain. I have no reason to murder her. She was my family. I'd rather have her be here now. I did not murder her. Under whatever I have to, I did not murder her. I did not. I'm 100% honest with you.
Did you?
I didn't
Did
get
you
her.
help her end her life?
I didn't help her end her life.
Because I'd understand if you did.
I did. So I swear to God, I did.
Because my dad's dying there, and he's saying, Christopher, I want to die.
I get that.
And
She said it.
They're just hearing it, and you love him so much, and you don't know what to do.
No, I didn't. I swear to God, I did not. I've gotten her everything she wanted, but I never would have thought that. I would have never, in a million years, I would have never done this. I would have never done this. This is the worst thing that, for anybody. And if she even knew this right now, or knew that I was going through this, she would be in shock, complete shock, because this isn't what she would have wanted. I can tell you that for 100%. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't help her. I didn't do anything without what she wanted And I don't even want to say it like that because it doesn't sound right, but I didn't give her anything. I didn't even give her pills wrong or vodka or drug. I didn't give her anything. I didn't give her this eye drop or whatever it's called. I didn't do any of that. I didn't give her anything except for buying her stuff. I didn't physically put anything in anything, crush up anything, make her swallow anything, I didn't do it, whatever it is. I didn't do it. I can tell you that. It didn't happen. I didn't feed her anything. Everything she did was on her own will, except with I would put in, or I would get her water or get her pudding for her or crush up the few things, but I never put anything in anything except the way she had it.
Mhm.
I didn't put eye drops or anything with eye drops except purchase them. I didn't give them to her. I did nothing. I swear to God on that. I didn't. This is just freaking me out right now.
How much money did she give you over the last 2 years, do you think?
A lot. I don't know. Dollar-wise.
Throw a number out at me.
Maybe 20,000.
If a forensic accountant looked at the stuff
Mhm.
and thinks it's closer to 190,000, would that surprise you?
It might, but maybe not. So I honestly don't know.
Because it looks
She's
like
done
she
a
gave you
lot.
close to a couple $100,000 in the last 2 years.
Oh, yeah, she has.
That's a lot of money.
It's a pretty significant difference from 20,000.
Well, I guess I don't really
Somebody gives me
think about
200,000 and 20,000. I know
I get
that.
it that way. I guess I just don't sit and think about like all she's done a lot. I mean, don't get me wrong, but I don't sit and think about it that way. And me killing her is gonna do what? What would that do? I'm just curious because how would I get her money then? I'm splitting it with somebody and we paid bills.
Mhm.
So I didn't make a fortune off her dying, nor was I looking to because I didn't kill her. She did more for me alive. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean it truthfully. She did a lot for me. So the fact of her being dead would do what for me?
Well, the debt's kind of coming up to overtake the assets. She has more credit debt than she has money.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So
saying.
the money's running out.
Yeah. So, but I don't get what you mean by that. They were. I don't understand what you're saying.
The fact is she paid you $200,000 over the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
You're the prime. You are handling the money. You are on the signer on the
Yeah.
accounts. You are running the show.
Yeah.
You are handling the credit card stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's going on financially with her.
Mm-hmm.
The money is going to be gone here shortly.
So I would kill her because of that?
People do weird things.
Why would I kill her for money?
I mean, it's just.
It's my family.
I tend to think that you didn't. When you say kill her, I don't think you killed her. I think she was sick, and she didn't want to. She was done,
Yeah.
and she wanted to finish her life, and she needed help. She wanted help.
I understand
And
you
I
saying
think you
that,
helped
but
her.
as far as helped her though, I didn't.
I think you administered her some of that Visine.
I did not.
The medical examiner tends to think that someone else had to give it to her because it makes her real lethargic, and you kind of fall in and out of consciousness at the levels of what was in her, which means someone has to keep giving it to her because she's not capable of going to get another bottle. She won't be capable of disposing of the bottles, which aren't found around her. She needed someone to help her.
Yeah, I always picked up her garbage, brought her new bottles, but I didn't put anything in them. I've never even uncapped them for her. She did that herself.
I gotcha. But that day, with the level of drug in her, someone needed to give it to her. Because once she starts to take it, she's not going to be able to function properly. At that level of toxicity, she won't be able to walk. She'll be able to keep her eyes open.
I wasn't there though, and I have receipts to prove that.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't there. I was there for a short time. Does that not help me? Because I can see what you guys are thinking, but I literally was shopping.
I'm thinking that you helped her.
I didn't help her, I swear to God. I did not help her. I would tell you the honest to God truth. She's asked me a million times to help her with things, and I did not help her.
So you're there for a short time. What's a short time?
Like an hour or two at the most.
And then you went back home, or you said you ran errands.
I ran errands. I went to stores. I was shopping for hours.
Which store did you go to then?
I went to Pick and Save.
Which one?
On Highway 100. I can get your receipts for everything.
Highway 100 and where?
Highway, hold on, wait, let me just make sure, rethink, and make sure I got the right source.
Take your time.
No, because this is a big deal.
I want
I'm
you to
sorry,
take your time.
officer.
It is a big deal.
I believe it was Pick and Save on Highway 100 in House Corners. Woodman's, I think I went to Woodman's. It was like 4 stores, Walmart. It was those stores, and I have actual like receipts and proof I went. I mean, I can get them. I don't have them on me, but I was literally gone for like maybe 4 to 6 hours. I mean, the neighbor knows when I was there that morning when I left. I wasn't there a ton of that day, and I left and I was gone for a couple hours. I don't know. It was like maybe 4 to 6. I don't know.
When you found Lynn, who'd you call?
I called 911 immediately.
Whose phone?
I don't know if it was my phone or the home phone. I think it was the home. I honestly don't know.
You know what time you got there?
Maybe 5 or 6. I honestly don't remember.
Yeah, you called 911 at 4:55.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
You know, we got your phone records.
Okay. I mean, I really called. Right?
No, somebody called 911, but we got your cell phone records.
Okay.
You called your mom 4 minutes before that, and you're already there.
Because I was probably pulling up.
Why would you call your mom as you were pulling up?
I don't know. I talk to my mom all the time. I really do. I talk to her all the time. I don't know why I would have. I don't know for sure that day why I would have called her first. I don't know.
Did you call her first?
I honestly don't know. I don't think so. I thought I called 911 first.
Kind of looks like you called your mom first and then 911.
I don't.
People in shock do weird things.
I honestly don't know right now. I mean, this is all just shocking me out right now.
How long do you think you were there that morning?
At the most 2 hours.
It's not consistent with the phone records.
Okay. How long was I there? I thought it was about 2 hours. I'm sorry, this happened 9 months ago, 10 months ago now.
You were there for about 4 hours. Again, it's a difference, Jesse. If we tell you,
I understand.
like,
You want me to remember 9-10 months ago to exactly.
We want specific details because when you tell us
I get
that the gap, just like before, when it was, no, she gave about 20,000. No, she gave me 200,000. There's a significant 2 hours and 4 hours is a pretty big time gap. So we're trying to figure this out.
I understand. I wrote a statement that day, though. That's my best recollection. It's been how long?
It matches what you just said. It matches what you just said. So your statement's off, and now what you're telling us is off because you're there for about 4 hours.
I did not kill her. Oh my God, this is just. I did not kill her. I didn't give her anything. I've never given her anything. This is just insane. I don't even, I never gave her any Visine, I swear to God. I've never put it in her stuff, ever. Not for the died, not prior, not nothing.
Did anybody ever, and you know, this is the time. It's all about the truth.
Yeah.
Did you or someone else in those last couple months fill out any paperwork for loans or open any credit cards? And again, we've been digging for months on this. So, Jesse, who was trying to do that shit?
Lynn and me together, we took out a loan from, God, what was the name of it? You guys do know, because the papers were there, she was trying to mortgage her house. She was trying to mortgage her house, and she couldn't do that.
Well, clearly.
And then there was a...
Well, clearly, when we were there that day, we didn't know this. We didn't know what was going on
Yeah.
for a couple months before
Yeah.
the medic was ever called, so there's a
Yeah.
problem. So, no, we don't know a
Okay.
lot of what was at
I
the
did
house.
say that though, I think, last time, she said she hated the condo, she hated
Okay,
it.
yeah. Okay, but so
Yeah.
you guys are trying to, where was this
We
going
went
through?
well, we looked numerous times at her bank, and then she took out one from, she had me looking all over for different places. I don't know the name of it offhand right now, but we tried a lot of different things, because her main goal was to get out of there, to put that place up for sale, get out of there, and get somewhere else. But realistically, she didn't have the funds anymore to do that. That's what she wants. She hated that condo.
Why do you think she would give you that much money if she was out of money? Don't you think that's weird?
Well, she wasn't out of money when she first started. She wasn't out of money at the beginning. That was towards the end. I wouldn't say she was out of money. She just spent it how she wanted to spend it. It wasn't that she was completely out.
Did she apply? I mean, who applied for loans? Because we know there were
Both
loans.
of us. She had me look up online stuff for her because she didn't do anything online. So I will say both of us. I didn't do anything fraudulently.
Do you remember where?
Offhand, most of them, no, I don't. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, we looked at so many places. She didn't have internet access, but I never did anything without her permission. I'm not lying. That's one thing I didn't do. To everything I've ever done, I've had permission from Lynn. I mean, she has in writing a million different things because of that. I've never forged her name. I've never nothing.
Were you in debt?
Not really.
What would you do with the money? Then what would you have done with $200,000 over?
I mean, I was at that time.
Okay.
Someone tried to open up credit when she was still alive.
Yeah, we did a lot of times.
It wasn't your phone number that was used.
Okay.
It wasn't her phone number.
So who was it?
It was your mom.
What? Why would my mom do that?
I don't know. Tell me.
I don't know.
You see, like, things look real weird all the time.
Yeah.
Because we look into Lynn's financials, and there's a bunch of stuff there
Mm-hmm.
prior to her death. And it's like, well, this doesn't make a lot of sense because she's given you, she's taking care of you.
Yeah. I told you.
I mean, you're making your money,
Yeah.
you're taking care of her. And I know how people can be. So I'm not faulting you on taking care of someone that's sick because it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard, like when someone's tushy. I get it.
But she also was that type of person, and I said it. So, I mean, obviously, I feel like anything I say isn't believable at this point. But she was, and the hospital can attest to this because she said when she was there, I am going to run up my debt. I am not leaving anything, and I am not paying anything. That was what she said all the time. I mean, it wasn't a joke. I wasn't making it up. She used to be in debt her whole life until her parents died. And her thing is she's not leaving shit. She's not paying anybody, and she's not leaving it for her. That was always her thing.
Why would your mom try to take a loan out in her name?
I don't see my mom doing that, to be honest.
Would you use your mom's phone number to apply online with a credit for Lynn?
We might have, but everything I did was with Lynn's
Why wouldn't you use
permission.
your number? Or
I
Lynn's
don't know.
number?
That's what I find weird about it. Sure, like, it wasn't like a second number because I've always used my own or Lynn's. Me and Lynn, everything we applied for, we did together, and I'm not lying. I never tried to take anything out without her knowing. Ever. I'm not, that I can honestly say.
What happened to the jewelry?
We sold it.
When you say we,
Well, there's still her ring left.
so the pendant and the $10,000 bracelet you told me about, where's that?
That 10,000 bracelet was sold.
Where?
It's on the corner of 76th Street. Everyone who's involved knows it was sold. They know all about it.
Who sold it?
Me and Anthony made the decision to sell it.
So is it Anthony sold it? Someone's got to put their name on the paper.
No, we talked about it. I brought it in and sold it. We went to about 8 different places.
Okay. So the one on 76,
It's,
is that Robert Hack?
yes,
That's where I bought my wedding ring. Where else did you go?
for the ring.
To sell stuff.
Oh, we went everywhere. I mean, I looked all over. Like, names? I don't, I don't know exact names, I'll be honest, but I thoroughly searched around. Like I went to
So how much did you get for the $10,000 bracelet?
19.
1,900.
Because they said it wasn't worth it, and that was after taking it into 8 different jewelry stores.
And they all said about $2,000.
I got everywhere as low as 1,100.
Really?
No.
And Anthony was with you when that happened?
No, he knows about it.
What?
And there's documentation, my driver's license, and they have everything.
Did you do that right away, or did you wait a while?
No, we waited.
Okay.
And actually, that went on in the estate account, and that went to pay one of Lynn's creditors through WAUKESHA County.
Anthony, he helped you dispose of the property then?
Some of it, yeah.
So remember last time we had that estate sale, that was a pain in the jupa?
Yeah.
He got half of those funds? Was he supposed to get the car?
No. He said so, but that was always promised to my mom.
Because Jim thought he was supposed to get the car.
Yeah, Anthony said she said it, but there was paperwork on that, and that was always promised to my mom.
Did your mom have the car? I keep swinging back to this medical examiner report that's puzzling.
I agree.
And I have to explain it. We have to explain it to the boss. And eventually maybe a judge. Is it possible? I mean, that you got the bottles for Lynn that morning, left it on the table next to her?
No.
No?
No, I didn't get her any Visine that morning that I even know of. I think probably the last time I got it, I don't know when the last time was I bought it for, I don't know. I know that morning though, I'm almost positive I did not go to the store before I went to her house. And I know she always had 1 or 2 on one of those tables by her, and the rest were in her bathroom. I know that for a fact.
But the last 2 days were that she was moving around so well, because you said she...
Well, she was getting up, though, at least once or twice a day. She
her.
had the pee thing right there. Yes, she did. But that was just in case I wasn't there to help her. She made herself get up once or twice a day to get some movement because she had to. So usually I would help walk with her, or she would use her walker thing. No, she did get up, but not a lot. I mean, I said that already.
So do you think if she's impaired, that she could get up and walk around? Probably not, right?
I mean, she did to an extent. Not often. I did not give her the Visine. I
Do you have any medical training?
No. I work at a dental office.
Have you ever worked at a hospital or patient
I
care
did do
setting
a
before?
3rd shift ER admitting, but I was the patient. I was the front desk. Yeah.
Because I guess what concerned me, as you said earlier, that so Lynn was in the hospital, you'd bring her meds. You were probably well aware that, of course, they're going to give her stuff. So why would you bring it to her knowing that could be a problem?
Okay, so now remember what I said, because you
I'm
got me a
asking
little
you to
wrong.
clarify that for me. That's
Okay,
fine.
so they took away her certain meds from her. They were giving her generic something. She has a prescription.
Hi, Sandra.
It was due for a refill. I didn't know that. She knew her refill days and everything. She asked me to go pick it up. I got it for her since it's her prescription. When I brought it back, I let the staff know at the hospital that I went and got it for her. I don't know if she's allowed to have it. She wanted it. So I said, please, no, do whatever you want to do. I just want to make you aware. She had me, and they did. They took it from her. They went in. She had it on her stand, like under a cup or something. I didn't know where she put it. They knew that. But they went in there, and they took it from her. And they told her, we'll give it back to you when you're released.
Would anyone else would have tried to help her?
I honestly don't know. I don't see it. But obviously I don't see any of this right now, so I don't know.
Did you and Posa know each other before her death?
The what?
Did you and Anthony know each other before her death?
We never officially met. I knew Kareen, but not him, no. We didn't, like I said, none of Lynn's friends really hung out with each other. We didn't hang out with Jim. We didn't hang out with, they all knew of each other, but we didn't hang out together.
Do you know how he found out about Lynn's death?
I think from me. I'm the one who notified most people, but some of them got a hold of each other ahead of time too, so I don't.
How'd you get his number?
She had her phone book, and I knew Judy's number because me and Judy always kept in contact when she was sick.
And Judy's his mother.
Judy is.
Oh, Kareen's the mother.
Yes. Judy is Jim's mother.
Jim's mother. Is Kareen and Judy, they're just friends? Are they related?
I don't know if they're friends. They're not related.
Okay. You don't think Jim would have went there, do you?
I don't know any of them enough to tell you. I don't. I'm sorry, but I don't.
Does your mom know Jim?
A little, but I don't know to what extent. Jim was around when I was little, so I don't really remember.
So your mom knows Jim then? If Jim was around when you were little,
but I don't
friends.
know. Like I said, a lot of us know each other, but we didn't all hang out together. So I don't know how much of the time he was around when my mom was. I know they were dating on and off then, but I don't know to what extent.
You say that, so I got confused. Your mom was dating Jim?
No.
Lynn. Okay. So he's around, but you're there with Lynn.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows your mom through Lynn.
Yeah.
Why would your mom call and threaten him?
Because he has been nothing but an asswipe this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
He's been so mean, so rude. He was mad at us because he kept calling when she was in the hospital. Well, she didn't want anybody to know. And then I finally did end up telling him. So he was nothing but rude with us the last 18 months. He was just not nice. Not nice. And my mom
Give me some examples, because calling to find out Lynn's in the hospital doesn't seem like it's being...
No. They called, went to find out she was in the hospital, and I answered the phone. And they didn't like that she wasn't answering it. And I said, well, I'm sorry, Lynn's in the hospital right now. Well, why didn't anybody call us? They said, because she didn't want anybody to know.
That's reasonable.
And then, well, who are you? I said, I'm Jessy. I've been helping them. Well, who are you? I said, I can't remember who I was. Very rude and nasty with me. It was very, I don't know how to explain it, but and then when we called him, he was the first one to say, okay, can I come to your house and pick up whatever I want? He didn't have a good demeanor about any of it. And I guess why we weren't a big fan is because he started dating somebody years ago, and that girl was not the friendliest person, but she always came around, and she thought her and Lynn were best friends, and Lynn couldn't stand her. But Lynn always loved Jim, so she always went out of her way, So when my mom drank, or when she drinks, she gets very heated, and he just sets her off, is what it is. I don't remember, I thought he said something or did something that frustrated her. When she drinks, she's just a person that gets very upset. I hate to say it, but she does. So she'll just tell you.
It was pretty vulgar. I didn't expect to hear it out of your mom. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Your mom looks like she can take care of herself, but this was like, oh my God.
No. That's how she was.
Detective, before the break, I asked you about some things that Ms. Kurczewski said in terms of Lynn Hernan wanting to give up.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And in the interview, Ms. Kurczewski said she heard Lynn say that 3 times.
Yes, that's correct.
After the break, what did Ms. Kurczewski say about whether Ms. Hernan was suicidal?
I believe she initially kind of changed the version of the story at that point.
Do you remember the term bag method being said?
Yes, she made comments about looking it up, looking stuff up on the phone, and including something described as a bag method.
Do you remember Ms. Kurczewski describing Ms. Hernan as determined?
Yes.
In terms of the questions in this clip, which is again Exhibit 202, Slide 7, did you and or Detective Cole ask Ms. Kurczewski if she had ever seen Ms. Hernan drink Visine?
Yes.
Multiple times?
Multiple, yes.
What was the consistent answer that Ms. Kurczewski gave?
No, she did not.
In fact, did Ms. Kurczewski say she was shocked because she never thought this would have been a Visine?
Sustained.
What was Ms. Kurczewski's reaction when Detective Cole told her it was a tetrahydrozoline poisoning?
Very shocked and surprised.
When you interview a subject, and have you received training in that topic?
Yes.
Are there different methodologies that are trained to law enforcement when they interview subjects?
Several.
Okay. Is one of those using information that's not exactly true?
Yes.
Okay. Were there portions of time where you heard Detective Cole say things that you know sitting here aren't necessarily correct?
Yes.
Detective Cole talked a lot about real specifics in terms of parts of eye drops. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
This is calling for hearsay. It's calling for he has to rely on
I
hearsay to
understand
answer.
the objection. The objection is sustained.
Move to strike his answer.
Jury will disregard the last answer.
Did you, throughout this investigation, speak with Dr. Budritsky
I did.
multiple times?
Yes.
And you were in court when Dr. Budritsky testified?
Yes.
Did you hear Dr. Budritsky's testimony that you can't calculate a dose of tetrahydrozoline?
Object.
Overruled. She's
Ye-
asking a question. You may answer.
Yes, I did hear that.
Okay. What was Ms. Kurczewski's response when Detective Cole suggested maybe she helped Ms. Hernan?
She denied that adamantly.
Does that statement change over time?
Yes, it does.
What about Ms. Kurczewski saying she never saw Lynn Hernan drink Visine? Does that change over time?
Yes, it does.
Okay. If we can please go to slide 8, and this is only about a minute long. And we'll go back into presentation mode. Starting at 8:15:21, if we can play this, please.
This famous
Hold on,
bracelet.
it's not
Yeah.
being published.
That she had $1,900.
Sorry, Madam Clerk, if we could publish.
Yeah, go back to the beginning. Are you ready?
This is exhibit 202, slide 8.
Are we ready?
We're all set, thanks.
Okay. Then you may want to wait for the jury box since it was off for a bit.
We're all set, thank you.
They were out for
This famous bracelet.
Yeah.
That she had $1,900 for.
Yeah, that I didn't think was famous at all and didn't have any interest in.
It's puzzling.
Everything you've told me today is puzzling to me right now. My mind is.
I told you I had information. I mean, I didn't lie there. I mean, it's pretty significant.
Yeah, I understand.
Detective Hoppy, in this clip, is there more discussion about that bracelet?
Yes, there is at the initial stages.
I'd like to switch to Exhibits already in evidence 88 and 89 and published for the jury, starting with 88.
Let me know when you're ready.
We're all set. Detective Hoppy, do you remember the representative from Robert Hack coming in and testifying about Exhibit 88
Yes, I do.
and going to Exhibit 89? Do you also recall testimony about this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And the jury has seen
Morning, Frankie. Hi, Frankie. Thank you, Frankie. Catch you later.
the bracelet depicted in Exhibit 89 before. Is that true?
Yes,
Have you also seen that before?
I have.
From what sources?
The photographs from the medical examiner's office, as well as this photo.
Okay. And going back to Exhibit 88, could you remind the jury what the date of sale is on this exhibit?
10/22 of 18.
And Ms. Hernan died on the 3rd, is that true?
That's correct.
How long did the seller of this item indicate they owned it?
2.5 months.
Do you recall in the clips that we've seen this morning of Exhibit 202, Ms. Kurczewski being asked whether she sold this bracelet right away?
Yes.
What did she say?
No.
Yet this is within about, within 20 days of the death?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We can unpublish for a moment and go back into Exhibit 202 to slide 9, which is another 1-minute clip. And we're all set, Madam Clerk. All right. I'm getting a thumbs up. So we'll go ahead and play. This is 202 slide 9.
And you had a lot of financial gain from her over the last couple of years.
But I wouldn't kill her for her, I'll tell you that.
And again, I told you I didn't think you did it.
I
think, again, I told you what I think. I was pretty honest. I think Lynn wanted to die and you helped her. That's what I think.
Yeah.
And I understand that, and it's a plausible explanation, because based on my investigation of you.
And moving to slide 10, please.
I understand.
You had a lot of financial gain.
It's great. I mean, I'm so glad the kids were at the house, because he would have
You know what I'm
really had a
saying?
heart attack. if
But
the
you don't
kids were there.
seem to have the pedigree of a cold-blooded killer. You get it?
No.
The people with big hearts.
No.
That's the kind of person I think you are. And I think if someone that you're seeing every day is saying every day, I don't want to be here, I'm sick of being sick,
Yeah.
they can convince you to assist them in ending their life.
Yeah.
That's the most plausible explanation to all this. That's what I think. I don't think that you were trying to gain financially. Like you said, she was in such debt that you got almost nothing.
And it wasn't,
But you
I
helped
never cared about that. I mean, honestly, she's done so much for me over the years that.
And I get that. So if I don't think you're a cold-blooded killer, the only other explanation, if you're the one that's there at the morning of her death, and you're the one that finds the body, and the ME says you're the one, the body, it appears that this is a homicide. Assisted suicide is the only explanation in my brain, unless you can think of something else, but I can't. And that's something you can go to a judge and say, listen, judge, I'm there every day with her. She's dying, and there's nothing I can do about it. She's begging me to help her. And hindsight, I wish I wouldn't have. But this woman, you don't understand, Judge. She was in pain. She was sick. She wouldn't eat. She wouldn't drink. She didn't want her diaper changed.
I hate this. Just put words in her mouth now. I hate this kind of
It
interrogation.
was to the point where I didn't know what else to do. That's
Coercive.
plausible explanation. I mean, I don't know what, unless, I mean, there's no one else, like you said, everyone kind of liked her, and that's what I'm hearing from everyone. I mean, no one hated her. She didn't have a drug dealer she owed money to.
No.
Her finances were okay. I mean, she had debt, but she wasn't in hock or nothing. It was just, she was done.
Just let me ask you, do you know where your mom lives?
She works for Crohn's.
Crohn's, and where's that?
Franklin. Why, you guys going to arrest her too?
No, I went to. No, I went to arrest her.
I mean, we're going to continue to investigate. That's what we're going to do.
No, I understand that.
Do you want a water or something?
If I could, please. I'm so parched right now, man.
That should just may come at you. I don't know.
I understand.
And slide 11, please, is another 3-minute clip.
It's great. I mean, I'm so glad the kids were on that. This is not what in a million years, I would have never thought this. I'm not kidding.
I've been doing this a lot of years, and I have never seen anything, this kind of case.
Yeah.
And I mean, no, basically nationwide, there's only been like 2 or 3. That's why it took so long.
Yeah.
Because, doctors don't go on assumptions.
Yeah.
They go on scientific facts. So this is why it's taken such a long time. And then because of the length of the ME's investigation, we dug into a lot of stuff. And it just, otherwise we don't have the opportunity to look so thoroughly into the financial stuff and all that kind of thing. Just, we don't have that opportunity. And again, him and I disagree, but I think you helped her out. That's what I think. She wanted to go, and she needed a person, and you're the one that she trusted and loved.
I can say, yeah, I bought her eye drops. I've never put them in anything. And I would have never thought that ever in a million years. I mean, that's the biggest thing that's blowing my mind right now.
Oh, she don't have internet access.
No. She doesn't. We always did everything on the internet. I'm with my phone, always. She wasn't an internet person.
There's no searches on your phone for this, is there?
No.
Or any of your computers?
No.
Because they're going to look at them.
I understand that.
And again, going back, you don't know why your mother would try to.
I don't see my mom doing that. I really don't.
Was your mom there when you and Lynn were trying to do a credit app once? It's not for a mortgage. It's for one of those unsecured lines of credit, like a personal loan. And it was done 3 times. Using your mom's number.
All 3 times? I know my mom didn't do it. I know that for sure.
She seemed like the kind of girl that would go online to apply for stuff. She seemed like a fake kind of lady.
It wasn't in my mom's name, was it? It was in Lynn's name.
Lynn's name was your mom's phone
So
number.
I'm guessing it would have had been one of the ones we did, and maybe I put it in wrong or so. I don't, because obviously I know my mom's stuff, my Lynn's stuff. I know all of our stuffs very well, but my mom wouldn't do it. I can tell you that. I know that for 100%. And I didn't do anything without Lynn. Everything I did was with Lynn. I didn't ever be like, oh, I'm going to take out a loan today in Lynn's name. I've been there, done that years ago.
Well, you can see why we.
I understand. That's why when you guys started questioning me, I went, okay, I know where we're going because.
And slide 12 is a 20-minute clip.
Last we knew, it was my mother and Anthony. That was the last time that we knew. I didn't know she changed it to me. I did not know that. So when we actually called, we always had the information who to call. When we actually called her, my mom called and she said, I need to talk to your daughter. My mom's like, what are you talking about? I'm in charge of everything. She said, no, you're not. So we didn't know until that actual phone call because I didn't know she changed anything.
Who'd you call? Is there an attorney or something?
Lisa, yeah, I gave you her information. Okay. Lisa Merton.
When you were placed on the accounts, I think at BMO, did you go there physically with Lynn together to sign the cards?
What do you mean I was placed on the accounts?
Weren't you a signer on the BMO Harris accounts?
I had access to, I don't think I was a signer. I think I just had access to the lockbox and something else, but I was with her.
Okay.
But I don't remember what exact, I know it was for the lockbox and something, but I don't know. I don't think it was, I don't know for sure. But I went with her, yes.
Okay. But
because their BMO Harris's makes you sign both, because my mom went with her prior too. Okay. Both people have to be present.
When was that about the time you think Lynn changed it to personal representative? I mean, did she ever talk to you about it? Obviously not, if you're saying you didn't know.
No, I don't know. I honestly don't know when she changed it. I know she changed the BMO Harris, and then she changed her medical, and she changed her medical just strictly because my mom couldn't be with her all the time.
And you were there more.
And I was there more. So she switched that because she was worried when she would go to the hospital or things of that my mom wouldn't be physically able to, help or be there or anything. But I don't know. That was done, both of those, I think the bank was done maybe a year and a half before she died, maybe. I mean, I'm guessing here, I don't. And the health was done, I would guess, in the last year to maybe 10 months. I don't even know for sure. But those were done, I know of those because I was present for both of those. As far as the will, I wasn't present. I didn't know.
Okay.
That was because Anthony thought the same thing too. That him and I don't know if he knew my mom, but I think he thought just him or I don't even know. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm zoning on everything else that you told me today that I can't even think straight at this point.
Why does Anthony get the money and not Kareem?
Because just like me versus my mom, Lynn had it.
But you're there every day. I can understand why she wants to take care of you.
Lynn had it set up that first it was supposed to be Kareem and my mom. And then she said, well, if you guys outlive me or something of that nature. And Anthony was kind of like, I don't want to say a godson. I mean, he was like me, but he really didn't do anything. He just was somebody that she cared about. Mm-hmm. I don't really know how to put it because I didn't know him before. She always talked to him and, talked about his birthdays and stuff like that. But she always said, I want you two to meet, but we never did. So I don't have the answers for that.
Okay. That's one odd.
Yeah, a lot of people, I've heard that, but I don't know. I just look at Kareem as her good friend like my mom was, and,
You understand because you're in the soup, Boots on the ground, you're there. You know what I mean? You're there taking care of her. That's the person you want to take care of when you pass,
See, I don't know.
Do you think, if it's somehow possible, do you think Lynn would have taken all this? Because she can just overdose on her prescriptions without taking this other drug. And that's what's odd about it, too.
That's what I thought she did.
That's what we kind of thought happened at first. Until the ME calls and says, we got a problem.
So do I think what?
Why do you think she would?
I don't. I don't see it. It doesn't make sense to me. I assumed this whole time it was pills. That's what I assumed. That's what she was known for. So I don't know, were the pills not agreeing with her, where she wasn't keeping them down, I don't know. I don't know what to think of that. I really don't. That's kind of where I'm at right now with you telling me this. I don't, at this point, my head is spinning, trying to figure out any of this right now. Because I'm trying to think why, what, where, all of it. I don't know.
I know you said Lynn asked you several times, or said several times, I'm done, well, then, kind of in reference to helping her kill herself. Did you ever consider doing it?
No.
Never?
No.
Even though she's in such pain, so sick?
For me, it wasn't an option because I don't think like that. I think of the states that have, what is that like assisted, where the doctor helps you. I think that's, great, and I think every state should have that. But I don't feel that I'm a doctor and I can make those calls. I don't. That's my honest belief on that. I don't feel that that's something that I feel that that's a lot to ask of somebody.
If she would have told you to call the doctor to do it, would you have done that for her?
To call a doctor? Well,
Well,
yeah,
let's say
the
we
doctor would do it.
lived in California where you can do this.
Well, to make a phone call. Of
Just
course
call
I
the
would.
doctor
Yeah.
because I'm done.
Yeah, I would have called
That's
her.
you're comfortable
Yeah.
with.
That again, that's her decision, but it's a lot different than picking up a phone call and trying to do something to somebody, or two different things in my mind.
While you were out of the office or the room here, I kind of explained to her that I don't think she's a cold-blooded killer, that I think she has a good heart. And my thought was that she helped Lynn finish her life. That's what happened. And also, you and I disagree on that point. That's why we're good partners, because we two different kind of
I get it.
visions here, If for some reason this comes down, I want to give you the opportunity to say, I didn't kill her for money.
I didn't kill her.
Because that was bad.
I said that numerous times already, because I feel like that's what you guys think.
Well, that's what he thinks.
I know that just by my past and what you guys came out with. I already know what the thinking in there. I get it.
I think
I get it.
Let's take your past aside. What I see is somebody who has, I think, for a caretaker to get $200,000. Hold on a second, just hear me out. I think outsider looking in, I think as the average person, someone got $200,000 over the span of 2 years, and now that money is dwindling, and suddenly you're assigned executor of the will of the estate, and then suddenly now is this suspicious death where she was staged. Somebody staged her death, and it turns out that she was poisoned. For all intents and purposes, she was poisoned, because there's no way she's making it from one end of the house to the other with the level of Visine in her system, especially given her mobility issue. She's not making it. So you're the one having the most contact. You're the one taking care of her on that daily basis. You're telling, now you go into, she gave me $20,000. It's the inconsistencies that we struggle with, that I struggle with. It's that $20,000. It's that I was only there for an hour or two. No, you were there for 4 hours. And your phone records don't put you on Highway 100. They go back to your house and then to another place and back there. Where, again, right before you call 911, you're on the phone with your mom.
I'm on my phone all the time. I
agree, but I find it funny that 4 to 5 minutes before you call 911, you're on the phone with your mom. But then again, you got to account for walking in, finding Lynn, calling 911.
I can tell you one way you guys can check, because you're already looking at records. Check her card that day for her food card, because she gave it to me and used that day.
Okay.
And that'll show what stores I was at and when. I only used that one
but that
store.
Still doesn't account that
I get what you're saying.
Hours.
I get that. But as far as the money, I didn't know he meant like over the span. That's why I said
over the span,
I thought that's why she was sick. I'm sorry.
Over the last
she wasn't sick like that for 2 years. I misunderstood that. I see what you're saying and I get it. I mean, obviously me and you are going to disagree because you're looking at me and you feel that I did this. I understand that. And I get what you're saying, but I didn't. And you don't know Lynn. You don't know the situation. And I'm telling you from somebody who does. I get you're a cop. You investigate. I understand that. But I didn't kill her. And money wasn't a motive. She had no life insurance, which I've known that for 10 years. You know why she didn't have life insurance? Because her parents always had it. Her mom missed 2 months not paying and never got it. That was her mother. So Lynn never had life insurance. That was, which I know. So what money am I going to get off that? None. I knew of all her debts. So what money was I going to get with her?
Actually, you told us before you didn't know. You said that.
Well, I mean, I knew.
Found out.
I get what you're saying. I knew of quite a bit of that, but I didn't know how bad. Let's put it that way, okay? Who knows?
But I don't know what she was spending it on.
Who knows what people? I mean, you can be with somebody every day and you don't know everything about them.
Sure. Very good.
You know, so I personally do not know 100% of this is what she spent her money on, or this is how much debt she was in, or this is how much money she had.
Let me just ask you this question. You pull the average person off the street who has no law enforcement experience, no experience, and a very unbiased person, and you tell them that this lady who has no family and very few close friends suddenly becomes close to you, and $200,000 has been issued over the past couple of years.
Suddenly? I've known Lynn since I was 4 years old.
That suddenly
Okay.
you're taking care of
And
her,
that's
and suddenly
$31
it's
years of my
$200,000.
life, so.
What do you? And then you tell them that this person has the most access, and pretty much, as you said earlier, you're the only one dealing with her those last few weeks of her life. You go to the fact that the scene was clearly stated because she has no pills in her system. You know, she has the 2 in her stomach, but as far as her bloodstream and where the metabolism ends right there when you die, there's nothing in her system that would suggest she was overdosed.
So,
what would the average person think? You tell me.
I don't know.
And that you were the last one. And that
I mean, when you're
there.
telling me this and saying staged, I would think, okay, I know I didn't do it, so did she do it? I'm not saying, I'm trying to look at this from the other angle because I know what I did and didn't do. So I'm trying to figure it out as you guys are, and it's frustrating to me because I assumed this whole time she was taking her pills. And that's what happened. That's what I believed personally in my heart. So I am wondering the same thing when you're saying whatever, they mix it or they put it in and she had to have it hours before. I thoroughly want to know more about this myself because I've never heard of this. So I want to know how long you have to take this, or when does it show, or I want to know the same things because I don't buy it. I don't buy it that I had to help her take that. She couldn't take it herself. I don't understand that. And I don't understand that it was taken right before. I don't understand that because I don't know anything about it. I really don't. I understand things happen with pills. I'm not saying that's what she died of. Obviously, she didn't die of. But even that, I know it takes a lot. I watched my mom try to commit suicide twice. Okay? Didn't work. I watched Lynn do it once before with pills, or at least get so sick where she puked them all over. I've seen a lot. I know a lot in that sense. I don't know much about it.
We agree because we didn't know either about I think the most we all thought was the same thing you saw in Wedding Crashers, the movie when you see that. So when we find out about
and to hear somebody can actually die that way, that's even more.
Exactly, it's really odd. So when you start putting, so like, why would she do that? Let's say Lynn was able to figure this out. Hypothetically, she was able to figure it out. Why would she have to stage the pills? Why would she do that to herself? I'm gonna kill myself, Chris, by using Visine, but then to make it look good, I'm gonna like put a bunch of pills here. That's where, if you ask the average person, it's gonna be that doesn't seem right. And you're the only one with the access. You're the only one there. You're the last one. Hour or two, actually, you're leaving around. I mean, it could have been there longer, but our phone has you there around 12:30, and then 4 hours later, you're back there finding her. I don't know. It looks odd. To help us explain.
I get it. I get what you're saying. I don't know how much more. I mean, I'm just trying to pinpoint everywhere I was that day, what I did. I don't remember being there that long, but I get it. Phone records. I'm not going to deny them. They show it. I only remember what I did that day when I was there that day. You know, that's I can give you bits and pieces or time frames. I didn't feel I was there that long that morning. Maybe I was. I really don't remember it, to be honest. And I didn't think I was even that day. But I will agree. I told him in years. I watch Live PD and all that. I watch all of it. So I know how the phone works. I know how things work. I'm not stupid. So when you say it, I'll take your word for it in that sense. He asked, "Oh, are you gonna find anything in your searches?" No, you're not. Search away. I don't have anything to hide in that sense. You can look at my financials and think I'm a joke and I did whatever, but like I told him, I said, when it comes to money, that is not, I would never kill somebody for money. I mean, and I don't see why you guys would think that with her, because she didn't have it.
Hold on, because him and I disagree, but we agree on one thing, that you probably gave her some Visine. Yeah. That's what we agree on. Just motive we disagree on. Do you ever met Lynn's cousin John?
What?
Lynn's cousin John Fryer. Ever met him?
No.
The reason this whole thing started upstairs at the medical examiner
Mhm.
is John Fryek's a former U.S. attorney, retired,
Mhm.
and he thinks Lynn's death was suspicious.
Okay.
So he went up to the medical examiner's office and just asked the question, hey, I've been a prosecutor for 37 years. And Lynn wasn't
This
there.
wasn't Jim out of curiosity? 'Cause
No. Well, Jim poked around too, but
Yeah.
John went there first. And he said, I'm a prosecutor for 37 years.
Yeah.
And Lynn was good friends with his mother, I think. His mother was in a home.
Was it, was that Lynn's aunt then?
It could be.
Because she always talked about her, but I never.
And so he goes, the family tends to think, and again, I don't know that well, but
Mhm.
this doesn't pass the smell test for me. Is everything in her autopsy correct?
Mhm.
And that's what makes Dr. Linda look at her file again, because she was in the stack of routine problems. I'll get to this when I get to this.
Yeah.
I have real criminal cases to do
I
first.
understand that.
And that's when she looks at it, and
I don't know who he is. And
she actually apologizes, saying, Chris, I missed this. Because she has all these medicines in her.
Yeah.
And then I overlooked this one, and I didn't know what this one was, and then she did her research, and that's when she found out that we have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I don't think you're a cold-blooded killer. I think you're a likable, decent person with a big heart. I think Lynn was dying, she was sick, and you helped her. And if I had to go in front of a judge, that's what I would say. I don't want to put him in front of her going, hey, look at all the money, because that was so bad too.
Let me ask you, how much money did you make at Potto last year?
We hit a jackpot.
A jackpot? How much do you think is the most you ever spent at Potto? On one night?
I don't know. I'm being honest. I mean, I don't know. We hit a jackpot. That's why you think I
I got the tax return, and I'm asking. I'm like, that's why I'm asking, because if it's a span of over time, I mean, it's. I don't know, Jesse. I'm just trying to wonder where $200,000 went. Do you have $200,000 sitting in your bank account?
No.
Because you dress like a normal person. There's no Gucci or Louis Vuitton stuff. You're not a junkie. You're not putting it in your arm.
No, my arms are completely clean.
You're not a big jewelry girl.
No.
You don't have a fancy car.
No.
You live in a meager house that's rented with your boyfriend.
No.
Where'd the money go?
Where'd it go?
Back in the day, I mean, I used to have a bunch of stupid loans and dumb stuff. I don't anymore. We paid off debt. That was really all it was back in the day.
I don't believe you have nothing to do with this. And I want to give you all the opportunity to come up with a plausible explanation. And again, I don't think you killed her.
I get what you're saying. I mean, I know we're going back and forth. I didn't help her. I guess the best thing I can say is keep investigating and look, because it wasn't me.
What do we keep investigating? You're the only one. You're the one taking care of it. You're the one that has access. You're the one that was there.
The one buying the Visine.
You're the one buying the Visine. So you tell me, where do we look? Tell me where to look then, because I'm the one that's kind of this opinion. Chris has another opinion.
I don't know. I guess I would start looking into the other people in her life then, because it wasn't me.
Oh, you were there till 12:30. She wasn't freshly dead when you showed up at 4:55. So in that 4-hour span, there was nobody there. A minute ago, you're telling us that she did this to herself.
I think she did, but you guys don't, and you think it was me. So I don't know what to think with that. I didn't help her. And if there's somebody that helped her, then you gotta look somewhere besides me, because it wasn't me. I did not do this to her.
And Detective, if I told you you've got about 3 minutes left on this interview, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay, so if we can go to slide 13, please. It's a 1-minute clip.
Please. I'm willing to do whatever I need to do so you guys can see that it wasn't me. That's where I'm at. I don't want, because I asked you a question before and I still don't agree with it. I feel like right now I am being charged with murder.
You're not.
I feel like I am.
I mean,
I would tell you.
And finally, slide 14, please, is 2 minutes.
If you guys are done investigating, then when are you moving forward?
we're not done
So we're
investigating.
done investigating.
So you just made it sound like you were done investigating. You just said, what more is there to investigate?
No, I said, tell me who else to investigate.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a plausible lead, I'll take it.
I wish I did.
Because now everything points at you. That's where we're at.
I wish I did. That's why that was the first thing I said to you. She was in the hospital recently. I wanted to know why the hospital didn't see this and the medical examiner did. You told me that they feel it was done the day of. I don't agree with those theories.
Originally, I thought it was
I get it. They have a license and I don't. I would think this was something done over time, or I would think that stay in the hospital, something would have came up. I don't see how.
made my case better. Originally, I thought that you did this
So glad everyone thinks so.
for nefarious reasons, because I thought it was over time.
Yeah.
And I thought over a 30 or 60-day period, you were giving her a little bit in her pudding or her jello or her coffee every day, and that's how it built up in her system to such a degree. And the doctor says that's not what happened. So that threw my theory out of the way, which puts you in a better light in my eyes going, well, you have a sick lady that's asking you for help, and you assisted. That's kind of where I spun this in my brain, because, again, we talk to people about you. I mean,
I get it. I'm sure you
and you don't fit the profile of someone that's going to cut someone's throat. That's not you. You're helping a lady in her worst times.
Yeah.
That takes a special person. And when I say helping a lady, not your mom or your father or your brother. You're helping a stranger, for lack of a better term. When I say a stranger, you know what I mean. It's not blood. It's
like my mom.
But you're taking care of her at her worst time. And that says something about a person. So I was hoping it was over a little bit every day. It's building up in her system. And eventually, when got more and more compliant and lethargic, and her system shut down. But that's not what happened. Which has been more to his theory then. So I have to excuse myself for a second. I got a little bit of a thing going in my tummy.
Detective Hoppy, in the portions that we just watched, do you recall a discussion about Lynn's estate and the personal representative?
Yes,
Do you recall Ms. Kurczewski saying she didn't know that she was?
that's correct.
Is that true?
Object.
Sustained, thank you.
If I can please show the witness and publish Exhibit 83, which is already in evidence. Detective Happy, were you here when Attorney Nowakowski testified about the probate file?
Yes, I was.
And were you here when there was a discussion about Exhibit 83, which is being published?
Yes, I was.
What does it say for the scanned date on the top of this document?
November 4th, 2019.
And what was the date of the interview we just watched?
July 9th, 2019.
And on the top left, is that PR case number that Attorney Nowakowski talked about?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if we scroll to page 3 of this document, Detective Happy, is there a signature purporting to belong to Jessy Kurczewski on this document?
Yes, there is.
Do you remember, have you seen this document before this trial?
Yes, I have.
Generally, what is it purporting to be?
A last will and testament.
Who is the only one that is benefited from this document?
Ms. Kurczewski.
What is the date by Ms. Kurczewski's signature?
July 29th, 2018.
And remind the jury when the interview is.
July 9th, 2019.
So almost a year between the two.
Just a few days short of one full calendar year.
And the interview the jury just watched, Ms. Kurczewski said that she didn't even know she was personal rep on the estate, right?
That's correct.
Okay. We can take the publish down. Detective, were there occasions in the next several days when you interviewed Ms. Kurczewski additional times?
Multiple, yes.
Why did each of those interviews happen?
Every day I came to work, I was notified that Ms. Kurczewski wished to speak with investigators again.
Okay. Was one of those notes sent on July 10th of 2019?
That is correct.
Did you speak with Ms. Kurczewski on July 10th, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Was Detective Cole with you?
I believe he was present, yes.
Okay. If I could please just show the witness, and this may take a moment to load, Judge. We're on to Exhibit 203 at this point.
How long is your questioning on 203?
Well, the clips alone are over an hour.
And I know I had an abbreviated morning break, and I think it'd be helpful if we just, since you're on a new exhibit, a new interview, that we break early for the lunch hour. I don't know what time they ordered for some of you your lunch. I'll make sure we do not start. I think it's usually been about 12:15. So we'll start back up, but I'll have the attorneys come back in an hour, give you all an hour, and then we'll see where your lunches are at. If you all are done, we'll start soon after that as well. So my admonitions previously obviously remain: do not discuss this case, do not do any research, and enjoy your lunch. I'll rise for the jury.
Oh my days, I can't believe it. Away from home. Oh my God, I can't believe. I don't know what to say. Which is not like me.
All right, thank you. We are in recess.
Jonathan could be productive. Oh, damn. Oh. No worries. Thierry, you catch up. Jonathan, you catch up. It's all good. Oh, I'm so tired. I don't know what to say. I'm falling asleep here. This is, you know, I hope this is actually quite good. It's good. I hope people now actually see what they actually do, what the police actually do in interrogations. It's not a joke. It's not funny. This is what they do. So you can imagine being in her position and just being like, "Oh crap! I think I've just killed somebody." You sound like I feel today. I'm just tired. That's all it is, John. Can you imagine being you killed someone, and then the other guy saying, "Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think you killed her. I just think you assisted her." I mean, it sounds preposterous. You would ever admit to something, but with all anxiety and all that, like, pressure on you, you're 100% not going to admit to any murder. But I can't see what people do admit to. Yeah, I did help you, or yeah, I helped, because they probably think, well, I'm not going to get into trouble for this, so they're going to pin murder on me. I didn't do the murder, but for a lesser charge, I'll take it. I'll take it. Brendan Darcy, you know, this is what happened to him with the Stephen Avery case in Wisconsin. And where is this? It's Wisconsin. Brandon Darcy, I don't remember his name, sorry, admitted to murdering or helping his uncle murder that lady news reporter. this was what happened to him. He was coerced. No, I'm not saying she's been coerced in the sense of that she may well be guilty. I'm not saying that. It's what I don't like about the line of questioning and stuff. Can you take all these things seriously? I just don't like it, especially if you're being questioned, you're panicking, you're nervous. I just think there's a lot that comes into it. Serious, yeah. He's been really trying to see things from both sides in this, and it is states, but to prove, I think it's very possible she is all guilty and just want no questions left. Yeah, comes down to reasonable doubt, but what is definition of reasonable doubt? Yeah, there's that. Philip told me a group of people that were walking on the sidewalk. They saw me. I was fighting. What the fuck? I missed them. It's a chat with Jonathan. I had a £500 lady cop. Oh, here we go. £500 lady cop. No exaggeration though. £500 lady cop drive up to me moving furniture into the place. We just moved there and tell me a church call saying I was fighting with someone like fist fight did. I told her I'd been with my family the whole time and she said you were fighting straight to me. Like hoping I would say anything she could get me. Yeah. That's what they do. Cops are massive liars. Not at all. It's a very scummy common tactic. Yeah. Darcy is exactly what has been going through my mind. Watching that made me so angry. Yeah, Darcy is what I think of. Do you know what I mean? Now I know he was different, and I still can't believe he's in prison. I just can't believe he's still in prison. He should be out, but that's another case. That's another case. Um, I don't know. I just hope this kind of trial opens people's eyes to, do not speak to the cops. We're guilty, whether they are, just don't speak to them because they twist everything. They've done the bad cop, good cop, bad cop routine. I don't think you're guilty anymore. I did think you were guilty. I did, 100%. But when the autopsy came back and, you know, there had been no signs of you doing it for weeks and stuff, then I just knew you were a killer. I just knew it. You don't look like a killer to me. My partner, though, we disagree. He's a bad cop. We disagree. So, but you can tell me, I know you didn't do it. You haven't got it in you. No way have you got it in you. You would have assisted her because you're such a nice person. You're such a nice person that, hey, if that was my friend, my family member, I'd probably do the same. Probably do the same as you. So there's nothing wrong with assisting. We can tell the judge, we can get you off with that one. Assisting in death is totally different. But you got to be honest with me. You got to be telling me these things because partner, my partner's ready to arrest you. He's ready to, but I'm not. But it's all pointing in his direction. So tell me a little bit more. How are you assisting her? That's what they do. I sort of thinking she might be getting railroaded. The more she opens her mouth, the more guilty she be. And again, Dandy, she could very well be guilty. I'm just discussing in general. I'm saying now about how I don't like the tactic they're using. I'm not. I'm using her as an example here, just in case people think I'm saying she is guilty or not guilty. I have no idea yet. Um, I just don't like the tactic. Jonathan, I knew a girl named Darcy whose mum was like 80 and gave birth to her at like 64 or something wild. She was the oldest egg ever fertilized. She looked like a troll and was. Jesus, Jonathan. Everyone was not very bright. Are you saying Emma was not very bright? I know you're not. Lol. Yeah, think we are on about different people, but fair play on the preservation of eggs, lol. Yes, Brendan Darcy, Stephen Avery's nephew we were on about. She looked nothing like a parent. It was so wild, so random, Jonathan. I'm saying don't use the last egg before menopause. Right, so yeah, I'm just warning people. If you still watch this trial and you still think it's a good idea to speak to cops after seeing what they do, can't help you. I can't help you. Do you know what I mean? Whether you're guilty, whether you're not guilty, just never ever speak to them because everything you say will be used against you in evidence. That's why whatever the line is, whatever you say may not be used against you in evidence. So that's why you've got to, take it all in. And that's why you got to lawyer up straight away. And I know, right? So the flip of this, right? If you watch the Dateline, for instance, or anything like that, they always say this. The cops always say the same, right? Like, well, we got him in, started asking questions, but do you know what they did? They asked for an attorney. I knew right there and then that we had them guilty as anything, and that's the mentality of the cops. If you ask for an attorney, you're guilty. You're guilty. So that's the flip side of it, you see so many bloody fly police officers that will say, as soon as you get out of the attorney, you're guilty. The only way you can protect your rights fully and properly is to get an attorney. That doesn't mean that you don't answer questions. It just means you've got someone side that can ensure that it is done legally and in the right way. If you've got nothing to hide, then get a lawyer and answer questions. But they can't pull those kind of stunts then. Lawyer. So I don't know. Just something to think. Just something to think about for everybody. I think it's the same with Matt. Do you know what I mean? When Matt Moore, when he keeps saying all the time to us, when he thought, oh, they've used what I've said, now they're trying to use it against me. And as soon as he knew, right, I'm free to go, he go, yeah, just went. But then they used that against him. Like, well, he lawyered up, couldn't contact him anymore, couldn't do anything. Um, didn't go to any search parties. Yeah, he didn't go to search parties because you all accused him of murder. So cops will always. But what? But vast majority of people, who do people trust? Who do you need to trust? The police. You're taught to trust the law, the police, and everything. Um, and that's people do trust them. So when they say, "Oh, we got a man," yeah, we got a man, he's guilty, you're gonna believe it. We've all probably been there one time or another. Probably there now, but most of us probably have been there. Just unfortunate. And that's why I'm trying to get away from that analogy and just try and be like, oh, innocent unless proven guilty. And it's not like guilty unless proven innocent. Like, I see every day people pick and choose when to use that phrase, and that bugs me. It doesn't matter when or who, which trial you're in for. It's still the same saying. It's innocent unless proven guilty. And then you'll have someone go, "Oh yeah, but obviously Brian Kohlberger, we all know he's guilty. Oh, well, but Alex Murdoch, We know he's guilty. Obviously, Netflix told us, so that's fine. So I agree with you. But when it comes to Alex Murdoch, Brian Kohlberger, then they're guilty. Richard Allen, Delphi, guilty. Guilty. Get him out of here. But other than that, other than those guys, 100%. I agree with you. Valo, that's not. She's 100% guilty. 100. So other than those, right? I agree with you. No, it's everyone. You're all innocent unless proven guilty. Everybody is. Alex Murdoch was. If he gets an appeal, he still is. Brian Kohlberger, he's innocent unless proven guilty. Now, do I think he's guilty? No, I actually probably lean towards that he's innocent. As in, there's nothing there. Hang on, I disagree. Kohlberger aren't innocent right now. KT, that's my point. That's the point I'm making by saying people are saying that Cobra and Allen are guilty now. No, no, they're not. They are completely innocent. They're completely innocent. So maybe you didn't get what I was trying to say. I don't know. Maybe I've said that wrong, but the point is, every defendant is innocent unless proven guilty. Everybody. That's my belief for it. So I believe that Kohlberger is innocent. I believe Allen is innocent. Why? Because they haven't had their day in court. If they found to be guilty, great, no problem. I got no affiliation to them. I don't care. Everyone deserves their day in court. Everyone deserves an opportunity, a fair trial. Find the key back. There's that as well. You're saying that's what others say. I did get, yeah. All right, yeah, that's what I'm saying is that was my bad impression, obviously, of other people that keeps. So lots of people say innocent unless proven guilty, but only when it suits them. Only when it suits them, they say it. They'll say it for Valo. Sorry, they'll say it for I don't know. Karen Reed's a good one. A lot of people think right, she's innocent, right? Which I do. But then when it came to um, who was Alex Murdoch before the trial started, the same people saying she's innocent unless proven guilty, which they're right to say. So those same people, same group, were saying that Alex Murdoch was guilty until proven innocent. And you can't do that. Alex Murdoch was innocent unless proven guilty. Now the jury found him guilty. No problems. I've got no issues with that. Do I agree? Questionable. I don't fully agree with that, but the right process was done. I think he would be granted. He should have his appeal because I don't believe that he should have been processed, been in the and trial for all the financial stuff. I think it's mad, but that's just my opinion. Um, so with Jesse though, okay, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm still there with you. Think we're still going through the process with all this, so we'll see whether she's guilty by the end or not. I don't have an opinion as much now. So Peter Tragos is the one that told me, not talk, well, not oh Pete, I do it, no, not phone me, but Peter Tragos, I used to watch him from the start. I used to say this in every stream. He'd be like, right, you start the day, the trial, innocent. So the person's innocent. And as the days go along, you could then got a picture in your mind. There's innocent, there's guilty. Oops. So there's not guilty, there's guilty. Where are on this. So you could be all the way here to thinking he's close to guilty. But just remember, you got to go past that. Guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So you can go all the way up to there, up to guilty. Oh, I know he's guilty. I know he's guilty, but that's beyond a reasonable doubt. So we've read the probable cause affidavit in the Allen case, and the evidence against Richard Allen is not particularly impressive. I've not watched it. I've not read any of it, to be honest with you. I know the think tank covers it a lot, so I've not really covered it. I've not looked at it, to be honest with Tim. But even without reading it, he's innocent. Do you know what I mean? Currently, and I do think it's a disgrace how he's been treated. He's in prison, being treated like an animal. From what, by all accounts, is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. The guy is innocent, and he's been treated like an animal. He's lost so much weight. He sleeps on the floor, by all accounts. Do your own research. He should never be in prison. He has the same right as everyone else. He should be in a holding cell in jail, awaiting trial, treated like a reasonable person, not treated like an animal. No matter what you think of him, that's a minimum he deserves currently. So yeah, I don't like what's going on in that trial from what I've seen of it so far. The inconsistencies in trials between judges as well, I just don't like. But what can you do really? So yeah, there's a lot of big ones coming up that I never lose the focus of innocent unless proven guilty. I reckon we should be the alternate corner juror specialist. That's the whole idea. So one of the reasons that I started this is because I got so much hate for my takes. I I always said to people, I don't care if you agree with me. You could all be disagreeing with everything I'm saying. I'd be surprised if you did, but you could. And I'm not going to be like, Emma, if you disagreed with me about any, I'm not going to be like, oh, Emma, fuck off. Oi, mate, fuck. No, it's going to be, all right. Why do you think that? You can discuss it out. I think that having different opinions is healthy. Um, and even if you think someone might, oh, it's close to being guilty, but he's not. Like for me, Murdoch's not quite there. Wasn't quite there. Not for me. Wasn't proven. Obviously, it doesn't matter what I think, but I could debate with somebody and give my reasons why I don't think it was. I'm not one of these that go, 100% he was not guilty. I'm not one of those because I see there was evidence, but there wasn't enough, in my opinion. So I think you can debate with people. It's healthy to do that. But I just got shut out. But people were, if you have a different opinion on Twitter, Jesus Christ, and people tell other people to block you then because of that. It's like, what? Why are we like sheep? You can agree with me, but you can also disagree with me. So that's why I started this channel. A lot of it was because, there's some channels out there which I won't name because it's not fair. But if you went into them and watched them, I remember going and watching some myself. Because everyone seems to have the same thought process. If you question the host or some of the mods in chat about your opinion, you get booted. It's like that's not what it's about. It's about having a healthy debate. In my opinion, anyway. You know, sometimes it's hot when people disagree, but as long as we're all adults about it, I think we can all learn from each other. Well, that's how I look. I'm not perfect. I'm sure there'll be days where I snap and just like, oh, fucking, I don't agree with her. She's fucking, whatever. But for the most part, I think, you agree to disagree. That's part and parcel of it, I think, So Emma, what you just said there is basically what was trying to start. I want people to have a different experience than what I had. I want people to know that they can have, free speech in my channel. You can have free speech. You can say what you want to say, but as long as it's in a respectful way. I'll never stop that. Freedom of speech is so, so important. Don't be a sheep. If you believe in what you're saying, I've got no issues. Just don't because one person says it, don't just follow the person then because it's a cool thing to do. No, you can challenge it. Challenge the thought process sometimes. There's nothing wrong with it, I don't think, but apparently there's something wrong with that. The treatment of Ireland reminds me of how the Stalin regime treated Nikolai Valyvov. The US is supposed to be better than the Soviet Union in this Stalin regime. I agree. Yes, it's innocent unless or until proven guilty. So whether people like it or not, Brian Coburn is innocent in the eyes of the law right now because he has not been proven guilty of a mistake. 100%. 100%. I hope, by the way, that everyone saw that what I meant earlier on, that I 100% Brian Coburn is innocent, Richard Allen's innocent, everyone's innocent. Until we see all the evidence and until we go to court of law where they deserve their time. It's about being able to disagree like that instead of sit and rage over everything. Yes, but it's hard. And you know what? I'm guilty of it. I won't put my hands up. I'll put my hands up and say, there's wine mums out there, and maybe shouldn't call them out, but well, I mean, there's loads of them anyway. So they'll say stuff, and I've jumped on them. They jump on me all the time. But they just sort of gang on you then for your opinion. Now I'm guilty of giving them the time of day. Well, actually, not bother if I can help it. Ignore them. Fucking, I got better things to do. Do you know what I mean? Agreed. So basically, what he was saying, what she was saying, Chris was saying, is what I'm trying to say. In case anyone's thinking I'm saying something differently, I'm also Welsh, so you've got to forgive me for stuff. I have no opinions either way about Brian Coburn at this stage. 100%. I prefer to see the evidence unpresented at the trial. Thank you. I'm going to do a few more Brian Coburn like short videos and stuff, right? Just in essence, because just remind people, look, there's nothing there. Yeah. Even this K-bar knife. Well, where's the knife? It's a sheath. But the sheath could have gone anywhere. Brian hasn't even explained it yet. Do you know what I mean? I'm sure he will explain it, or they will explain it. I don't agree. I don't agree with any of the same things as someone else's. There's going to be some stuff that are way. I don't agree with any of the same things as someone else's. There's going to be some stuff that are my way of that. 100%. I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree. I agree. Jonathan is spot on. Yeah. That's what I love here. I read LLC sometimes, and the criminal comment disrespectful. We're so lucky with this community. We are, man. And it's the same thing, right? I people might think that I am one of these people. Everyone's innocent. No, no, not at all. There's people like that. Oh, what's his name? Jonathan something. The niece's trial. When the state before they arrested, I said I believe he's guilty. Now other people thought he wasn't. So for me, it's not about innocence and that's it. No, it's the process being followed. Go through the testimony and then making your opinion on a daily basis. Now, in that case, with Richard, whatever his name was, I think I became part of the guilty clan a lot sooner than others. And I still know to this day there's people say, no, don't believe fully guilty, that they think they didn't quite prove. I disagree with that. That's my right to disagree with it. Same as it's their right to think he's not guilty. So I'm not saying everybody's not guilty. You just have to look at the evidence. and then we can disagree. I think it's fine to disagree whether someone's guilty or not guilty. I think that's fine. I've got no issues with that. Just don't make decisions based on podcasts and there's other streamers out. I'm not going to call them out because I'm not giving them the time of day. Always says reasonable minds can differ. It's possible to have another conversation about different things. And sometimes it's hard though. And I've seen it in this chat sometimes. Good people find it quite hard to be like, getting hot under the collar because you've got that belief. No, he's innocent. No, they've not proven it. But it's like being able to step back and breathe and be like, whoa, 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 whoa. It's just an opinion. I think that I'm very lucky with this chat. The amount of people that aren't very intelligent in the chat. I learn a lot off you guys. I generally do. I'm very lucky. That's one of the best blessings of being a smaller channel. When you become a bigger channel, it becomes a lot more toxic. Whether you like it or not, it just does. And although obviously everyone wants to become bigger and able to do this full time or whatever, what have you, but you can't lose that focus either. And I've lost people on this channel because of it, of my opinions. I know I've lost people. There's recently I made a comment recently about a streamer. So a streamer, I don't remember her name now. She posted pictures of Valo's autopsy or something. The kid was charging $3 or something, and I know I didn't have my view on it was why are you going after so everybody 90% of the internet went after the streamer. It's like, why are you going after it? If that, I would never ever post pictures of a child, their autopsy or anything. I wouldn't. I never agree with it. I would never do it. But I would just unfollow, unsubscribe, bring my membership money back, and say good luck if that's what you want to do. The cancel culture around there was just right. So I made a video saying, hey, I don't agree with this. Just because you're giving her more fire and giving her a lot more opportunities to grow. Just leave it. Just unfollow, unsubscribe, take your membership back, and don't purchase it. But I got rinsed for it because it's like, no, this is disgusting. You're backing her. Fuck off. I'm not backing her. What she did was disgusting. But just don't follow these people. Just don't. Don't, because bad publicity equals good publicity. So the more you slag them off, the more people will look into this person and actually look at other videos and maybe follow. Sometimes draw a line, just unfollow. Do it quietly. Don't worry about it. Don't have to jump on, and loads of streamers jump on and go after this person as an opportunity to dig them out. I don't agree with that. Just, do you know what I mean? Just if you don't like them, unfollow them. If you don't like me, unfollow them. Like someone wrote me a message saying why they unfollowed me. I was like, dude, I don't give a fuck. My opinion. I don't mean that in a rude way. Their message was very rude to me. And if I don't change, then they're not following me. Fuck off then. Do you know what I mean? I don't mean that in a bad way, but I don't like people impairing on my freedom of speech like that. Same way that you guys have a free platform with me, I also have a free platform. I could personally care less about them defending themselves. I watch each trial primary to see if the state meets its burden. I'm ready to be convinced by the state need to do it. Yeah, look, I view it a little bit different, Katie. But in its grand scheme of things, I agree. In grand scheme of things, basically, yeah, I agree with you. Life is like £150 bull. This is why I love it. Life is like £150 bull mastiff that mounts you all the time, and that damn dog won't listen. Oh, Jesus. And I agree that BK, should be treated like every other arrested person. Treat him like he has already been proven guilty is appalling. 100%. I've got no issues with him. cuffs on, going in, him wearing a suit and stuff. Brilliant. He's an innocent man. Why shouldn't he? Oh, LC chat's so toxic. Everybody's always guilty and that. Yeah, I hate it. The state does half. I see one of my faves in the chat. I see them. If the state does a halfway decent job, you should feel the defendant is guilty at the end of the state's case and chief. But you have to stay objective and be ready to change your mind during defense. And you've always got to. That's what I'm saying. Into the day, where are you on that line of innocent, not guilty, guilty? Where are you on that line today? And you've got to be prepared to not just take to guilty. You need to be prepared to go back a few steps sometimes as well. Or yeah, people can get passionate about what they feel and believe. We're all the same, Chris. We are all the same. It's just like you need to remember it. And I'm one of those people that, hey, Lady Lord here, she knows how hot I get. So I'm preaching here, but I'm guilty of it just as much as anyone, guys. I go off the fucking hand on Twitter. Jesus, I go off go off on one, and then have to have people like Lady Law then going, oh, rein you in, get the fish back in. So, but that's what I don't want here. I want people to have an open mind. We're on Twitter. There's no open minds. Like, you're wrong, shut up. I'm like, well, I fucking tell you who's wrong, you prick. See what I mean? So that's not healthy. I can't wait till you get big so I can say bad. Oh, Jonathan, I know. And here she is. Here she is. My Lady Law, 5791. Well, I was actually speaking about it earlier on. We're talking about addiction. And in a way, it's a shame that you're not streaming this yourself, in a way, because a lot of addiction based stuff around it. Well, really around here. And actually, there's a lot of people in this chat that have close family members dealing with addiction, with alcohol and drugs. So, so for those that don't know, as I said earlier on, Lady Law is going to create a channel on addiction and support and things like that. So, you know, yeah, we'll be definitely supporting that. So that's someone, you know the kills, you know who she is anyway. Yes, exactly, Katie. If the state has presented a convincing case, we should be absolutely convinced the person is guilty at the end of the case. The defense can go ahead and throw doubt on that. 100%. 100%, Chris. This is, exactly what I was going to say, Lilo, or F them. Yeah, F them all. Katie, Emma, it was bad publicity of Zach doing the keep your lips closed. It was the bad publicity of Zach doing the keep your lips closed that got me watching the trial. I went from who is this guy to free Zach Anderson. Exactly. We can speak all day about Zach. You know what I mean? Great topic. I'm listening well. It's all good, Andy. It's all good. Yeah, I'm just ranting over lunch here. There's not there's no like rhyme or reason here. I'm just as long as people are here, I'll speak. There's no thing. Note, I don't personally battle it, but love someone. Yeah, please. I'm not saying she does. I mean, she's got her own addictions. She's got addiction to the D. The D being me. She's addicted to me, but that's a good addiction. The only good addiction. So no, she doesn't know, but she can tell her story. I'm not going to tell her for her. She will, when she launches the channel, and you'll all be subscribed to it, and you'll all be there for opening night. I know you will be to support this wonderful woman. Then, yeah, she can explain her story then for that. I mean, she has said the story, but I mean, I'm not going to spoil it for anyone else. Gilf, the Gilf is on fire. We will start a new club, Jonathan Distal and Fan Club. Yeah, you've got a long way to go before then. Long way to go before then. But yeah, it is where we are, and the other aspect, because he's brought up about Free Zachariah Anderson, I just do not like. I'm not just saying, no, most people. Some people I know in the stream still believe he's guilty. Is it your mind or my ears that are struggling with the crackle? Don't know. Anyone else got any crackling? People gonna have to tell me. How is the audio for everyone else? What's me? What crackling now then? Fuck me. Please. That was a genuine question. Let me get it up. Oi, oi. Let me get it up. Oi, oi. Right. Let me go back a little bit here then. Me. She's addicted to me. Well, that's a good addiction. The only good addiction. So no, she doesn't know. But she can tell the story. Not going to tell it for her. She will, when she launches the channel, and you'll all be subscribed to it, and you'll all be there tonight. I know you will be to support this wonderful woman. Then, she can explain her story then for that. I mean, she has. I think that, but it's only like every minute or two, isn't it? I couldn't hear it that much there. Sounds like connection. Well, I've still got the same connection, so I can hear it too. I hear it too. Sounds like connections. Thank you, Evolve. I can't get over the detail regarding the money discrepancy, 20 to 200k. That's a good point. So hang on, we get to that now. So I got a mic here. Is that I don't know, I'll just leave it there and see how it goes. Before getting into there, Tracy's point here of I can't get over the detail regarding the money discrepancy, 20k to 200k. So for those that missed it, Jessy, well, the detective said, how much money do you think, Lynn, is it her name, Lynn, has given you over the last couple of years? And she said 20 grand. They're like, no, it's 190 grand. So I mean, that's a little bit of a, a little bit different there. And Lady Law, Tracy made it. This is why, actually, it was Tracy's comment that made me comment you. I think paraphrasing, Tracy said, we don't know how difficult it is to deal with people dealing with addiction. Like, I haven't got a friend I don't believe I have any friends dealing with addictions. Not that I know, but like drugs and alcohol, and you got to monitor them and stuff like that. How do you deal with it? Um, so that's why your name came up. Your name is always in front of my lip anyway. But that's why that came up. And that was a very good point that actually I went to reflect on. But it's still bloody annoying, lol. Not hearing it now. Did you move your mic? I moved it a little bit, yeah, but I'm not sure if that makes a difference. I don't really understand. I'm not actually what I've done is I moved my headphones. What? The lips or the addiction? I Lady Law. So Tracy, Lady Law, if you so anyway, Lady Law will friggin' Nora. I have to do it because I love her. Still crackling, fuck's sakes. Or maybe because I lifted something. Oh no, do you know what it is? It should be better now. It should be better now. There should be no crackling now. It was because my speaker was in. Lady in red, the lady in red. So those of you, Jesus, you got 207 subscribers. Motherfucker. This is Lady Law channel. So there we are. So Tracy, everyone else should have joined it, but Tracy, because you're new, you might not have joined it. That's her channel. She'll be covering addictions and stuff like that. I would love to talk to you about addictions, Lady Law. Hey, Lady Law, what you need to message me as well. When are you coming on to do? Everyone keeps asking me when are you coming on to do Matt Moore. I forgot. Didn't ask you this week because I didn't want to bother you because I know you'd be busy. So but yeah, get you on for Matt Moore. So what else was I saying? Oh, the Zachariah one. So whilst you've got that's my voice going. That was whilst you've got DAs like Gravely as well that allow are allowed to lie. Or maybe it's me kicking the mic as well. Just noticed that. When you got DAs like Gravely allowed to lie about testimony and get stuff in very dubious ways and to have no punishment for it. I mean, that's it seems wrong. In some ways, it seems that the defendants have a lot of people don't want defendants to have any rights, but they want people like prosecutors to be protected, even though they lie from what the defendants do. It's just weird. And I know that I got viewers here. I know I'm not going to name them because it's not fair, but I got viewers that still think Sakurai is guilty based on the trial. And to be quite honest with you, I can see why. I can't see why. Now, obviously, we're very lucky, or Zach's very lucky that with benefit of hindsight and having Solomon going around explaining a lot of testimonies, explaining where the holes were, being and the family actually Jen and Solomon doing a huge amount of work showcasing the evidence and showcasing what the truth is, like timelines and how inconsistent they were, what the actual DNA actually meant and stuff, then we get an opportunity to relook at stuff. But in the moment, I can see why jurors would have maybe, like, you don't expect the DA to lie about stuff. He even said in his closing argument that the body was found. Rosario Gutierrez's body was found, according to him. So, till that's stopped, I don't think corruption's ever going to end. And so we've spoken before, but I think that for a lot of people, it's a win. It's nothing about the justice system. It's about we want to win. Plain and simple. And I don't think that's just in criminal, though. I think that's. I'm not going to speak about lawyers in general. I don't know enough about lawyers, but I'm just going by what, like your Eric Blands and stuff like that. I don't have massive respect for him, but I'm suppose he is probably a really good lawyer. Got nothing to doubt because he keeps winning, but I'm not sure that I can't go into it. I don't really know him, but I think he would do anything at all costs to win. Um, wow, I would never kill someone for money. How about I would just never kill someone? Period. I mean, that's another. Yeah, okay, Tracy. Tracy, you're on the ball. You're much more on the ball than I am. That's a very good point. Why would you say I would never kill someone for money? So you'd kill for something else? Yeah, points. There's a few good points for me today. Your contribution is very valid today, Tracy. Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciation. It's getting really dark here. It's absolutely, I can't see outside. But I'll stay till they come back. And then I'll close the curtains. And yeah. Oh, also, this judge is very good looking today. I love her little ponytail. Love her. Addiction does funny things to you that you would never dream of without suffering the addiction. Yeah, this is why, it's hard to comment about. Also, I imagine that every addiction is different as well. It's not like one size fits all, and that's me speculating. I've no idea. That's just me thinking it can't be the same for everybody. There's no like quick fix for everybody. Certain things work for certain, but there's no like you can't just get a file from the drawer somewhere. Go, oh, right, what's your addiction? What opioid? So what you need to do, right, is you do that. There's I'm sure there's steps, but it's got to be, people react differently to it. Same with anxiety, OCD, and stuff like that. There's no quick fix. Like you talk to certain people that are in that industry, they think there's a quick fix. There's only one way to fix things. Whereas not really. There's should be the ways because we're all different. We're all built different. Some are big, some are small, some are thin, some are fat, some are ugly, some are pretty, some are whatever. Some wear glasses, some don't. We're all different in the way we think, how we like things done. Um, yeah. So I just don't believe, like, again, in my opinion, I just don't believe there's one fix and one experience. I think it's different. Um, I'd be surprised if it was any different to that. Lights everywhere now because it's dark here. I have no idea how I would behave in an interview, but I know it's very likely that lots of things will come out wrong. Yeah, yeah, and that's why you need a lawyer. That's why you need a. But it's interesting because I'm saying all this now, and I think most people in chat will say it. But as I said to you earlier on, when you watch your Datelines, watch these crimes, see all the FBI, everyone says, as soon as you get a lawyer, to them, you're guilty. You're guilty. So, or you seem more guilty because why would you need a lawyer? You've got nothing to hide. Why do you need a lawyer? Well, Sonny Jim, I need a fucking lawyer because you're lying to me, you git. You allowed to lie to me. So I don't know what you're telling me the truth is. Like Matt said about his polygraph, they told him he failed it. Like he said, oh, did he? He doesn't to this day doesn't know he failed it at all. Just can make anything up. Anything they want. Good point, Kate. There's still some people sticking around here, which is surprising. Um, a lot of times people end up. So Jonathan is my only speaker in Rumble. Let me post this out in here. If you, sorry. So I'll explain something. So I dual stream. I stream on YouTube and Rumble, right? That's a link to the Rumble stream. The trouble is, no one's in Rumble, right? But I probably get more viewers there than I do here. The problem with YouTube, they they do pay better because they've got measurements to pay. Rumble, I pay, I think it's $10 or $11 a month I pay. I don't make any money off Rumble. I generally I make nothing. No matter, even though I have more viewers there, I make nothing on that channel. I don't know how it works. YouTube takes a bigger cut, but at least you get a bigger cut. At least you get a cut in membership, stuff like that. Rumble. So I'm trying to build a base in Rumble because one day, if YouTube's as tight as they are getting with freedom of speech, then I want to have a little bit of foundation over there in Rumble. So that's my Rumble link. Don't expect it to be small, but if you haven't joined, please join there. If you're able to have both streams open, do so. The trouble with Rumble is I can't put the chat of Rumble on here either. So that's a bit of a pain. So that's another reason I don't use that, and I use this chat better. But yeah, YouTube is my lowest viewed one, but it's probably better set up than Rumble. That's the only thing. But Jonathan said I needed to promote it, so I have. So I have promoted that for you, Jonathan. So yeah, give her a like and give her a follow. Nunez back. Hello, Nunya. The fact the leveling system was therapeutic doesn't scream drug addict, only the defendant and her mum said she was an addict, right? I don't. Prescribed meds were at the prescribed meds. So yeah, so prescribed ones were at a therapeutic levels. That's a good point. Yeah, so they found 2 tablets, didn't they, left, but they prescribed, they were fine. It's the non-subscribed, the eye drops, which were a high level. And then yeah. Hang on then. Yeah, okay. Let me just try that. Oh, I hadn't liked it myself. It's got a few people on Rumble there. So yeah, anyway. I don't know. We're supposed to be back in about 10, 15 minutes. The Gilf hasn't answered me back. I will do promise the Gilf will be on a Marble stream. We still got about 10 weeks to go, guys. So in the next 10 weeks, I'm sure she'll open her calendar up for us. I'm sure. No, she not sure. I know she will. She loves the D, so it's fine. I love the girl. What drugs were above therapeutic level? Is it? Are we talking about the eye drops though? I don't know. I'm not too for Katie. I'm just thinking, you know, she probably got something to say there. Right. They should be back in 10 minutes. So what I'm gonna do is I don't know what I'm gonna do. I actually don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna stay here. That's it. I need to make a coffee, but I'll make a coffee when they're back. I'm if you're a member, remember to go on Discord. I ate a breakfast for lunch today, right? British breakfast. Fryer. Bloody salty. Because I'm drinking like a fish right now. I came back. Oh, they're back. I downed a pint of water. Oh, they're back. Go through this water, fruit water, like it's nothing. Oh, look at the judge. She's looking hot. Hot stuff, baby, to see. How the fuck do I work this? Oh, you can't see the judge. That's why the judge is looking filthy hot. Oh, judgy. Oh, judgy. Oh, she's undo. Oh, I don't. Stop it. Stop it. Behave yourself. Behave yourself. You're muted. Oh, judge, you're muted. You're muted, judge. I've never heard of anyone abusing Visine. I don't know. Well, I mean, prove that maybe Lynn was. Do you mean potentially? Not saying she was, but I only remember them specifying that the prescribed meds were at therapeutic level. I don't remember anything else. That is fine. It was. They had two judge. Oh, come on, judge. Chris, I'll be honest. Like people think I'm a sick bastard, right? But she's gorgeous. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with complimenting a woman. I don't see anything wrong with it at all. But apparently it's degraded to do so. Okay, it's degraded because I called her a MILF. But I mean she's a cougar MILF. I know somebody offended with that, but come on. If you looked at what MILF was in the bloody dictionary, it's a picture of her. Do you know what I mean? Only question conspirator allowed to lol. Only Q conspiracists allowed lol. I think the judge is very aware of the cameras. Probably, yes. True. Just keep it nice, lol. Eek. Oh no, I keep it nice. I generally think she's very attractive. I yeah, I do not call her Judge Mummy Milkers. No, I would never do that to her. I would never do that. Yeah, that's a step. No, I generally think she's very, 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 very attractive. People who abuse drugs usually abuse all drugs, not just Visine, because they'll get you high. No idea. No idea. No, yeah, I couldn't slightly comment. The TB one, Darrow Books one, yes. Yeah, I'm being nice. No, I've seen other streams where holds him in and they are like ogling over men, and apparently it's absolutely fine to do so. So I don't think there's anything wrong with us being also, if the judge was a man and he was good look, if Peter Tragos was there right now, I'd be like, Jesus, he's a dilf. What a proper dilf that guy is. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not racist. I can appreciate a good looking man. I put Nick Bosa in the bloody emojis for you women. That's just for you guys, that is. None of you, I doubt it. Bloody Visine just and leaves you. Or just say he's hot. Oh, okay. You don't think he okay. Hot. Judge is a jilf. Oh, actually, jilf. Good. If the judge, that's a good jilf, actually. If the judge is a man unattractive, I might call him. So you wouldn't say he's a dilf then? That's weird to me. Betty White was a gilf. Well, Lady Law was a gilf. I wouldn't involve. Okay, yeah, that's fair. But that's why I try and just keep the abbreviated option of MILF, DILF, GILF. You think if she abused drugs, the drugs people abuse be at higher levels. To give for men to objectify while women objectify men is a step too far. But women, lol, kidding, of course. No, lol. I don't know, maybe call her a MILF then, if it's offensive. I think being called a MILF is actual. But again, I'm a guy. What the fuck do I know? To me, I think that being called a MILF is. Because I don't look at it as a. I just think MILF. Maybe because I've grown up in the American Pie era. I don't know. I just think it's a massive compliment. Channel your choice. No, well, no, it is. It is. But look, I don't mind calling it a hottie or something. I just thought calling a MILF was like better than calling her like. Well, what did Jonathan say? They used to call her Judge Mummy Milkers. Like I wouldn't call her Judge Mummy Milkers. I just thought calling her MILF was safe. But there's other ways I could say it. I just think she's hot. It's okay for us to do it. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, ba, ba, da, ba, ba. Oh, it's annoying because she's speaking. I can't hear her. Why would she put her hair in ponytail? Is that because she washed it this morning, or is that because she didn't wash her hair today? And it's like, oh, I don't like it, so I'm just gonna put it in there. What's the reason? Why do women put their hair in a ponytail like that? She she's not washed it. Yeah, so she probably will have. She'll probably wash it this evening. Then I imagine.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Judge.
We are back on the record in State versus Kurczewski.
Oh, I do
Appearances
that.
are as they were
I do that as
before.
well, Chris. I do that.
And I'd like to just have the jury brought out. Okay.
So I'm just wondering if the court has given any thought to, this is unrelated to the, testimony, but to what time we might end today. And I just would indicate that the state said they have another 3 or 4 hours of just video to play, plus a couple more hours of questioning. So it's clear to me that they won't finish with this witness today, and it'll take some time on Monday. So if there's any chance of being able to finish early today, say in the 4 o'clock hour, I'm just asking if that could be something we might think about. I'm sure the jury would appreciate leaving early on a Friday. I can stay as late as the court wants, although I do have some plans tonight. So I'm just asking for a special consideration.
Let's play it by ear. I'm not opposed to that. I always like to let my jury go a little bit early on a Friday if I can with a multi-week trial. We'll kind of play it by ear, and if we're around the 4 o'clock and we're at a point where we know Attorney Nicolai, that you have to start like a new topic. I mean, I'll sort of play it by ear with all of that, and maybe it's 1:45. It's a little earlier. I mean, I don't want to put us behind at all, but I think we're kind of progressing well.
Schedule, and I can kind of, make it clear I'm moving from one topic to the next once we get around that time.
Okay. Great. Yep. We'll see what I can do. No promises, but we'll see what I can do. All right, then, Madam Clerk, if you could have the first Detective Hoppy take the stand, it takes a little bit, and then Madam Clerk will get the jury.
Right, I'm gonna make a coffee and something. So I will be back. I'm gonna put some light and stuff like that as well. So don't miss me too much. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes.
You guys know that's my love clerk, right? Okay. Almost ready? Oh, got it. It's all right. So it's good to stand a little bit.
Chris, I forgot to plug it in my headphones, so that's why you feel an echo. So it should be fine now.
They weren't quite ready, but I figure we sit so much, it's good to stand. I can hear them.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Attorney Nikolai, when you're ready, you can continue.
Thank you. Detective Hoppy, when we broke for lunch, I was asking you some questions about July 10th of 2019, and I think you testified you spoke again with Ms. Kurczewski.
That's right.
And that was at her request?
Yes.
Okay. If I could please show the witness, Exhibit 203. And as we've talked about, sir, with Exhibit 202, you're aware that this interview also has been clipped apart?
Yes.
And have you seen all those pieces?
Yes, I have.
Have you also seen the entirety of the interview?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see Exhibit 203 before you?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the interview that was conducted with Ms. Kurczewski on July 10th, 2019.
Are those video clips fair and accurate pieces of the interview from that date?
Yes, they are.
I'd move Exhibit 203 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 203 is received. Permission to publish granted.
And on slide 1, detective, there's some information just to kind of orient the jury, right?
Yes.
Okay, so moving to slide 2. And again, there's actually the date stamp in the video player as well, right?
That's correct.
It looks like maybe the same interview room.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I know I already asked you this, but if Miranda warnings applied in any of these interviews that was done,
Yes,
and Ms. Kurczewski wanted to speak with you.
that's correct.
Okay. I would ask to play. The first clip is from 1430 to 1435:51.
And I didn't do it. And I was up all night long trying to think of everything I was thinking of the Visines.
We're going to pause that. Looks like we got some audio problems.
I'm going to unpublish Madam Clerk for a second. Despite our best efforts at testing.
Right.
Turn down the source audio from here if we need to.
And I didn't do it. And I was all was up all night long trying to think of everything.
Do we need to maybe perhaps excuse the jury and have you work on that if there needs to be further testing? Why don't we do that?
Okay, I'm sorry.
We'll get that figured out and we'll have you brought back in. I'll rise for the jury, please. Mm. 5 minutes earlier, he was in the back. Yeah, we'll contact our IT specialist and see if he can figure that out. All right, we'll be off the record then until we get that sorted out. Record. It didn't know you turned it off. Just the two, maybe. What one? Just the two? Just the one. Oh, they're all. Okay, yeah, just the one. Then we're good. Yeah, I just wanted to not have things. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I did something. But...
I don't think it was you, but just every once in a while it like switches to video conference from video control. Yeah. I think if it switches over to video conference, then it moves it. All right.
Are we okay?
Yeah, probably.
I always look at video. I don't know.
Controls is the one that you need to do if there's no Zoom.
Welcome back. I'm helping you all get your steps today.
Hi, John.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And then are we ready to publish?
I believe we are, Judge. I apologize for that error. I think that the echo is gone at this point. So let's try. This is slide 2 of Exhibit 203.
And I didn't do it. And I was up all night long trying to think of everything I was thinking of the Visines. I was thinking of her waters. I was wondering, she normally always had like 1 or 2 waters by her. Was any of that checked? I don't know. I was thinking of literally everything because I'm like, I
swear to God, we tested this and it was working. So I don't know what's happening. Let's get Zach here.
No, I think
that was just.
Was it published when we tested it?
I don't think so. No.
No.
Maybe the.
All right. Well, that's a good thing that we'll bring Zach into. I'm going to have to excuse you again. We'll go off the record so that our technology expert comes in and figures this out. So thank you. I'll rise for the jury.
He got 13,000. 13,000.
Come down.
Okay, you could as well, John. Bet you could, sir. Okay.
It was not equity before lunch. It was a different video. It was a different file though.
Hi, Jumpy. I thought the cross was quite short. Believable, but I know that isn't a popular opinion. So, yeah, what do we think then about Charlie boy? What are we thinking, ladies? I've heard from different places that he was really bad. He made himself even more guilty. But that's from the normal people, like law and crime, say that. But was he believable? I've not watched any of it, so I couldn't tell you. I can't wait for Christmas, guys. I can't wait for Christmas. Done 3K, yes, 13,000, and yeah. In the end, there was 26,000 left, and he got 13,000. Yes. Right. So, I need to tell my nieces. My nieces are away this weekend, but I'm cooking Thanksgiving dinner on the 23rd. I'll be taking pictures. We've done this before. I'm going to have turkey and brown gravy. I'm going to have cranberry sauce, but from a jar, not making it. Going to be having. So when I said to people I'd make it with macaroni and cheese, people looked at me and was like, "What? You can't be serious." I'm like, "But I like macaroni and cheese." But apparently it's weird. So I will not be making macaroni and cheese. I will make cheese, cauliflower and cheese, which is a bit of a cheat, but it's the same thing. And then I'll be making mashed potatoes, honey and parsley, probably glazed carrots and honey glazed, and stuffing, turkey. I'm not sure what else. So I'll be cooking most of the afternoon. I'll go to the gym first, come back at midday, get showered, change, bit of thing, and then gone. Let's go. And then what I'll be doing is taking pictures throughout the day and post them in Discord. Do you know what I mean? Maybe make a couple of videos as I'm progressing.
Madam Clerk did go get the jury. We did test. Once again, it was working during the testing, so hopefully it remains.
Ding dong merrily on high, the jingle bells, Batman's bells, Robin flew away. Punky, 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 something get away. Hey! Yeah, someone said earlier on, it's empty. It is. I agree, Chris Miller. He kept his composure, but I see too much other evidence that he's guilty, as is his mum and sister. Hopefully, they're charged too. Yeah, I'm not sure. I went into it thinking that he's for sure guilty, but now I'm not sure. Some of the defense evidence seems to support what he's saying happened, so not. I'm confused. Well, so now I am confused. Fine. Protect him, just didn't want to see protect him wrong. Ding dong merrily on high. She robbed blind and took money from the young guy too. Yes. John P. Warm thinking, just a speculation, is that Charlie had nothing to do with the murder for hire. That he was told about it later by his mum or sister, but he's changed that to Katie.
Welcome back once again. Thank you for your patience.
All right, I'll shut up.
You may be seated, everyone. Go ahead and play the video.
And I didn't do it. And I was up all night long trying to think of everything and anything. I was thinking of the Visines. I was thinking of her waters. I was wondering, she normally always had like 1 or 2 waters by her. Was any of that checked? I don't know. I was thinking of literally everything because I'm like, I want to know what more we can do or I can do. I mean, my biggest thing right now is I am ready to try to find an attorney because I feel like no matter what, I'm going down for this. And I feel like I'm going to need help. I shouldn't be, but I mean, after what you guys left me with yesterday, I had a really long night thinking of everything possible. Everything.
I think she's in handcuffs and jail uniform. So she must have been arrested that night then.
And I'm not kidding. I mean, I was ransacking, trying to remember so much stuff that I just don't remember anymore. But I was trying to think of any possibility, that day, the timelines, everything. I mean, I was really on it, so.
I guess the suggestion I can make is you need to tell the truth.
I am telling the truth.
No, it doesn't sure seem like it. I mean, there's just a series of inconsistencies and half-truths, if you want to say, not call them lies. Your story, your recollection doesn't match the physical evidence of things.
What I want to know that you said yesterday is about the Visine. How much Visine are we talking about?
Drop the Visine. Drop it. That's not changing. We told you yesterday.
I understand.
The medical examiner made that decision and she's made that ruling. That's not changing. It's been almost a year. She has done tests. She's done.
But I never heard how much, and you guys are saying she can't drink that by herself or put it in food or whatever. So that's why I'm trying. I don't know how much we're talking about. I'm sorry, I'm just curious.
No, we told
I want to know. No,
you
you never told me. You told me 60 something. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's cups, bottles. What I don't know is what I'm saying. For me, this is frustrating. So I want to know as much as I can know. I mean, I know you guys think I probably know it all, but I don't. You said that already. Yeah. But how much?
Suggesting it, not through the eye.
No,
through the mouth.
You said that too. Mm-hmm. But how much, can kill a person is what I want to know, or how much was in her system? That's what I'm asking.
160 parts are in her system.
But I don't understand, is that this? Is that a whole bottle? Is that 2 bottles? I'm trying to figure out how much it was. That's what I'm asking.
I can't give an honest answer because they're still researching her or develop.
That's what was
that
my
science.
curiosity, because you guys are saying she couldn't do it. I'm like, well, realistically, anybody can drink some water if it's in there or putting whatever. I guess I wasn't understanding, like, is it a little bit or a lot of
Oh,
it?
good,
I
John.
don't
Thank
know.
you.
I don't understand. So that's why I'm asking it. Obviously, you guys don't like that answer, but that's the truth.
No,
I wouldn't be asking if I didn't want to know. It was on my mind. So you told me, like, the 60 whatever, but I didn't know what that meant physically. So that's why I'm asking.
Okay, I can't give you an honest answer because I don't know how many bottles.
Okay. So where are things at then right now?
We're still investigating you for homicide. That's what we're doing.
And nobody else?
No one at this point.
You tell us.
I mean, I asked you yesterday.
The only other person I could think of, and I thought this last night, I'm not saying she would do it. I just was trying to think. She had keys. Her neighbor. I literally was up all night long. I'm not blaming her neighbor, accusing her. I'm just giving you a name.
Well, Gene wasn't the one that was getting hundreds of thousands of dollars from Lynn, and Gene wasn't the one opening credit cards and trying to do loans in her name.
Everything.
Let me ask you something, Jesse. Chris said the best thing possible. Yeah. It's time to tell the truth, because this is it. This is true, real life here. Okay. Everybody we've talked to, you've lied to. You've lied to Scott. You've lied to your mom. We talked to your mom yesterday.
What did I lie to her about?
We talked. She said there's no reason Lynn should have given you any money.
Lynn gave me money when back in the day.
Why is it though that Lynn Jennifer, your mom, says specifically that you should not have gotten large amounts of money from Lynn?
Because she didn't know about it. These are
why did Scott know about it?
Scott did know about most of it.
Well, Scott said, she's not getting money, I'm giving her money.
Scott's crying, seeing that his life is over, and you've screwed him over.
Well, that was about the house.
So why is Lynn, why is he under the assumption Lynn was in the hospital the last 5 months of her life?
Because she was
in a coma. In a coma.
In a coma?
And you're going in the middle of the night to go see her.
Why does he think Lynn died at Freighter?
She didn't die at Freighter.
No, we know that. He was surprised when we told him that she died at her condo and you found her. He says, no, she did. She was at the hospital.
Because I was supposed to drive his daughter to practice that day, and I said, I can't do it.
You talked to him last night, and he was pretty clear. You talked to him today again.
Yeah. No, I talked to him today, too. He was screaming at me about the house the whole day. That's what he kept yelling at me about. He said the house is trashed.
Well, we searched the house.
I get it.
I mean, the funny thing is, you sit here and you're laughing.
The money that
you're literally laughing.
I'm not laughing that she died at all. I understand that. This is a huge deal. I'm looking at like a life sentence right now. That's a huge deal.
We're trying to figure it out. What happened?
But the money that you guys keep talking about, majority of the money she gave me in the large amounts was over a year before she died. She gave me smaller amounts towards the end. The bigger amount.
If we could please move to slide 2. This is about a one minute clip. I'm sorry, slide 3.
If you look on Lynn's check stubs, they stated the ones they're for.
Let me ask you something, and this isn't your best interest to tell the truth. Did you ever write out a check from Lynn to you? Did you ever write it out?
Did I write one out?
Did you write one out? Did you ever sign Lynn's name? Did you ever sign Lynn's name?
I have paid bills for her, but a check to me, no. She did one from her account to rent it to me online, and I was with her in presence. But as far as writing, I don't think I've ever wrote one. I mean, I had access to all her funds, but I don't think I personally wrote one to myself.
Don't you think it's curious that somebody got like $200,000 minimum over a 2-year span?
It was a 3-year span. And the bigger chunks were way before she died. That was not anywhere close.
So why should she give you all this money?
I just explained that. I had so much debt.
But why does she care about your debt?
Because that was what she was. She always cared. Like, these people were coming after her, and Mom and Grandma never
filed claims against them. Why would she give your mom money and specifically write a letter saying, don't make sure Jesse gets none of this?
And slide 4, please.
I'm going to do it. She helped my mom a ton too.
Did you ever claim that on taxes?
I didn't no, I didn't claim all of it on taxes. I know I had to for one, because if she's helping and she's paying half the bills directly, not even just me.
Somebody gets $200,000, you gotta claim it on taxes.
It wasn't in 1 year either. We keep like saying this. This was over a 3-year span. So I get what you guys are saying, but majority of this was like a year before she died. When she was still
We're not
alive, her
financial
hand was
guys, you know,
smaller.
we don't do financial. So
I get
we have a forensic accountant from the IRS look at all the accounts.
Mhm.
Because that's what they do. And this is
Yeah.
what he's telling us.
Mhm.
194,000 over the last 2 years.
Mhm. It's 3, but
Minimum.
yeah.
Minimum. This is the stuff, the solid checks and account transfers. That's not any cash.
And if you look on the bottom of all her checks that she writes, she puts what they're for.
Yeah, once to the IRS, they never receive any funds from you.
The IRS should
Yeah,
never
yeah,
make a
no,
check
for
to
you,
them.
yeah. In the memo, it says IRS to you.
I've
Or
never
IRS.
asked her for IRS money. That one I know for sure I've never asked her.
The IRS guy was kind of surprised. Here's it was like 12 grand or something, or 14, I don't remember.
Yeah.
But it says IRS in the memo. He goes, well, we didn't get that.
I haven't owed IRS that kind of money, ever. I don't know. I didn't fill out the memo.
Well,
She did it. She filled it out.
You're very close to your mom.
Yes, very close.
So why wouldn't your mom know about how much?
Why don't you tell her? Say,
Because my
hey,
mom didn't want.
your
Lynn
friend's taking
didn't
good care of
want
me.
my mom knowing half of it.
So
Wasn't me.
your mom wasn't suspicious that all of a sudden now all your bills are paid, your debt's gone.
No, she didn't really know half of it. Part of it, the few things that there was stuff in my grandma's and my mom's name. She covered those because we kept hearing from them.
Slide 5, please.
Do at this point. I'm not lying about that. I'm dead serious.
That's showing us the truth.
Yeah, quite a bit.
When you hit the 70 large,
Yeah,
why didn't you pay the restitution off and get the monkey off your back?
because we paid our creditors.
I mean, how much money were you in debt because you got all that money from when?
Scott had a credit card of $17,000, and $25,000 was just for taxes. And then I had my few.
Of all the people we've talked to in the last 24 hours, you know who was the most credible of all of them?
No idea.
Scott.
Oh, I'm sure.
He knows nothing about anything law enforcement or jail related or nothing.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't understand shit
Yeah.
about what's going on.
No, he doesn't.
And at first I thought he might be a knob,
No, he's not. He's a great guy.
and I talked to him a couple minutes that morning. I'm sitting on the porch,
Mhm.
and Aaron's talked to him extensively over the last 2 days,
Mhm.
and my heart goes out to that
Oh,
guy
yeah.
because he says, I don't know who she is.
That's what he said. I know. It's
I don't know. My world is crumbling. He's on his knees in the parking lot crying because all the lies you told him.
I didn't tell him any lies. He just didn't know about her the money. It wasn't that I lied to him. I just didn't tell him.
When he told her,
Lying by omission. I mean,
I
kids,
understand.
come on.
I get it.
his heart was like ripped out when he says, well, she got about 200,000 over the last 2 years, and he's like, I'm a cardiac arrest is how you describe it. He's like, I've been giving her money. She watches my kids. I don't know nothing of this. Was he lying?
That part isn't true.
I mean, you're living together.
Yeah. I mean, we both pay for stuff, but that part, he doesn't officially give me money for anything, no.
Why?
But he's a great guy. He's a great guy.
He seems like a normal,
Yeah, I know.
normal
He's having a really hard
shenanigan.
time with all this right now. A really hard time.
I mean, your house was clean.
Yeah, it's
You
complete
know,
trash.
Well, when I said, it's not trash. I said, ransacked it. It's
Oh, that's
searched.
what he said.
So everything is gone through. For a guy that keeps a neat house, it looks like
That's me,
chaos.
not him.
You know?
Yeah.
So that's the most baffling thing. Like, he is convinced that you told him when he was in the hospital for several weeks with a coma. And that's where she died.
I said she was in the hospital. And I mean, I don't know how well you guys know guys, because you guys are guys, but I'll be honest. I can talk to Scott a million times, it goes right in it, right out. And I know you guys are thinking, yeah, whatever. But he never met Lynn.
Yeah.
He knew I was going out there a lot. He knew there was a lot going on. But I swear, I talked to him when I found her because I was supposed to take his daughter to softball that night.
But he
So I
also
was
said that
kidding.
you would get up in the middle of the night, at all hours of the night, even between midnight and 8 a.m., and allegedly got a call from Lynn. From,
Yeah,
the,
she
hospital, from the hospital. I checked your phone records. It's not that. No.
Yeah.
You would get calls from the hospital saying you need to come. Lynn's in bad shape.
They
And
have
then you'd be
called
gone
me
for an
times.
hour. And you'd be gone for an hour or two and come back.
Where was I going?
You tell me.
I didn't have another boyfriend.
I don't care. I don't give a.
Hey, Chris. Have a good evening.
You weren't going to Lynn's house.
Wow.
Are you sure
Have a
about
good.
that?
Thanks for being here.
Because I didn't have another boyfriend, so that's why I'm curious as to where I'd be going. Because numerous times is when she called me falling, so I'd be out by her.
Again, this is the guy who swears he's told me she was in a coma.
No.
Why?
Never said that. Swear to God.
Why do you think he's so upset?
Oh, I get it. I'd be upset too.
But why do you think he is so upset? Why does he think that you have totally? He doesn't know you. You've totally ruined his
Because
life? Why?
he woke up to a morning with you guys at the door, coming to get me, which he knew last time I came in by you guys for a question.
Yeah.
He knew last week when I told him that you guys called. I told him all that. I don't lie, so I don't know where he's getting.
Well, why is he even still today still so upset? It's not just because his house is a mess.
Oh, he's gonna be upset for a while, I'm sure.
But why do you think he's upset? Why would he tell you you're done?
Because he doesn't know everything.
What doesn't he know?
As far as the money wise, he doesn't know all of it. When me and Lynn did a lot of this, we didn't talk about it. So I think you guys are thinking 2 years ago I did this. Obviously, you can tell a difference in handwriting. That's Lynn's writing. I didn't.
No, I've seen that. They're not all the same.
Yeah. The only ones that I did were the ones for the bills at the end, and that was with her in the hospital writing them. She has a very signature.
Have you ever looked up anything with Visine poison?
No.
You never heard about Visine poison.
From the movie, yeah.
That's just making someone sick, but you've never heard about someone poisoning with Visine.
I've heard somebody getting sick with it, diarrhea, but not poisoning. No. I've never heard somebody dying from Visine ever in my life.
Never once.
No. I've heard somebody getting sick from it. That's what I just said. But I've never heard somebody dying from it. No.
Okay.
Not dying. I didn't really know that was a thing, to be honest, until you said it.
And moving to slide 6.
Any reason, because she's a great person. She helped me money-wise, financially, and now you guys think because of that I killed her for it?
And I told you yesterday, I think she wanted to die and you helped her. That's what I think.
I think you picked out a perfect victim. I think you picked out somebody with no family and no friends. And
I was her family. So was my mom.
Exactly. That's it. You guys, just you two.
Yeah. So why would I want to get rid of her?
Because she was running out of money. You guys were opening credit cards and you opened up loans in her name.
I didn't do anything without her permission. Nothing.
What's the jury going to think?
What's who?
The jury's going to think.
I'm sure it's not going to look good.
It's not going to look good.
I get that. But I can't sit here and say something else.
Hi, DC. Lovely to see you come back. Thanks for popping in. Hope you're doing well, DC.
Truth would be nice.
The truth, other than laughing when we're telling you that we
Because
think
it's
you
so
killed somebody,
frustrating
you're
that
laughing.
I've been saying the same thing for days, and you guys want me to say something that I can't say because I didn't do it.
I want you to be honest and talk about what happened that day.
I am honest about it. I explained to you that I've gotten the Visine for her. I never put anything for her. Ever. Never. I bought it for her. That's as far as I've gotten. I've never even put it in her eyes for her.
Where did you get the Visine from?
Store.
What store?
Walgreens or Pick and Save, any of them. Walmart, I mean, everywhere's got Visine, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure do. Be nice to see that you buying it though, because like I said, you said there were bottles right by her. There weren't.
That's what frustrates me because I'm sure. I don't know because I can't look at the picture. She always had one or two by her, the same within her bathroom. Always. Just like her water. And I mean, the other thing is did anybody check her water?
Well, why would we have checked her water? Because at the time,
Even
somebody
so,
stated
pills
it
or
looked
something
like
in it.
at
time, somebody looked like it was staged.
We'll take a suicide at the time. We'll take ourselves.
But Chris, you killed yourself with the Visine, but yet decided to stage yourself with the pills.
Well, I know that's doesn't.
My thought is that plate was full of pills.
Yeah.
Barely anything was even taken off of it from what I saw.
There was crushed up pills in her mouth. There was crushed up powder around her mouth. There was crushed up powder around her nose. Somebody made it very, 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 very obvious.
And she had none of that in her system whatsoever.
No, it was less than therapeutic levels, which means it wasn't even.
Well, she had a full plate. So, okay, obviously she had a full plate. She didn't take very much of it. There was nothing in her system except for the 2 pills. I find that hard to believe.
There's 2 pills.
Because she also took more pills for that morning than 2 pills when I was there.
Well, forensic pathologists and doctors and people who did testing disagree with you. And it's not just, it didn't happen yesterday, it happened almost a year ago. So it has been a very lengthy investigation on their end.
I understand what you're saying.
I mean, the medical examiner is pretty serious. She doesn't want to call this a homicide or a murder if she can't explain it.
That's why she hasn't ruled yet. But she keeps telling us, Chris, I'm leaning toward a homicide because it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. But she's trying every way.
I am too. I'm trying to think of everything I can think of. I swear on everything I love. I did not give her that Visine. I didn't put it in anything. I don't know what more to make you guys believe me because I didn't do it. If I did, I would have just said, yeah, I helped her.
Oh,
honestly, I wish I could
just say, yeah, I did.
If I did it, I didn't do it. Because I'd be helping her. That'd be 10 times less worse than not helping her and just trying to kill her. It would be. I understand that. I understand there's a difference either way, but either way, they're both considered murder. But versus helping her where I'm just helping her or helping her to financially gain myself.
One's going to look a lot better than the other. One's explainable. One's, hey, I'm trying to have mercy on this lady who's having some really tough medical times. The other, which I think is just that this was all for financial stuff, that I think it was. I think either she was out of money, or
she wasn't out of money,
or she caught on to something.
No.
And I think she was real sick and wanted to die. And if you didn't squirt it in your mouth directly, you went and got it for her.
I did get it for her. I said that.
Disposed of the bottles for her because they're not.
That was the other thing I thought of.
We have pictures all over.
The last time I threw out Visine bottles was probably about 3 days before. And that was when I took out her trash, and there was quite a few in there. I did think of that last night. It was like 2 or 3 days before. It was after the hospital, but that was the last time I took out her garbage and threw out bottles. I did think of that because I was thinking of that over and over again. And before the hospital, it was probably about a week before that.
This was recent. It was that day.
They weren't that day, I'm telling you. I know that for a fact.
Again, originally I thought this happened over a period of time.
So
9 months.
Let's get this. So you guys are saying, what happens if, I'm just asking because this is my theory and I'm still thinking it because I would love to see the pictures. I'd like to know if there was water by her. There was always water by her. My theory is, what if those were in the water and they were in there for days? Or they were in the vodka and they were in there for days? The Visine stays in there, does it not? Or does it disappear over time? That's what I'm curious about. Because you keep saying you're not seeing bottles, but there were other things in the room. So I'm trying.
So you spiked the vodka, is that what you're telling me?
No, I am trying to think of different possibilities because I don't
why would she conceal her own?
Why would somebody sit there and just drink a bottle of Visine?
Because that's what you would do if you wanted to kill yourself because you don't care anymore.
I would think you would put it in something. That's my opinion.
But why is the bottle not around? Did you clean up lots of bottles from her?
No, I said the last day I did was 3 days, 2 or 3 days before. The last time I threw out a bunch of them. And it was maybe 4 or 5. And that was like her regular. But that was the last time. And it was not the day she died. I can tell you that honestly. I didn't throw anything out the day she died. I didn't, nothing. I'm still trying to figure out the phone call you saying to me call my mom. Because I walked in and called 911. So I don't know if I called my mom when I was still outside. And I also know my mom didn't answer too. Because I couldn't get a hold of her for hours that day.
So how would you know when you called her?
I didn't.
Last night you told me you don't remember. But you remember you didn't talk to her.
No. I'm saying I couldn't have talked to her. I couldn't get a hold of her after the ambulance came and I kept calling her. I couldn't get a hold of her for hours. So I'm saying if you saw a call 4 minutes before, it was probably just a phone call and not talking to her. Because I didn't get a hold of her all day that day. I thought of that. I was like, no, even if I called her, I didn't call her until hours, well, not hours later, but I was calling her 4 hours. I couldn't get a hold of her.
I also thought you said you were only there for an hour or two, and you were there for almost 4 hours.
I don't remember how many hours I was there for.
And you were never at a Pick and Save in Hales Corners that day.
Did you check all Pick and Saves in the area?
I checked the one where you told me you were at.
Okay. Did you check Lynn's WIC card or whatever? Because I used it at whatever store I was at, and I could swear it was Highway 100 Pick and Save. If it wasn't that one, it was Highway 100 and National. Those are the two I shopped at. It wasn't the one by your house.
I'm still waiting for the WIC cards. But I'm telling you.
I can tell you, once you find it, though, that's going to prove where I was. I know that whole
Where else
part
did
of
you
it.
go that day then?
I went to 3 stores that day.
Okay.
One was Walmart, one was Pick and Save, and I want to say the other was Woodman's, but I don't know 100%.
And then where'd you go after that?
I went back home to unload everything. I
You
saw
stay
Scott
home?
before.
We stay home in Franklin or West Dallas? Or
No,
where you living
Scott.
at? Okay.
Went back home by Scott. I unloaded whatever I had, and then I had 2 cases of water in the trunk for Lynn's house.
And then you went back to Lynn, and that's
Yep.
when you found her.
Nope. Yeah, and I was supposed to come back and take his daughter to softball practice the same day.
And obviously you missed that.
Yeah.
Do you miss her?
I miss her a lot.
You sorry about what happened?
Yeah. I miss her every day because she was fun. She was fun. I'd go out there and have drinks with her, and we'd just sit and hang out. I could talk to her better than my own mom. She was a great person. She used to have the house, the lake house, and we used to go out there. I had my graduation party out there, my 18th graduation.
Did you think your mom was jealous of your relationship, maybe? Do you think your mom's capable of this?
I don't.
Do you think your mom talks about the money?
I think so, but I don't know. I know my mom doesn't know about the money, and Lynn didn't want her to know because Lynn did a lot for my mom. And she didn't want her to know she was helping me because she knew it would be a situation. She knew she helped me a little, not to the extent. She did. But she didn't. That was Lynn's doing. Lynn did not want my mom knowing. It was not me.
So if your mom found out, do you think she would have been upset?
I mean, sure, she'd be upset. I don't think this kind of upset, but she'd be upset where she'd tell me
Is your
off.
mom capable? I mean, capable of going to kill her?
I don't see it.
She's capable of using very foul language on a voicemail. That's what she's capable of.
I know that.
She's probably a more likable person than
my
that
mom's
voicemail.
a very feisty person when she
Feisty
drinks.
people with short fuses can do things.
I couldn't tell you. Do I see it? No, but I don't know what everyone's capable of in the world. I don't know.
It's your mother. I can tell you, my mother can't kill anyone.
I don't think she could, but I know she's tried to kill herself numerous times. But I don't.
I gotta take you that paperwork. Just give me how much do you have for minutes? Be back in like 10 or 15.
Can I ask you guys, is there like a bubbler or something?
I'll get you some water.
Sorry, that's not mine. I'm just so
Yeah,
thirsty.
yeah.
No worries, Terry. It's all good. Not much to catch up on, so you're fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. We love you too, Becky. Thank you. Watch the commercials. Happy days. Thank you, Becky. Have a good evening. Have a good weekend. Pop in tomorrow for Matt Moore's trial if you're around. Thanks, Becky. I agree, Jonathan. I mean, yeah. If anything, might be just me, but at the minute I'm just like, well, I think she's held up quite well. I think she's done quite well overall. I'd have to absolutely convince my mum did it before I could blame her. Yeah. What pasa mi amigo? Como estás? See you, Tracy. No worries. Catch you soon, hopefully, Tracy. Come back anytime you want, Tracy. Yeah. Oh, I'm not saying she didn't do it. I'm just saying, she's held her own. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot more to go. Oh my days, what is going on? Why are we seeing this? What should she do? Why am I around my baby? What are we doing, Jesse? Oh, is there someone come back in? Yeah, they're coming back in right now. Oh, the bud
So
back
I
in.
talked to Scott today. He told me a really interesting story.
Yeah.
That a few months ago, you guys went out and you came home and you didn't feel well. You felt funny, and you went to the hospital and you told them that you had been poisoned with. Someone said that they had poisoned. The doctor told you that you had been poisoned with Visine.
There was somebody that we went out with, but it was just they were throwing up. It wasn't. They didn't die.
And she said it was you.
No, it wasn't.
You. He said you went to the hospital.
No, I went with my girlfriend who was sick. She went to WAUKESHA, but it wasn't me.
No, he said it was. Why would he tell us that?
I have no idea because it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
You think he just would tell you that for
no reason? I don't. But it wasn't me. It was our friend that we went out with. It wasn't me at all. It was my girlfriend. We went down to Pistol Pete's to watch a band. She woke up the next day feeling sick, but she didn't die from it. She was just sick.
Who's your friend?
Her name is Tina. How do you say her last name? Spell her last name. I don't know. She works at Scotty's. I don't know what her last name is. They call her T-Rock.
Would Scott know who she is?
Yeah. Yeah, we both know who she is. But I really would feel better if you guys just left Scott alone at this point.
No.
Because I have to too, obviously.
No. Scott's very cooperative and he wants to help us with this investigation.
Oh, well, that I'm sure is fine.
Why would we leave Scott alone?
Well, because if he's helping, that's one thing. I just don't want you guys bothering him with his personal life because he feels bad about his kids right now and the house and me, obviously.
Yeah, I think you're his first priority. He feels his world's been turned upside down.
I'm not for priorities. His kids are, obviously.
Well, but he's also concerned about what's
going to happen.
He feels he's had the wool pulled over his eyes the past year. Which he has.
I don't agree with that, but he does all the same stuff I do. So he's just making it out to act like he doesn't do anything. He doesn't go gambling. He doesn't go out and have fun. That's absurd.
But when someone gets a couple $100,000 from somebody and they don't know about it,
He knew about half of it. So that's another thing he's not telling you guys.
how would you know about half of it?
He knew about part of it for certain things. Yeah, he did know about it. Not all of it. He knew certain times when she did it for certain things. Yes, he did.
So you just have no explanation for this.
I don't. I honestly don't. I didn't give it to her. I can tell you that. I bought it for her. I didn't give it to her.
When was the last time you bought Visine for her prior to her dying?
While she was in the hospital.
Like how long ago?
I want to say maybe her third or fourth day there. She wanted it.
And how many boxes did you buy?
Probably 5 or 6, like usual. And 2 of them she kept at the hospital. She took the other ones home, or had me take the other ones home. She had them sitting on her tray at the hospital. The reason I can be 100% honest with you, I'm not buying what they're saying, and I'm not buying the deal for it.
So you're not buying what forensic pathologists, doctors who are trained and do this for a living. You're not
I
buying.
sat with her in her house on Monday, and she was drinking vodka and Visine.
Now, how do you know she was drinking vodka and Visine?
Because that's what she had mixed together. And that was the day before.
How do you know she had mixed Visine with her vodka?
Because that's what she did. She's done it about 3 times.
Why didn't you tell us that yesterday?
Because I didn't want to tell you guys, because you guys are making it sound like it happened the day of, and that's not when she was doing that. She didn't have any more that I knew of the next day. And I'm getting tired of being put on me because I didn't.
Did you ever put the vodka in her Visine?
Never.
Vodka? So
God.
she put Visine in her vodka. Why would she put Visine in her vodka?
Because she wanted something with it.
And Visine's the option?
No. She looked at Visine.
And that's where she fucked up. She's trying to make it out. That's where I thought up until now, she's quite believable, I'm not sure. Nah, you don't just bring in this lie. So I think this is where she hung herself.
A long time ago, and I already told you that, when I told you she was buying multiple. She was looking for her way out, and because she tried pills twice and it wasn't working. She was looking for her way.
And when was that? The day before, you said?
The day before is when she had the vodka mixed with it. And it was a glass probably about that big.
And how much Visine did she?
I don't know that because she had it poured in her vodka bottle prior. Last time I bought the bottle, she dumped them in her vodka. That's why I asked how many days it lasts for in there.
Yeah.
Because she did it about 3 times and she'd get so sick that she'd shit all over, and that's when she shit her room, and I had to clean that up when she was in the hospital.
And why was she putting the Visine in the vodka?
She was doing it because she was trying to find an easy way out.
She was trying
She did the pills first numerous times and it wasn't working.
So she was trying to kill herself by drinking Visine and vodka.
She also bought a gun offline that I disposed of for her before she died too.
When? How long?
Oh, 2 months, a month. She did a lot of things. I just didn't want to have to put it all out there. Yeah. She bought a gun offline.
What are you worried about? You should be worried about you because you're sitting
I'm worried
right
because
there.
you guys are making me feel like I did it and I didn't do it. You said that whole thing I put in there and I didn't. And the whole money thing, I think you guys are just turning it, making me look like shit, and I didn't do anything with the money that she didn't approve of. Never. I didn't ever. But I didn't want to put her out there as being a piece of shit either. Okay, she bought the gun. She bought the gun.
Someone wants to end their life.
Because I didn't want her to do it. I didn't want her to do it as much as I did so much.
But you didn't even stop her then. So with your theory now, you didn't even stop her.
I did stop her. I threw out both the guns. I threw out both the guns.
But you saw her drinking vodka knowing that there was Visine
I didn't know right away. She told me after she had about half of the cup I didn't know. She had to get rid of the Visine the day before. I didn't know she had put it in the vodka. I didn't know. She was going back and forth between her water. That's the honest to God truth. That's why I kept throwing out her waters on her, because I didn't want her to do it. And I didn't know. She drank about half the cup, and then she started to get sick, and I asked her because she kept getting sick off of it. That's the honest to God truth. That's why when you guys say it happened that day, it didn't happen that day. She was still alive that morning, so I don't know what changed. I didn't give her anything that day. She had no Visine left in the house that I knew of. And there was none that you guys found, except for there was 2 in the bathroom closed. So I didn't give it to her. That's why I don't believe what they're saying, that it happened that day, because it didn't happen that day. I'm telling you. I didn't give her anything that day. And she was awake and talking to me in the morning.
But
she wasn't all there.
You just said something that's really key. You really did. You just said, I didn't give her some that day.
I didn't.
Did you ever do it before?
No, what I'm saying is I bought it. I never mixed it. I swear to God, I bought it for her, and I knew she was mixing it. I knew that. I didn't purposely ever mix anything for her. Never. I swear to God, I'm not lying. She put it in her water once in a while and in her vodka once in a while. She kept trying more different doses. I didn't agree with it. I kept throwing out bottles of water. Anytime, that's why I told you guys, anytime that the caps were open, I was throwing them out because I didn't like the idea of it. She was shitting all over. She wasn't dying from it. She was shitting. It was disgusting.
But that's not what it does.
Well, that's what it was doing to her. It was eating out her body because she was literally shitting. She shit all over her bedroom on it. That was the first time she took it, and literally she called me, and I wasn't even there. She called me, and I got there, and she had shit all over her whole room. That's serious. She couldn't make it to the bathroom. And that's the first time she said she tried it. And I got there, and there was umpteen boxes empty. I'm not lying. Dead serious. Before that, she bought a gun. She looked at trying to buy, what's that pill online? Get in other states, supposedly a pill or a shot or something, other countries. It's like supposed to be a suicide pill or something. She looked at the hood method. She looked at a million things that
How
I
would she
didn't
look
know.
that up?
On my phone.
On your phone?
Yep.
She'd use your phone to look up
All the
suicide
time.
messages, or suicide methods.
Every time I was there, she used my phone. She used my phone for her credit cards once in a while. She'd use it for shopping once in a while. She'd use it to show me something she liked. She did a lot of catalog shopping. She looked up a ton of stuff. She's bought 2 guns, and I've gotten rid of both of them.
Or she bought, so she bought 2 guns from your phone.
2 guns, but using her own shit. 2 of them.
From where?
They're online places. Shit, I don't even know the names. She looked around. You custom put them together. They're not even like fully put together guns. She's a felon, and so am I. And my mom knew about that because she knew I threw it out. I found her hiding spot and got rid of it because I didn't like that.
Does Scott have any guns?
Not that I know of. Maybe have a hunting something. Or not. I don't
You
know.
had 2 guns under your bed that you guys slept in. You didn't know that there were guns underneath your bed?
I did not. I'm not supposed to be
There were
around
2
guns.
long gun cases in the house that
Were
were
they
clearly
hunting
obvious. Doesn't matter because a hunting gun or a handgun.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't
You know that.
I know his cousin used to have one. I didn't know he had 2 of them. I did not.
You didn't know there were 2 guns underneath
No.
your bed.
I didn't. I thought those were bow and arrows. I swear to God. I don't open them. I've never opened them. I don't have anything to do with hunting. Period. I know they're hunting. The outside is like hunting. This is why Scott doesn't know a lot of this. Because I couldn't tell him how bad things were. My mom does know about the gun. She knows about some of that. I couldn't tell him because I couldn't face up the fact that things were that bad. Things got extremely bad. And she literally didn't care. She tried so many different things. Half the time I wouldn't even be there. I'd come home and find her. And usually every time I could either get her to the hospital or do whatever we needed to do. And this was the one time I couldn't. And that's why I'm telling you, the only thing she had by her that day was water, and I threw out all the bottles of water I thought that she had put stuff in that were open. So that's why I really don't buy it, because I threw out all the Visines prior. Not that day. So that's why I'm having a really hard time believing that. Now you know why I didn't want to tell you everything, because that's everything.
No, I don't know. I don't know why when you're sitting in a chair yesterday and we're telling you that we think you were involved in Lynn's death, and you're trying to say you don't want to make her look like a piece of shit. Well, worrying about somebody. So you would rather sit there and be accused of murder than just say Lynn was killing her, Lynn was trying to kill herself.
There's a reason why I kept wanting to talk to you guys, and I was having a hard time trying to say it. Okay, I was having a hard time in general with this for the last 2 days. So, because I got everybody in my world just lost what I had left. And I'm really mad at her for this. I'm really mad. That's the only thing my mom says the first time you question us. She was mad at Lynn for this. I'm so mad at her for this. Because it should have never came to this, ever. I get it, you don't want to be here, but there's got to be a better. I honestly believe that we should have that thing where if you're so sick, you can go to the doctor or whatever the other states have. Because some of those things are just not the way to do it. Twice I caught her with the gun in her hand, and she couldn't do it, but that terrified the shit out of me because I have a really hard time with that kind of stuff. I don't think that's the right answer. I get it, she was sick, but I don't think there's an easy way out. I think you go to the doctor and you find out what's going on with you is what I honestly think. And she got tired because it was 3 years of them not telling her.
Give me a second here. If I
Detective Hoppy, at any point prior to this point in the interview, did Ms. Kurczewski tell you Lynn Hernan was drinking Visine?
Not prior to this point, no.
Okay. When did Ms. Kurczewski tell you Lynn Hernan drank Visine near her death?
A few minutes prior to the ending of the interview. Or I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. In terms of October of 2018, in the clip the jury just saw, when did Ms. Kurczewski tell you Ms. Hernan had consumed Visine?
The day before her death.
So that would have been October 2nd of 2018?
Yes, I believe she might even reference Monday, but later on she referenced the day before.
Okay. In the clip the jury just saw, fair to say Ms. Kurczewski changes what she says about whether Lynn was suicidal or not.
Sustained to the form of the question.
What did Ms. Kurczewski say in this clip about whether Lynn was suicidal or not?
That she was very suicidal and mentioned several prior attempts.
With what kind of methods?
She said, I believe it was twice with pills, and then near the end of that clip, she made a reference that there was a gun in her hand.
In the portion of the interview that we just watched, does Ms. Kurczewski explain to you how Lynn Hernan was researching ways to kill herself?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She said that Miss Hernan was using hers, meaning Miss Kurczewski's cell phone.
In fact, Ms. Kurczewski indicated that Lynn Hernan used her phone for other stuff too, right?
Sustained.
What other things did Ms. Kurczewski tell you Lynn Hernan used her cell phone for?
Looking things up.
Your Honor, to the continued questions of what we've just heard Ms. Kurczewski say in the interview.
Overruled.
Looking things up, and along with financial information, applying for loans, and other, believes spending money was a reference, but nothing specific.
Was that information consistent with your investigation about Lynn Hernan?
No, it was not.
Why?
Again, Miss Hernan was not someone who used the internet. She didn't make purchases. We had no information that would dictate that she was purchasing anything off the internet.
Daddy Dave. Dave, never see you anymore. You got off us. What's going on, Dave? Nice to see you, my friend. You need to pop in more often, mate. We miss seeing you in here. Keep waiting for a little finch to flower his beard. I know, mate. Well, welcome, buddy. Yeah, it's nice to see you. Just don't see enough of you. Pop in more often, buddy.
Internet that she, again, documented had no access to the internet, and from all accounts, disliked the internet.
Were you able to confirm that the condominium had no internet access installed?
We were able to confirm that Miss Hernan did not have internet access in her condo unit. Yes.
In the clip, Ms. Kurczewski is questioning things that you and Detective Cole told her. Is that fair?
Yes.
In terms of, what did Ms. Kurczewski think about the premise that the Visine was ingested on October 3rd of 2018?
Speculation as to what she thought.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
What did Ms. Kurczewski say about whether Ms. Hernan ingested Visine October 3rd of 18?
She did not believe that Ms. Hernan ingested the Visine on the day of October 3rd. She didn't think it was possible.
Does Ms. Kurczewski change her story about that as we move forward through the interviews?
Yes, she does.
In terms of State's Exhibit 88, which was 188. Can you remind the jury what that was around the time frame of January of 2019?
I believe that was the demonstrative exhibit of the messages between Ms. Kurczewski and Mr. Craig.
Can you point out those messages again on the timeline?
Okay. They are right here.
Okay. And remind the jury what those messages were about.
What have we got, Dave? Guilty or not guilty for him? Which one is it?
That was the night Ms. Kurczewski claimed that she had been allegedly poisoned with tetrahydrozoline and was at a form of urgent care or ER clinic and had been told by a doctor.
Is that a topic that you asked Ms. Kurczewski about on July 10th of 19?
It is.
And what did she say at that point about it?
She claimed that a friend had been had gotten sick.
If we can move to slide 7, please.
49ers. Nick Bosa.
As far as T-Rock, yes, she was with me that night. I actually took it. I was having a night where I was met at Lynn, and I took it because I wanted to know what she was thinking. So I tried a little bit, and I was sick. So it was me. Honestly.
All right.
I just didn't want to tell Scott that. The whole story.
Let's back up just a tad, okay?
Yeah.
So let's start with that since you brought it up. Chris, I obviously confronted Jessy with the information that Scott talked to us about today about her getting Visine poisoning. So
And then
Originally, he
happened
said it was a friend.
months later.
Now he said, yeah. He said that was like
Okay.
3 or 4 months ago was what he thought. So, tell us what happened.
I was actually we did go to Pistol Pizza at night, a girlfriend of mine named T-Rock and 2 other guys. And when we left, I actually took Visine at home because I was mad. I was having a night where I was mad lib, and I was wondering what she was thinking and why she did it. I only had a very little bit. That's why I don't know, I got sick from it. But that's true. And that was just a few months ago. I was just having one of those nights where I was mad at her for everything. I don't know her thoughts. So I get them, but I just don't. She took the easy way out. Is my opinion.
And then while you were gone, Chrissy, Jessy talked about how Lynn was putting Visine in her vodka.
And her water. That's why I was mentioning if her water was checked, because that day I did not give her any and there was none around. Day before, when I was sitting with her and she was drinking some vodka, she did have Visine in it and I didn't know until she had a few drinks of it. And then she told me afterward. I didn't know. She used to take it and empty it when I wasn't there. And I would just find the bottles. She's tried it for a few months. She also bought 2 handguns offline that you put together. I've gotten rid of both of those. In the meantime, I found them in the house and got rid of them. She's looked at trying to get the suicide pill. It's from out of the country. I don't know what it is, but it's called a suicide pill. She's looked at numerous different things. She wanted to try to hang herself from her ceiling fan in her bedroom and figured she'd be too heavy for it. She had for months, she was thinking of anything she could. And she tried multiple things. I watched her once with the gun, and that's when she fell asleep. I took the gun out of the house, and she bought another one. And I threw them out immediately. I didn't keep
Nervous laugh, I think. Nervous.
I know I could find the websites if I really searched. All she did was look on my phone. And their companies, you can just buy them from me and put them together. And that's what she did. But that's why I said I'm having a hard time with that day, because I don't know of anything left that day. She had 2 full boxes in the bathroom. I thought she had one by her, but you guys said it wasn't there. I didn't take anything and move anything. I threw out bottles about 3 days before. And that's why I asked how long they stayed in things, because she was putting them in waters and her vodka, and the waters were always open. So when I would grab her waters, anytime I saw open ones, I was throwing those out. I was literally dumping them out because I didn't want her using them.
When we were outside, fair enough, we didn't ask any questions about the kids, correct? Okay, just so that we're
And
clear.
as far as the money, I want to bring that up too. I did not do anything without her consent. Lynn knew she was sick, and I was honest to God, the money she did prior, the months before, she always said, let's just have some fun. I can't do it, so I want you to do it. She gave me money all the time. Towards the end, she maxed out everything. She did not want nothing left, and half of it was she didn't want Anthony to get anything. That was the honest to God truth. She was too sick, she couldn't change the will. She wanted to change it a long time ago.
Why didn't she just go change it?
Because she was sick at that point, and she thought they wouldn't do it.
And why did she want to cut Anthony out now?
Because she hasn't talked to them in years. They weren't close with her. Like you asked me the other day, you were right on that, but she said it. I mean, my mom knew that too, as far as Anthony, that she was going to take him off, and she never did. And that's, honestly, I mean, you can ask
Was
me.
Anthony supposed to get the car?
No. I actually have it in writing and a picture. I emailed it to you. Oh.
Let me fix those handcuffs.
No, and I honestly, I don't. Lynn also promised things to people, but she promised them to multiple people.
Mm-hmm.
He swears that he promised her the Jeep. I know Lynn's had 2 Jeeps, that one and one prior, and she promised both of them to my mom. She took pictures and wrote it.
Just asking because I mean.
No, I heard that. The same with the bracelet. Supposedly she promised it to 2 people. That's why me and Anthony said nobody's getting it. We're selling it. I mean, I went by everything she hand wrote of who got what, and I gave it to everyone. And I did send that all to you in an email.
Mm-hmm. I'm just asking. Clarifying questions.
Well, now I'm ready to give you what you want to know, because I can't do this. I can't.
So that morning when you go there,
Yep.
You go there, no more bullshit.
Nope,
I mean,
I'm not.
Lay it out.
Yep.
I'm getting tired.
Yeah, I am too. I told him I wanted to tell you. That's why I wrote you twice, and I had a hard time doing it.
We had a rough day. I was there, got you. You get there around what time?
I honestly don't remember the time, but obviously
Early
it was there
morning, late
longer.
morning?
I thought it was like maybe 9-ish, 10-ish.
Okay.
That's what I'm guessing.
And what's Lynn like then?
She was sleeping when we got there.
Okay.
She woke up.
And she's sleeping in the chair?
Mm-hmm. Yep. We talked. I asked her, what medicine she took for the day, what she didn't take. I don't remember to what she said she did or didn't. I know we took a few. At the time, as far as the crushed pills, that she must have did after I left. She was doing that, but like I told him, she tried that numerous times and it wasn't working. But I didn't know about that until I came back. I got her a water. I asked her if she wanted a pudding. She didn't want the pudding. And that was pretty much it. We sat there for a little bit. And she dozed off in and off. That's what she normally would do anyway. And we just, I don't know, we were probably watching a soap or something. That's normally what we did together. We had her set soaps. And she was in and out. And eventually I said, I have to go. I had some errands to run. And she's like, yeah, no problem. Go do your errands. And within 10 minutes, she was snoring again.
You got her a bottle of water.
Mm-hmm.
Are there anything else around her? She has her medicine.
Her regular, yep.
Did she get her some vodka that day?
Nope. She didn't have any vodka that day, or at least when I was there, I didn't grab it for her. So she wasn't getting up that day for anything.
Okay. And why isn't she not getting up?
She wasn't walking around well. I mean, She would get up occasionally, but not well.
Okay. And how long do you think you're there? If you got there like at 9?
I honestly thought it was like 2 hours. Obviously, you guys are saying it's more, and I'm not saying it was. I just don't know. I really don't remember. I don't. I'm being 100% honest on that. I don't remember. And there's no reason like I'm saying I don't, or I wish I did, or we did something. I just don't remember. I was there all the time. I don't.
On the way to her house, did you stop anywhere? Stop at a Starbucks, stop at a Quick Trip, get a coffee. If you're a fat guy, you stop at McDonald's, get one of those bacon, eggs,
I
and
was trying to think
potatoes.
maybe I got us cigarettes or something that day, but no. Not that I can think of. If I would have stopped anywhere, it would have been cigarettes or gas. That would be it.
We're not a coffee girl,
No.
Nothing like that.
I drink tea. I drink tea. I know
Is that for a tea?
If anything, it would have been gas or cigarettes if I stopped.
Trying to jog your memory a little bit. Some people have a routine every morning.
Yeah.
And they stop. I stop at the.
Well, honestly, I was stopping every couple of days because I was driving back and forth so much. But I'm not ringing a bell of anything that I did except going there.
You're driving the car you have now?
Yep.
So you go there, you take care of her a little bit, you watch a little TV.
Yep.
And then you go run and do your errands. And you're doing errands for you mostly.
Yeah, the only thing she needed was water, and that was it. Maybe pudding? I don't know. Offhand, but I don't think she did. No. When I went for the store to her, it was literally, she wasn't eating, so it was water, the same things I'd always get her, water, Visine, and she really was putting Visine in her eyes too, like crazy. I'm not saying that's where it all went, but she did. She used half a bottle in her eyes in a day. They were so dry. I don't know where that came from, but.
Was it dry in her place? I mean,
Well, she smoked in there, and I haven't smoked in a home in years.
Okay, don't say you don't smoke. I just saw you.
No, I haven't. We haven't smoked. None of us smoke in our homes except for her. So that was the one thing we always smoked. So it was very smoky, obviously, in the cats. But
my wife's so sensitive to dry. Oh, it's so dry in the house.
Yeah.
It's so dry here.
Yeah.
Hotel rooms are real dry.
That's me here right now.
So it wasn't like that.
No.
So you need something. Okay.
No.
So you go and you do your shopping, and you pick up water for her, maybe some other little item.
Yep.
And then where do you go?
I went back home to Scott's.
To Scott's.
Yep.
This time you're living with Scott?
Yes.
And I told.
And slide 8, please, is the final slide.
We knew it from before I used to work there.
Oh, okay.
But-
Dallas?
Mm-hmm.
And so you pick up the groceries, and you go to West Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
You drop off the groceries, and then you hang out with him. He's not there. He's there.
No, he was there. We sat and talked maybe for, 20 minutes, a half hour.
Okay.
And then I went straight back to Lynn's. Didn't go anywhere else.
And you went to Lynn's.
Yep. And I had 2 cases of water in my trunk.
So when you're going up to the house, I assume you got a case of water in your hand.
Yep.
To the condo.
No. I always unlock the door first to come back.
Okay.
That's just, I don't know, my routine. It's easier.
And what do you find?
I thought she was sleeping when I walked in. She was in the chair because usually every time I walk in, she's sleeping. So I thought she was sleeping, but she's a very loud snorer, or has been for the last month.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden I walked in and it just didn't seem right. The TV was on, which was always on, and it was loud, but I looked over and I'm like, I don't know if she's snoring. I didn't hear that, so I did like a double take because I was ready to walk back out and grab the water. Because I said, hey, Lynn, like my usual. And I didn't grab the water. My trunk was open. I pushed the button to grab it. And I went right up to her right away. And I'm like, Lynn. And I don't know if I touched her face or listened to her breath, because I know I did both of them, but I don't know what one I did first. And I knew something was wrong immediately, because when I went to touch her, the way her body just shifted, and it wasn't like a good shift. And I grabbed the phone right away.
Okay.
Right away.
And you call 911.
Yep. Because I didn't want to touch her too much and do anything wrong, because I didn't know, and that's when they said, well, tilt her head back and do all this. And
so did you do any of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they told me to tilt her head back because they said, see if you're getting any breathing out of her mouth, and then they wanted me to check for a pulse. So I did both of them, and I was already outside when I called because I panicked. I knew right away this wasn't good, and I didn't notice she was breathing or not, but I just knew it was bad, and I've never seen her like that before.
I wasn't there. I had the neighbors around. I went outside.
Well, she always has the same ones that walk the dogs, and they're out and about. And June was outside with somebody walking the dog. She's the dog. She was outside with her but that was it.
And you asked for help or yelled for help? Or?
No, because I ran back in because they told me to do, check for whatever. So I did that.
Okay.
And then I said, there's no pulse whatsoever. There's no breath, nothing.
You know how to check for pulse?
Yeah. I had to take CPR too. So, yeah.
Okay.
No, be at the dental office, we had to take the course. So, because I was going to they asked me to do CPR, but then I said, there's nothing. And they wanted me to lay her flat on the ground. And I said, she's in a chair. I can't pick her up. There's no way. So they told me to push it back, but that was as good as I could get.
Did you do CPR?
No.
Again, I wasn't at the scene ever. She was also, how big was she? Was she real big?
She was on and off in her weight, but towards the last 6 months, she was pretty big. When we were in the hospital, I remember she was laying flat. She never lays flat. Mm-hmm. And she was laying flat, and her stomach was so bloated that I'm like, oh my gosh, you didn't notice until she was, and even the doctor said the same thing.
What was it bloated from? Do you remember what they said?
I think she just had a bunch of gas, to be honest, because they were pushing around and they did a bunch of x-rays, because she always had stomach problems her whole life. The last 3 years.
Okay. And then obviously the troops come, the police and the firemen, and they take care of business, and you provide your statement, blah, blah, blah. And you probably don't recall this, but did you see water bottles or anything around her at the time?
I don't recall, but I know she always had one or two by her, because usually when I left her, she always asked for a second, just in case she couldn't make it up.
Hold on a second. Pardon me.
No, you're fine.
Something going on.
But I'm pretty sure she would have.
Detective Hoppy, after this point, was the interview ended?
Yes, shortly after.
Okay. The jury just heard Ms. Kurczewski kind of explain what she saw when she came back to Lynn's condo on October 3rd. Is that true?
Yes.
And what did Ms. Kurczewski say about what she thought when she got home or got to Lynn's house? I'm sorry.
She basically said she came inside, said hello, and then at this point, she believes almost immediately she noticed that there was a problem.
Within this clip that we just heard, was there a discussion from Ms. Kurczewski about whether Ms. Hernan was sleeping?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
She believed she was sleeping at first.
At first, when?
When she walked in.
So fair to say Ms. Kurczewski tells you she was at the condo 2 different times on October 3rd, 2018?
Yes, in the morning and then later in the afternoon.
Okay, so what did Ms. Kurczewski say about when she returned in the afternoon about Ms. Hernan?
She opened the door, noticed the TV was on, that it was loud, and then she looked over and initially thought Miss Hernan was sleeping.
Okay. I want to show Exhibit 25, which has already been entered into evidence. And Detective, you have been able to see the photos from this case, true?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to publish Exhibit 25 when we get it. Yes. We're all set, Madam Clerk. What was this a photo of?
This is the photo of how Miss Hernan was found on the day of her death.
And you've seen other photos taken around this time, is that true?
Yes.
And you've been in court when those photos were testified about?
Yes, I have.
At any point in this interview with Ms. Kurczewski, does she mention the powder that's laying on Ms. Hernan?
No, she does not.
Did Ms. Kurczewski say she thought Lynn Hernan was sleeping?
Yes.
In the interview, states Exhibit 203 that the jury just saw. We can take this down, thank you. Is Ms. Kurczewski asked again for kind of a detailed analysis of the things that she did on October 3rd of 2018?
Yes.
Did that include her first visit,
Yes.
which would have been in the morning?
Correct.
Okay. During that play-by-play, did Ms. Kurczewski mention anything to you about Ms. Hernan wanting to open up new financial accounts
No.
or doing online shopping that morning?
No.
I'd like to pull up Exhibit 147, please. That's already in evidence. And publish that to the jury. This is slide 1. Detective Hoppy, do you remember seeing information about this JCPenney account?
Yes.
And do you remember Detective Plennis testifying about this account?
Yes.
Can you remind the jury what date and time this account was opened?
The account was approved at 10:39 a.m. on 10/3 of 18, obviously meaning it was opened on 10/3 of 2018, which is the day of Lynn Hernan's death.
What was the email associated with the account?
Lynn Hernan, 1955@gmail.com.
Okay. In terms of, if we go to the second slide, does that depict that time that the account was opened
Yes.
from the previous slide we just saw?
Correct. Yes.
And going back to slide 1, do you know, based on these records, that purchases were made on this card after it was opened?
Yes.
Were those purchases associated with a shipping address?
Yes, it was.
And whose address was that?
The residents where Miss Kurczewski and Mr. Craig were residing in West Dallas.
Okay. I'd like to also show you Exhibit 116, which is already in evidence. If we get unpublished, thank you. And we're all set, Madam Clerk. Detective, do you remember Exhibit 116?
Yes.
And Detective Plennis talked about this, is that true?
Yes.
Zooming in on the top part of this exhibit, is there a date on it?
Yes, there is.
What's that date?
There's a written and a delivery date. The written date is 10/3/2018.
Okay. And whose name is in the bill to information?
Lynn Hernan,
What about the ship to?
Jessy Kurczewski.
You recognize the address below Ms. Kraszewski's name?
I do.
Whose address is that?
The residence of her mother, Jennifer Flower.
Is there an email associated with that?
Yes, there is.
What is it?
Lynn Hernan, 1955 at gmail.com.
And scrolling down, can you remind the jury what this purchase was for?
Television, a wall mount, and we know that the last purchase, or the watch series 38 millimeter, is going to which was the for $279 purchase.
And again, when Detective Plennis testified about this, he talked about the account of Lynn Hernan's that the purchase was made on. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down. Thank you.
All right, you moving on to a
New topic. Let's take a break then. All rise for the jury. We'll take about a 15-20 minute break. This will be our afternoon break. We'll be in recess.
I think she's cooked. I think she is cooked. I think she will get guilty across the board now. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that looks suspicious there. I know it's reasonable doubt, but I think she's going to get guilty across the board. It's pretty much cemented in. She's going to get guilty for. That's how I feel. This is how I feel right this second. By the way, I'm not saying this will be the end result, but this second, the financial stuff, I think. Murder, I think she's cooked herself with that interview. I thought she did really well up until the last couple of clips. And then she's cooked. Ugh. So it'll be interesting what the defense put on to try and persuade otherwise, but I think they've got a very tough case ahead of them. Very tough case. I think, I don't think they can bring it back from financial stuff. Murder. She's placed herself there. She said about Visine. She's there in the morning, there in the afternoon. Huh. I thought you'd talk about volume, Jonathan. I'm like, what? That's where about them. Katie's saying, nah, still waiting for TV. Oh yeah, look, we can all change our minds. It's just going back to what I said earlier on. You've got the start and the end. Just because I'm now currently guilty doesn't mean they can't be walked back. Doesn't mean they can't be walked out. But I just don't see how they do it. Yeah. That's their job, isn't it? That's their job. To listen to all testimony. We're all listening to the Old Testament, but I have a way I do things in my head, and she's right at the gate at the minute. She's right there. It's now the defense's job, in a way, to bring her back from there. I think enough there. but they're gonna have to prove that there wasn't enough there, which is more than possible to do. Just the lies, the spending, it all adds up. It all adds up. So we'll have to see. Yeah, I say everyone's gonna look at it differently. Still got state testimony to go. I think it's gonna be very hard for the jury to say no to the intentional homicide. I think she stuck to it or said the truth from the start, maybe, but her story does not stand up. Doesn't stand up anymore. I think she messed herself up with her story and changing and everything. She messed herself up by speaking in the first place. Um, but I will give you this. I am more confident in the financial stuff than I am with the homicide. Um, yeah, the what? Yeah, the fact that she sent stuff to her home the morning of the death. Coincidental? Maybe. Likely. You know, it's just all these things. They keep adding up. Like I say, I've not made a decision yet. I'm at guilty at the minute for financial crimes, both counts. I could be persuaded that I'm not there for guilty for homicide yet. I could be persuaded there, but it all depends on the defense now. You know, there's two stories to everything. Um, two stories for everything. Two sides to every story. Sorry, friggin' Nora. So as I say, I go with my metrics of not guilty, guilty, and how it goes up. And I'm there. It's just how do I get over that line? And that's where the defense comes in. And they pull, like in my instance, can they pull me back? So, but I think I can confidently say I'm not one of these that normally make, snap things before listening to all testimony. And I don't suggest that anybody should be like that at all. Um, everyone's got their own way of doing it, you know. Emma asked a good question. But what is the truth of that? I'm still not convinced from it. No, I was, as I was saying, I think we've still got more to come in from the state here. I think I'm comfortable with the financial stuff. Um, but there's still a little bit to go on the murder. Yeah, I agree. I agree. But it's not looking good. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. A lot of you got different thoughts. Katie's definitely got different. Don't think they prove first degree intentional homicide. No, I agree with you there. She didn't think she was dying and opened credit cards. Yeah, but again, that comes to financial element. So, sleep from before boys' colds. Yes, shitty friend for sure. Yes. Oh, there's no doubt she's a shitty friend. Maybe to know about the Visine only gets me to reckless, not intent for death. Hmm. It's close though, I think. But hello, Mrs. Lioness. She said she knew she was drinking it to kill herself, but she kept buying it and giving it to her. But I think that comes back to what Katie was saying. Well, actually, no, opposite what Katie saying. But did she, no, I don't know. This is what I mean. This is not as clear cut. She knew that he was killing her because that's what she's trying to do. but she still gave it to her. And that's, this is one of those you'd have to sit down for a few days and go through everything to premeditate some murders. But now she was laughing about her friend's death. Nothing funny about that. Yeah, I don't know. I think it could be a nervous thing though, Jonathan. Still not. Well, again, go back to Emma's question. I think it comes after you listen to both sides of the story and the rebuttal. So we'll see. Nervous laugh does not make you murder. No, I agree. Jonathan, I just had a notification on a Gordon Ramsay YouTube about salmon and thought it was you posting pics on Discord. If someone you care for tells you they're drinking bleach to kill themselves, do you keep buying it and giving it to them? I mean, the honest question to that is obviously no, But some people would say yes, for kindness, depending why they were doing it. In this situation, I don't think there was need for kindness, but there are certain situations maybe that people. I'm an idiot sandwich. I just posted a picture of their rifle spray painted camo with spray paint. It turned out really, really good. I'm not here to judge, Katie. I'm not here to judge why Jessy did what she did, and what she did for Lynn, or put myself in her shoes. I'm here to judge if the state has proven to me, which is Katie, beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah, yeah. But this is where it gets interesting, Katie. I think that other people think differently to you. Again, so it'd be interesting. But this is what the best thing is about, because every juror would probably think differently as well. So I should have known it wasn't you then. He's likely she contributed to her death, or even oh, she's sorry. Is it likely she even contributed to her death, or even caused it? Maybe, but that's not a reasonable doubt. Yeah, I don't know. I think for some people, the standards of reasonable doubt is lower. Obviously, I think you got a very high, which is the right way, by the way, high reasonable doubt, and I like that. I like that about you. But I think there's other jurors that have a lot lesser threshold than you. So I know a lot of people are okay with more than likely guilty. Yeah, yeah, just a lower threshold. A lot of people are fine with that. But this is why we have 12 people who are totally different and have a different viewpoint on it. Learned a lesson from the Anderson Moore trial. Yes, yes, but you have, but not everybody has. That's the thing. That's the problem. People still have a lot of lesser reasonable doubt, and if they feel a state of proving it, so for some people, it's like, well, but who was it? It has to be this person. It's logical. It's this person, but that's not the right way. But yeah, it's scary to think, isn't it? But yeah, fucking yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm yawning, guys. I'm just fucking tired. Up early, late night last night. Up early today. Let's see what's going on. It's only me and Jonathan and Rumble, I think. 169. Oh, everybody. Boom, boom. You got 6 likes on there. That's good. Right, Keith says there's a complaint that we lock up too many people. Prisons are too full. Yeah, folks are okay with lower standards of proof. I'm just guessing. It must be. But I don't think you got to remember though, most people don't look at that. I look at this, obviously a lot of people here are passionate about the judicial systems and everything, but there's a lot of people in jury systems that don't give a shit. They don't know about prisons and all that. I'm not saying they don't know, but they don't care as much. So a lot of people don't know there's too many people locked up. They don't look into stuff like that. Also, as I say, lots of people, standard proof is it is what it is for you. You can read as much as you want. It is. I think I've got quite high threshold to. I think even a higher one than me. But that's the thing. Everyone's different. Boom, boom. Eliza going to do her in. If she's lie about bullshit, she's lie about big shite for sure. But when he said they have no idea what the power over the money, that's a lie. She's lied a lot, that's fair. Laura, read that as a boom boom. That sort of shit is pissing people off in the car. No, boom boom. In my opinion, it's people like that who will lock up Zach Anderson. Yes. Obviously, they the threshold. Well, I mean, they never thresholds lower, but I will also say that you know, when you've got a DA that's lying as well, it it makes you very hard. It makes it very hard, you know. And I think for us, it's a little bit easier because you can research, we can speak about as we, go through. Technically, obviously, jurors they can't do any research, they can't do anything, they can't speak to each other. So you'd hope by the end that they'd spend time discussing because I know for a fact that you guys have picked up stuff that I haven't. I bet you bought my bottom dollar that I probably picked up stuff that you haven't, or what's important to you, what's important to me. So I'd hope that they would um discuss it. Disagreeing in the end, that's overgeneralization. I think it's just on a lying point. So um do we need to do YouTube on Rumble? I mean, look, Rumble's set up for an emergency thing, so only if you have the capability of doing so. Only if you have the ability of doing so. Obviously, Jonathan wants me to do both, and I just don't. There's no chat in Rumble. That's all. Uh, you can't touch someone's account without power to do so. No, there's laws in place for this. You had man flu. That's not a high threat. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Or, lol, no, I was imitating a 153 dB double tap from a pistol. I have no idea what that is. Nudia origin relation about what? I think it's the lies that if she's able to lie about bullshit, then she's able to lie about big shit for sure. Just overgeneralization. We just don't really know. But I get you. I get what you're trying to say. But because I put a video up of me shooting accurately, fine. You make my night along with everyone else's. Jonathan does. I told Jonathan that in Discord. Everyone loves you, Jonathan. I hope you know that. Jonathan definitely makes the chat. I mean, everyone makes a chat, but Jonathan certainly adds into the chat. And when he's not here, everyone misses him. No pressure, Jonathan, but when you're not here, it's basically I can't entertain them. They don't want me. They want you.
You want to test before we go back on?
Okay. I might need to go and pick a penguin. Actually, I wasn't even deliberately trying to do that. So yeah, Johnson's going to change the way we do Discord as well. So strap yourselves in. I thought Sarah P's stage driver, not Jonathan. Yeah, I know. Well, Jonathan's going to be on X, as in Twitter. He's going to try and get me my algorithm going, hopefully, so like people can see me on YouTube. For whatever reason, they don't. Masalapi's a slave driver as well. She's a slave driver, but you know, sometimes you got to take turns. Yes, that's fine. I enjoy it. Yeah, but he's right though. I need to promote Rumble more, but I don't because it's like I don't get anything from Rumble at the minute. So they take the piss, for being honest. But you never know. It's a backup, isn't it? My dad argued with the bank saying I could sign his checks while they told him I couldn't. First thing he told me to do was sign his check. Whenever I get around to actually figuring Twitter out, never used it. No, but you'll get used to it. Hashtags. You're a clever guy. You're a clever guy, Jonathan. That's how it is on Rumble. But then I get more viewers there. Like I currently got 169 people who viewed it. So it's got me more views than YouTube today. But it just depends because there's no algorithm there. There's no like it's just potluck. I think I wouldn't say Miss Jonathan, but I get your point. So yeah, I need to if people are on Rumble, 210 people. Sorry, I'm not sure how much of them were
Before you can have a seat,
permanent.
I don't have a record of 116 being received, but I do have a record of this very exhibit being part of a different exhibit that was received. And I was trying to find the number. Does anyone know what that is?
Sure do. It's 148, Your Honor. Slide 3 of 148.
That was so very close. Yep, I found it. Okay, so I think the jury should be told about that. I can do it, or you can just clarify with the witness either way. But because 116 is not received. Okay, that was all I wanted to verify. With that, we'll bring the jury out. There's something being published on the screen right now. Yeah, you can take them all there. Thank you. One, 4, 8, side 3. Oh, you guys are switching it up on me. Don't worry. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Attorney Nicolai, when you're ready, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Before we dive back in, Detective, I want to just clarify something that happened before the break. You and I discussed that electronics purchase, right?
Correct.
And I showed you Exhibit 116. That was that ABT receipt.
Yes.
In reality, that exhibit is actually the third slide of Exhibit 148. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, so the ABT receipt is in Exhibit 148,
Yes.
and that's in evidence.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple other things I wanted to ask before we start the next interview. So going back to Exhibit 203, which is the interview from July 10th of 2019, do you recall having a discussion with Ms. Kurczewski about the friend of hers that was poisoned with tetrahydrozoline?
Yes.
Did that story change again throughout that interview?
Yes.
Ultimately, toward the end of that interview in 203, what did Ms. Kurczewski tell you about what happened in January of 2019?
She stated that she was the one and that she actually had taken the Visine herself.
Okay. The other piece I wanted to ask you about, do you recall in Exhibit 203 during the interview talking with Ms. Kurczewski about Ms. Hernan being in a coma?
Yes.
And who thought Ms. Hernan was in a coma before her death?
Mr. Craig.
Where did he think she was in a coma?
At Freighted Hospital.
Did you ask Ms. Kurczewski about that in this interview?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She denied that. She stated she never told Mr. Craig that Ms. Hernan was in a coma.
Okay. Do you know that to be false?
We know that Ms. Hernan was definitely not in a coma. Correct.
Sorry. Okay.
Yes.
And now I'm going to show you the paper versions of Exhibits 182 through 186 and ask you to look at them. And Detective, have you seen those before?
Yes, I have.
What is Exhibit 186?
186 is a demonstrative, or again, a more readable version of text messages between Ms. Kurczewski and Mr. Craig.
What are Exhibits 182 through 185?
Another version, it'll be the PDF version off the download from Mr. Craig's phone of text messages between himself and Ms. Kurczewski listed in Exhibit 186. Again, it would just be in a timeline format.
Okay. Have you checked to make sure that the data from the download is reflected correctly in Exhibit 186?
Yes, I have.
With that, I'd move Exhibits 182, 183, 184, 185, and 186 into evidence.
No objection.
All right, Exhibits 182 through 186 are all received. Permission to publish granted.
If we could please publish Exhibit 186. Detective Happy, the jury has seen a couple other exhibits in this same format already, right?
Correct.
And you've read the messages to the jury on those other exhibits?
Yes, I have.
Slide 1 that we're looking at here gives some information about what 186 is, right?
Yes, it does.
What does it indicate?
The messages that we observed in May of 2018.
Okay. Were you here when Scott Craig testified at this trial?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall him discussing these same messages in his testimony?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So if we go to slide 2, again, is the jury able to see the numbers involved in this conversation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So this is a little bit lengthier of a discussion. Is that fair?
Yes.
So what I'd like to do for the jury to maybe make this go a little more efficiently is that I'll read the pink and you read the blue. But remind the jury who's sending the messages, or what phone is sending messages that are in pink.
Miss Kurczewski's.
Okay, and what phone is sending messages in blue?
Mr. Craig's.
And the jury can obviously see the timestamp for each message as we walk through this. Is that fair?
Yes, that is.
Okay, so if there's no objection from defense, I'd like to proceed in that manner where you and I read these together.
There is an objection. I do object. Miss District Attorney is not here to testify.
All right, sustained. We'll have the witness read them.
All right, Detective, again, I'm going to ask that you not read the time because the jury can see the time, but please begin reading this conversation.
Okay. Jessy to Scott. Man, they play anymore. Scott to Jessy at 3. Scott to Jessy. I want to thank you for asking everyone we know if I like Whitney the other night when you were wasted. It's all everyone was talking about last night. Absolutely embarrassing. I got approached by 4 people about it. It's one thing to accuse me of lies between us, but then you spread this dumb, childish rumor to everyone as well. Scott to Jessy, so fucked up. Jessy to Scott, I didn't say one word to anyone except Mike, and I swear my life on that. Jess was the one who asked me about it. I didn't say anything to anyone else, and I put that on everything. I wasn't wasted either, so stop that. You think I'm always wasted. I didn't not tell about it to anyone except Mike when we were alone outside, and I said it just a question and let it be. So where's this coming from, the Sam, or the same with you? It was a question and I didn't push it at all. Scott to Jessy, you're always creating drama with everyone, and now you've managed to talk shit about me too. All lies. Well, you and Jess can go straight to hell because I did nothing wrong at all. I'm done with the little kids' games. I'm way done. Jessy to Scott, I didn't say you did all. I asked is if you liked her. That was all I didn't say. You did a thing. Scott to Jessy. Jess is trying to get you to dislike Whitney because of her problems. And now she is telling lies about me, dragging me into it too. And then you ask people what they think. That's how stupid fucking rumors start. Scott to Jessy continuing, and it did. With everyone. Jessy to Scott, I'm not playing games with you or anyone. Of course, I do all is wrong. Scott, you've been done. I'm the idiot waiting for you to change your mind. Why do you keep thinking bad of me? That's all you do. This is why we are going to stay out of the bars. I didn't create any drama, nor was I trying to start shit. Scott to Jessy, well, you did. Always talking shit about people. Whitney, Holly, Mikey, everyone. Now me too. Scott, Jessy again. Everyone is sick of it. Continuing Scott to Jessy, and I'm sick of everyone and feel so stupid. Jessy to Scott, I wasn't talking about anyone the night I was there, and I purposely had fun without talking about anyone and had fun. Continuing Scott, Jessy to Scott, Jess doesn't dislike Whit, nor do I. We were fine. I talked with her before I left, and not anything to do with you. I wasn't starting a rumor and didn't talk about it. I swear to God. I asked you, that's what I did. All I wanted was a no. I don't want any problems. What are you not understanding? I just want you and you only. Jessy to Scott continuing, why do you feel stupid? I didn't do it. What are you not getting? Here I've been running around all day for this country thing tonight, looking forward to just being normal and seeing you and Dom, and maybe for a little, I wasn't going to start drama or create any drama. I didn't do anything seriously. I get blamed all the time. Scott to Jessy, whatever you got to tell yourself, you do it all the time. Jessy to Scott, I didn't say a word, and I put that, how much I love you. I would never want that rumor. Scott to Jessy, and then everyone comes to me about shit. I want no ties to your fucked up head. Scott continuing to Jessy, enjoy your country night. I'm sure you'll have a great time with your so-called friends. I'm absolutely fed up. Jessy to Scott, I didn't do anything and I'm not lying. Do you ever think that nobody wants us together and is creating a problem? Do you ever? All I do is for everyone, and all I do is get shit on. I wasn't talking about anyone. Why would I want people to think you like Whitney? And why would I want that think for 1 minute? It doesn't even make sense. All you do is think I run around talking about people when I don't. I do everything lately to keep peace, and I don't even hang out there, and it's a problem still. This is crazy. I didn't do anything. I swear that's why you don't ever believe me. I always believe you, always. I don't lie to you ever. Scott to Jessy. Well, I'm sure everyone will be friends again with you tonight. Just keep buying them shots. Jessy to Scott. You think I just wasted a shit ton of money on flowers so I could talk about you and lie to you so you hate me? Seriously, think for once I do all I can for you, because I want you, and that's why I was willing to give up the bars and bullshit. I'm really only trying, and I'm getting shit on for things I didn't do. I never said a word about Whitney to anyone whatsoever. One question to Mike outside when you were alone, and you, that's it. I put that on everything, and I wasn't fucked up. I had 4 drinks all night. Jessy to Scott continuing, I'm not buying anyone's shit, not even doing now, because I was only going to see you and Dom. So if you were trying to ruin my day and night, you did, because I didn't fucking do shit. Do you not fucking get it? I kiss your ass and do everything that I can for you because I love you and I want you. So why would I want people thinking you like Whitney? I swear you asked for no more bars and then you went right back to it. And look, one night and shit. Had a great week together without the bars and it all went to shit. Scott to Jessy. Well, thanks for doing the flowers. I wish you wouldn't have now. Sorry about the shit ton of money. Guess we're even for that 500 now. Please do nothing for me ever again. I will take care of myself. Please do not contact any of my kids or their moms. I told them to tell me if you do. I'm done with all of this shit. I'm so fucking pissed and want nothing to do with you again. I'm a fucking idiot. Jessy to Scott. I haven't talked shit about anyone. Last thing I did was a repeated comment Whitney made about Holly, and I'm the bad guy. I haven't said or done shit about anyone. I've kept my mouth shut and haven't talked to anyone. Do you think I care about the money on the flowers? I did it because I care, and I did not take your fucking money. Do you really think I'm such a bad person? You really think that this is me? Wow, you've dated me for how long? I think you know me better than that. That hurts. Jessy to Scott, continuing. The worst, I'm not talking shit or taking to ruin the little that we have left. You are the one listening to everyone else instead of listening to what you should know by now. Scott to Jessy, please do not call me. Jessy to Scott, how can you treat me like such a piece of shit? I really didn't do anything for this. Seriously, Scott, how can you say that? Why don't you ever believe me? I didn't do anything. I sit at mom's, don't text or talk to anyone but you, and I repeatedly get yelled at for not saying shit. Scott to Jessy, well, you did. You just don't remember as usual. Not my problem. Jessy to Scott, so you can act fine all day and just lose it on me? I talked to you about Whitney, a question, and I didn't yell at you or accuse you of anything. You just yelled at me. Didn't ask me shit, just yelled at me. Scott to Jessy, you don't talk to anybody because you talk shit about them and run your mouth. They don't want to talk to you. Now me too, seriously. I'm not going to say this again. Stop texting me. Jessy to Scott, wow, I really don't shit and talk about everyone. You are such a dick to shit here and bash me when I didn't talk shit about you whatsoever. You're making me to be this person who you want me to be. Maybe that way it's easier for you. I'll stop texting you. I'm going to just head straight to your house then. Why don't say all this to me in person? While I come get all my shit, you can do whatever the treat mill and cabinet do with whatever. I'm sorry, you can do whatever with the treat mill and cabinet, and I got nowhere for them. Don't care. I'm sick of this. The way you're treating me right now is unbelievable to me. Keep telling yourself a girl who loves you and keeps trying would around talking shit about you cause that, because that makes sense for you then. Keep doing it, because I have never stopped. I have never ever. So stop treating me like this, because it's pretty fucked up of you. Scott to Jesse, do not go to my house. I'm not there and it's locked. I'll let you know when you can get your shit. Maybe tomorrow while I'm gone. Jesse to Scott, well, then I'll wait for you to get home, because I'm not doing this. You're not going to keep making me feel like this for no reason. I did nothing. And until you get that in your head and stop being like this, we have a problem. Nope, you can be home, because you're going to realize I did nothing. You're not going to make me feel like this. It isn't fair how you can listening to others and snap when you feel like it. Sorry, but no. I didn't just order all your baby mama's flowers for them. I did it for us so I could turn around and talk shit. Get it straight. I didn't do shit, and yep, I'm gonna do whatever it takes till you figure that out. Guess you just fuck with me because I'm such a bitch, right? Yep, that's me. How can you love someone and just be downright cold when you think so? Nothing without any benefit of the doubt. Something without any benefit of the doubt. No fucking way you really are that person right now. It's so fucked up that you could treat me like this over hearsay. Who does that? I'm outside your house. Hello? Scott to Jesse. I told you I'm not there. WTF is wrong with you? Get away from my house. Jesse to Scott. Scott, I'm not kidding. I'm not letting this go. You are being the biggest dick to me, and it's not right. I didn't do anything. Until you figure that out, we have a problem. I didn't do shit, and you can't treat me like this just because you feel like it. I'm not doing anything to your hours. I'm sitting in my car. I'm that kind of person. Never. Not. What is wrong with me? Really, you're asking me that? You are choosing to believe BS that I didn't do, and it's fucked up. Scott to Jesse, why are you by my fucking house? Jesus Christ, crazy fucking person. Jesse to Scott, because you need to talk to me. Scott to Jesse, I'll just call the cops and tell them there's a suspicious person outside my house. Jesse to Scott, this isn't right. I didn't do anything, and you just lost it on me, and it's wrong. I'm not crazy. I'm normal. You're the crazy one who talked to me all morning like nothing and then just lost it. I didn't do anything. Not a damn thing. I talked to you. Yeah, of course you'd call the cops on me. Wow. Scott to Jesse. So you're going to sit outside my house till I get home? Fucking psycho. Jesse to Scott. That's what it takes for you to realize I didn't do anything. Yep. And that's what it takes. Do you not get it? I'm willing to do whatever it takes for you to realize I didn't do anything. Scott to Jesse, fine, you didn't. What the fuck ever. Get away from my house. Jesse to Scott, you get mad and just keep talking, just keep calling me names. That's awesome. Most people talk, but you just say everything and anything. You never loved me. Nobody would say that and act like this. You don't even get it. What you did and said today is unreal. You just straight up fuck because I'm such a bad person and want everyone to think the guy I love likes wit. Yep, because that's normal and that sounds completely right. Everyone said it's so true. This girl I spent most of the week with just decided to bash me to everyone when she wasn't trying to get you back and do anything she could for you. Scott to Jesse, I didn't bash you at all. WTF is wrong with you? Why would I want people to not like you? You're fucking being stupid. Please leave me alone. Obviously, I need to cool off, and you're making it 10 times worse. Jessica Scott, whatever. I'm sure you're sitting in-house laughing at me because you've got me so fucked up right now that I literally want to crash my car because I'm tired of feeling like a piece of shit. Well, let's see. I've walked in on Lynn thinking she was dead. Instead, just coma, probably to never wake up. And then you yell at me repeatedly over something I didn't do. And I lost you all over again before I could get you back. Scott to Jesse, I'm sorry for your problems, but I don't need this right now. I need to cool off.
Detective Happy, can you please circle the word coma in this slide? And I would ask Madam Clerk if we could please save this annotation and have it marked as Exhibit 186A. And I'd move it into evidence.
Received.
And we can clear the screen.
This is mental.
Now, Detective Happy, remind the jury what Ms. Kurczewski said during the interview on July 10th of 2019 about this situation.
That she never told Mr. Craig that Miss Hernan was in a coma.
I'll have you continue on page 27.
Continuing Jesse to Scott. I get it, but didn't do anything, and I'm so tired of everyone blaming me for everything. I didn't say anything, and then you bash me about calling your baby mama's kids, and when I haven't been. I am just trying to hold it all together because this is probably the worst day I ever just thought things were good, not together. But good, and they went to shit over one night in the fucking bar again. I'm just tired of you yelling at me when I didn't do it, and you made me feel like the idiot again for nothing. Money's in your grill. Enjoy your night. Maybe you should have cooled off before blowing up on my without thinking about TI. And then I'm not out to be the bad guy or bash the one I love. I tried too hard that night, just not to piss you off. I try to do everything so you don't hate me, and it's always something. Never mind, I'm leaving. I'm not putting money. I'm not putting money there because Dano's here again for nothing. Money's in your grill. Enjoy your night. Jesse continued to Scott. You begged me to keep you from the bar last weekend, and see what happens. I didn't even want to go, but I wanted to see you. I was looking for to just chilling, going to Bella's game and seeing Dom tonight. And now they all just think Jess fucked up again. Crazy bitch. Excuse me. Scott to Jesse. I didn't say anything to my family. Shut up. Stop with your shit again and again. Get away from my fucking house. Exclamation points. Jesse to Scott. I already left 5 minutes ago. Why bother cool off? Do whatever you need. Clearly, I need to get the fuck away from you.
What day are we on, Detective Happy?
This is now May 15th.
So a few days after the conversation you just read?
That's correct.
Okay.
Scott to Jesse. At home. Jesse to Scott. Yeah, I'm still sitting in my work clothes. Was going to go after the doc, but wasn't up for it. Okay, good talk, LOL. Scott to Jesse. You're so funny. Jesse to Scott. Well, you never say anything. Scott to Jesse. Not much to say. Jesse to Scott. I guess so. Say anything. Keep my company for a little with small talk. Scott to Jesse. What's up with Lynn? Jesse to Scott. Nothing new. I'm going to stop by her in a little, then go stay at her place tonight with the cats. Scott to Jesse. What's wrong with her? Jesse to Scott. I think she's just tired of being sick. She overdosed on pills. Scott to Jesse. What kind? On purpose? Jesse to Scott. A bunch, and I really don't know. She's in a coma. They don't think she will wake up. Scott to Jesse, are you serious? I mean, come on. What kind of pills? That doesn't sound right. Jesse to Scott, she takes a ton of pills. I don't even know half. You think I'm joking? It is serious. Scott to Jesse, does she have family? Jesse to Scott, and she drinks with them. She's been sick. She's been so sick for a while, and she put on 50 pounds in a month, and she doesn't eat because she just gets sick. She has no family. She was adopted. Her parents both died in the last few years. It's just mom and I is all she has, and like 2 other friends. Scott to Jesse. Well, who is responsible for her? Like power of attorney. Jesse to Scott. Me. Scott to Jesse. Like legally? Written somewhere? Jesse to Scott. Don't you ever listen to me? I tell you this stuff all the time. I've been to the bank and attorney with her many times. It was mom. Then when I got out, she changed it to me because mom can't handle anything. She has no family whatsoever left. That's why she always made sure I knew everything. Scott to Jesse. Well, I heard you before, but sometimes I don't know. Just kind of weird. Jesse to Scott. What's weird? She used to be mom's neighbor in those apartments I grew up with. Her mom and her were best friends. Her dad died and she bought the condo. She likes my aunt, but not related. It's a little overwhelming, but I try not to think about any of it. Docs get shit wrong all the time, and she might be wake up, you know. I don't know. Mom thinks it's probably better. She said she wouldn't want to live being sick all the time. I don't know. I couldn't imagine growing old with no family, nobody. Are you done now? Scott to Jesse. I guess. Sorry, geez. Jesse to Scott, you didn't say anything else, so I don't know. Jesse to Scott, I didn't mean like that, silly. Jesse to Scott, so what else? Scott to Jesse, nothing, I guess. Picking up Bella soon. Jesse to Scott, okay, have a good night. If you get bored later, I'll be cat sitting, so if you want to message me. Scott to Jesse, more cats. Jesse to Scott, LOL, she has 2. She has strict instructions, so if she doesn't wake up, they get put down. They are older and picky. She knew we couldn't take them with ours. And that's what she wanted. They're to be creamed and put with her ashes. But for now, I'm just keeping an eye on them. Scott to Jesse, how's Lynn? Same. The docs are talking about trying something tomorrow to see if there's any response and check her brain activity. Too many big words. I don't know. So I said, talk to me so I know what you're saying. How's Bella? Scott to Jesse, fine. I dropped her off at Hale for a track meet with her friends. Jesse to Scott, oh my God, now track. I don't know how that girl does it. Does it all. It's too much. Scott to Jesse, no, she's just watching. Jesse to Scott, oh, so you just sitting at home then? Scott to Jesse, yeah, laundry, dishes, stuff.
What day are we on?
May 16th, 2018. Scott to Jesse, Jesus, are you getting paid? Jesse to Scott, yeah, thank God. Scott to Jesse, well, that's good. Let me get it, LOL, JK. No, hun. Jesse to Scott, no, hun. No, but you should get your overall health checked out. Plus, it's important. Okay, get back to work. Just checking on you. Scott to Jesse, how's Lynn? Jesse to Scott, same. They said she had a rough night, so they aren't going to try what they were going to today. Maybe tomorrow. Scott to Jesse, what is going to happen? Jesse to Scott, I don't know. I really don't not looking good though. Totally random. I was going to ask yesterday and forgot. What's the deal with Jackie and McGuanago? Scott to Jesse, who knows?
Detective, was Lynn Hernan ever in a coma at Freighter Hospital?
No, she was not.
through your investigation, did you become aware whether after the conversation that you just read, Scott Craig and Jessy Kurczewski stopped seeing each other?
No, we were not aware of that.
Okay. In fact, did your investigation reveal they stayed together after this discussion?
Yes.
Do you know how Scott Craig found out that Lynn Hernan did not die at Freighter?
From us, the detectives.
Now, Detective, I'm going to move forward to Exhibit 204. Did you speak with Ms. Kurczewski again on July 11th of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Again, she reached out and asked to speak with us.
Okay. Did you accommodate that request?
Yes, we did.
Can you see 204 before you?
Yes.
And you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It is portions of the interview conducted on July 11th, 2019 with Ms. Kurczewski.
Are they fair and accurate portions of the interview?
Yes, they are.
I move Exhibit 204 into evidence. Ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 204 is received, permission to publish granted.
And Detective Happy on slide 1. Is there some information there in terms of the video to follow?
Yes.
And what is that?
Again, it's indicates this is a meeting or an interview I conducted on July 11th, 2019 between myself and Ms. Kurczewski.
Is Detective Cole in this interview?
He is.
Sorry, if we can go to slide 2. All right. And this begins at 9 minutes, 20 seconds.
That's correct.
All right, and we can play from here.
When I left, I did use another card too.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know if that's on mine. I have multiple, but I thought you guys can check that too, I'm sure. So, because I know for sure I went shopping. I'm positive because I brought home groceries.
And when you say card, you're talking about the shopper's card, right?
I used Pick and Save card. I used her, like the state food card, whatever, because she always would tell me, oh, I'm not using it. Make sure you take it. And then my card.
Okay. When I say the Pick and Save card,
Mm-hmm.
like the Savers card.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And use yours or hers, you think?
Mine.
Okay, and is that under your phone number or?
Under mine.
Okay. And then you said you went.
Because I usually punch in the number. I don't even scan the card.
Okay. And then you went to Scott's house.
Yes. I mean, I believe I went to Walmart and maybe Woodman's. I know I stopped at a few places, but I know for sure Pick and Save. And I want to say, I think Walmart.
When you say Woodman's, which
maybe.
Woodman's would you
It
go
would be
to?
the one in Franklin. That's the one I always go to. Or Oak Creek, actually. Sorry.
Oak Creek.
Yep.
Then you went to Scott's house.
Yep.
And you talked for a while. You said,
Unloaded stuff and talked to.
and then you drove to Lynn's.
Yep.
And you popped the trunk.
Yep.
If I'm wrong, you gotta say you're wrong.
Oh, I will.
And was the door locked or unlocked?
And her door is always locked.
So you unlocked it.
Yep.
And you entered.
Mm-hmm.
And tell me again what you find.
First I said, well, hi, Lynn, and she was sleeping, or so I thought she was sleeping like she usually is when I come in. Now I say hi. Well, I did a double take because I was actually turning around to go to the trunk. And I did a double take because I realized, A, she didn't answer me, and I didn't hear her heavy snoring like I normally hear. So I literally turned back around, and I went, well, that seems odd. So I walked up to her right away, and I'm like, Lynn, just talking to her, and then I'm like, I don't see her, I don't hear her snoring. I don't see any movement whatsoever. And that's when, right away, I checked just to see if I felt any breathing, and I called 911 immediately.
Okay. And then 911 tells you to do some,
Yep.
check the pulse.
Check the pulse, and then they wanted me to lie her on her back, and I said, I can't. She's in the chair. There's no way I can move her.
Oh.
So they said, lay it back as far as you can.
And then the troops come.
Mm-hmm. I stood outside from there. I didn't want to be inside. I literally, when I finished doing what they told me to do, I walked right outside and just stood there.
And was Jean around at the time when you're outside?
She was next door with a neighbor. I believe she always used to give treats to the neighbor's dogs. And I believe she was with a neighbor and a dog. I don't know what neighbor, but they always walked by.
But she specifically remembers seeing Jean.
Yes.
And you know Jean real well because she's helped you over the years.
Mm-hmm. She just helped me a day or two prior to pick her up off the floor.
Did Did she have like a button or something, or she would just call you?
Who?
Like
Lynn?
Lynn.
No, she
Like
would call.
if she fell,
No, she would call.
what if she never phoned? She'd have to call to get the phone, or
She literally had the phone like on her at all times or right next to her where she could reach it.
what kind of phone did she have?
Just a cordless.
Of course, so it's not even a cell phone.
Oh, she had one, but that one she wasn't using for.
So she used
she
like
was
a landline.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
That was a cordless.
So Gene was there, he said the day before, you said?
It was the day before. It was either the day before or 2 days before. I don't remember. She fell. I was out with Scott, and that was one of the times that I had to leave and go. And then Gene helped me because I couldn't. I had to find help.
Why wouldn't you take Scott to help you?
I'd never asked him to help me. He doesn't know Lynn. Lynn never wanted to see him like that.
Oh, I know, but that dude's really nice when you got to pick someone up.
He is very nice.
And he's a nice guy. I mean, basically.
I totally understand. But Gene's helped me about 3 times, and I've never taken him. And he was also out.
Did you call Gene first?
Nope, I waited till I got there. Or I think. I might have called her, I don't know. Sometimes I'd call her and say, can you at least go over and sit with her or whatever until I get there. And I mean, I race out there. I literally fly out there, so.
You said you and Scott were out together, or
Yep.
were you out separately?
We were out together.
And when you say out, I assume, when I say we're going out,
Mm-hmm.
you're out at a bar?
Mm-hmm.
Did you go out together in the same car?
I don't know for sure.
I just find it odd.
I
You
don't know.
don't take the guy
No,
you
I've
been with for
never.
3.5
But
years.
he's never met her, and that was her, that was her biggest thing
But
is
if you
I
get
don't
there,
want.
can you get her off the floor by yourself?
Well, with Gene, we always could.
But what if Gene's not available?
I've never had a problem, so.
Okay. I mean, I don't know.
Well, worst case scenario, I'd call an ambulance, because that's what we did once before.
Because, you know, my mom's in assisted living, and if she goes down, I have people there to help.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would bring my wife with me.
I guess
And
I
my
was
kids.
just used to it, because I've done it numerous times. Numerous.
Do you remember which bar you were at when she
I would have had to be in the usual Sales Palace. It's right down the road from our house.
That sounds so established.
We know the owner.
Yeah,
It used to be the bouncer at Scotty's owns the bar, him and his wife.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Because you were a Scotty's girl. And then you give the deputies your statement. There's no other civilians there, though, right? It's just.
Well, I mean, now all her neighbors are outside.
And no one
asking
goes
her.
inside.
No, no.
The deputies
Nobody
do a
has
pretty
walked
good job.
inside. I walked out while I was still on the phone with 911. I walked
Okay.
out because I couldn't. I was just in shock. I couldn't even sit there.
But you remember pretty clearly what she looks like.
Yeah.
Can you
I
describe
can't get that image out of my head.
Can you describe it to me again?
I mean, she's sitting in the chair. That's how she always was. But she wasn't obviously looking at me or talking to me. And she was just sitting there. And when I went to touch her, the way her body just shifted, it was just one of those feelings. I can't explain it. I've never touched anybody in Haley before because I've never seen anybody dead before my whole life. Or at least I can think. I mean, besides going to a funeral.
I got you.
It's like, I mean, and that's the hardest thing for me is because I've seen her a million different ways, and to see that, I mean, that image, I mean, I literally, I told the guy on the phone, I'm like, I can't sit in here, I had to go outside. Like, I was like sick to my stomach just seeing it, because it's something that you can't get out.
And again, we talked a little bit earlier, but I've seen lots of dead bodies, so I'm pretty used to it. When you see her, I mean, what is she wearing? Do you remember?
I know she had a shirt on. I know she had no pants on. She was sitting on, her pee pad thing that we kept down. And she probably had her blanket on because she always she would go through hot and cold, so.
Uh-huh. And tell me about the spoon and the pills. And...
Well, when I left the house, that spoon and that, the plate were always on her side, like one of the tables, either or. Because she always, I shouldn't say table. She had a table on one side and her speakers on the other side. That's where her pills were. That's where normally she had a thing of eye drops right there. Those were the ones she put in her eyes. That was where usually her water was, her phone, and I don't know if I said medication, but any of her medications. That's where on both sides of her. And we always had a plate and a spoon next to her. And when I left, there was like 4 or 5 pills, whatever pills she didn't take for the day, were sitting on top of it, and they were whole. And that's how I left her.
And then you find her, and where's the plate now?
I thought it was on that side table still, but the pills were crushed.
Okay. Anything else about her that you remember?
No.
I mean, she just said that she'll never forget that image, and I get it because
I mean,
can
well,
remember.
yeah. I mean, it just. I really can't say anything else differently. I mean, than just seeing her not. You know, I mean, the biggest thing for me is I watched her body because I was so used to seeing. She was a very deep, heavy breather. And I was so used to always seeing, you could literally see her moving, you know, the breathing. And I couldn't see anything. I mean, it was just, and when he had me touch her, I mean, that really did it for me. Because it was just that little, like I moved, and the way her body just moved over, I mean, there was no, it like gave, you know. I don't know how else to explain it, but.
Describe her face to me. Remember what her face looks like?
Just I mean, there was no movement to it. I don't believe her eyes were open. I guess I wasn't staring at it, you know, but just there. I know she had a hair clip in that she had in for days. Yeah, I don't. I think her mouth might have been open a little bit. But that's all I can remember.
And I can't put the image in my head, you know.
No, I know.
Our brains are wired a little differently because we're messed up that we see things and we cue on certain details and that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? It's actually kind of a curse after a while.
I can see that.
But again, this is your good friend that you love, that you've been taking care of for months and months and months at least, right? Yeah. Would you say more than a year?
Well, taken care of, no. I would say as far as like the last 4, 5, 6 months. I mean, going out there and spending time with her, yeah. I've been doing that since I've been out, so.
And the last couple of years, let's say the last couple of years prior to her death, at the beginning of that time period, she's not as sick as she is at the end, correct?
She would have a lot of stomach issues, but not the same, no. Not
because she could move and walk.
Oh, yeah.
At the beginning, when we were going to visit her.
I mean, she'd go to the store, but she'd still use like the cart, you know, to walk around or stuff like that. I mean, she wasn't the best, but she was way better.
The cart or the little trolley, electric trolley thing?
No, the actual like shopping cart.
Okay. And eventually she got to the point where she didn't drive, she couldn't shop. And that's more like the last 6 months or 9 months?
I would say when she stopped driving would probably be maybe 4 to 5.
Okay. Yeah. And that's when you really are kind of assisting her with day-to-day operations. Would you say at least a couple hours a day?
Usually, yeah.
Every day?
Yep. One of the things I forgot, on top of taking care of her, I was taking care of her cats too, because they have the litter box, the food, all that. A lot of times she could feed them, but going to the room to do the litter box was just too much work for her. I did think of that last night.
How many cats did she have?
She had 2. My mom has one of them. We put the other. Well, we had both for a while, but she put the other one down.
Okay.
I was sick.
And you never miss a day?
Once in a while, I would.
So very rarely.
Rare, yeah.
I
mean, like when we had softball or stuff going on, she knew. A few times I asked Jean to check in on her if it was bad. I mean, we weren't doing major things towards the end.
Did you take any major trips or you go out for a week?
No. I think the most I'd be gone for would be 4 days.
And then Jean would come take care of her?
She would check in if she needed, or Lynn would call her if need be, but that would be it.
Because the last month you're there every day?
Pretty much. But I mean, there would still be like a day I wouldn't go. If I was there late the night before and I talked to her and she was, didn't need anything or was okay for the day. So mostly yes, but once in a blue moon, no.
I mean, I don't know. The reason I asked
it wore on me. So I mean, some days,
the only time I've ever seen her, she's not looking her best.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it looks like the kind of person that would need help every day.
She really didn't though until, like physically every day until right before the hospital and then coming home.
And her last
because she could still make it around. Honestly, the walker, the potty thing, and what else did we get her? All those things, we got her literally like probably 3 days before she went to the hospital.
Okay.
So, I mean, she would still get up and go to the bathroom.
When you say hospital, I mean her last trip.
Yeah, the last one. But, like, the main reason I got it is because she was still sleeping in her bed up until right before the hospital, too. Mm-hmm. And, like I was telling him, she had an accident. She couldn't get out of bed quick enough or whatever the case was. Her bed was very high. She shit the whole room. So while she was in the hospital, I was there shampooing her whole carpeting.
Sure.
So, in her bed.
Prior to the last day at WAUKESHA, did she ever go to the hospital? Did you know prior to that?
Yeah.
When was that? Approximately 6 months, 3 months?
She went 2 or 3 times in the last 2 months before.
Okay.
And I want to say 2 were ambulance.
Oh, it's up the hill?
Yes. Yep.
I see.
That's where they would only take her.
WAUKESHA.
That's the only place they would take her to.
She never been afraid of her?
So that's where she wanted to go. Very badly.
But she was never there.
I think she's been there, but for
Talking the last.
Yeah.
When you were kind of involved here.
Yeah.
You're always going to WAUKESHA.
Yeah.
Something that's bothering me a lot. Because again, I tend to think that if you're involved in this, it's because she wanted your help. But I can't get past this because Scott's real clear that he thought she was in a coma at Freighter.
She wasn't at Freighter.
So
she never went there. That's where she always wanted to go. And the last time I took her to the hospital, I begged her to go there.
And he's real clear that you're telling him you're going to meet her at you're going to see her at the hospital.
I know that.
Which you're with this guy for 3.5 years. Either he's the stupidest guy I've ever met, or you're lying to him.
I did lie to him. I did.
Why?
Because she didn't want anybody knowing she was in the hospital or at home sick, except mom.
But she never even met this fucking guy.
She never met him. That was her biggest thing. She thought, though.
So
like
you
when she fell,
lie
I'm
to
being
your
very honest.
boyfriend?
It wasn't.
A guy, she never got.
I'm looking at it now going, I should never lie to him because I ruined everything.
He's crushed.
I know.
And it makes you look real guilty.
I understand that part, but I
I
honestly
can get past it in my brain because I'm the one that just kind of likes you. And
I completely get it.
He seems like I'd like to hang out with him. That's how nice he is.
She wanted Freighter more than anything. That's where I wanted to take her to the last.
But she's not there. You're telling him that's where she's at, in a coma, which is a double lie.
I don't remember saying coma. I always said she was in and out of it because she was at home, and that was the truth. She was in and out of it all the time. But I did tell him Freighter, and I'm not gonna lie about it. I'm telling you, I want to tell you everything I possibly can at this point.
Well, we need to get there because you are involved in this, and I'm trying to put you in the best light to the court.
I get it.
That this didn't happen for money. This happened for love.
It didn't happen for money. I'm completely honest, and I will tell you.
And I know your story about what happened to her. You told me that yesterday.
I'm more than sorry than what happened to her, because when
and it's chewing you up inside. I know it is because even yesterday when we talked about the Visine, I could see just kind of whip out of your body.
I left here last night, and I told him, or one of you, I slept for a little bit. Not the best. I slept good because just getting it out, it's been wearing and tearing at me. I mean, more than you know. And I think the biggest part for me is that's why I was getting frustrated when they kept saying she had to have it that day. What she had that day, I didn't know, and I'm serious. I said she did one time, the whole time I've known her, she drank 1 bottle in front of me. Just one time. 1 bottle. And she never did that afterward. I was so upset and hurt by it because I didn't want her to do this. I didn't think it was the best way to go. She was trying everything. She threw up
How did she find out about this?
She researched it. She
How?
researched numerous things on my phone. When I'd be out there, she looked up the gun.
You know how that's going to look for you, right?
I understand.
I mean, everything.
She doesn't have.
She can't defend herself. She can't talk from the grave, and it's always on your phone, your internet, your this, with permission,
but
blah, blah, blah. Ordering a gun. I mean, disposing of the gun is you.
I did that for a reason, because I watched her hold it to her head.
And what did you do with the gun?
I took it apart and threw it in the garbage.
Did you have ammunition in it?
Yeah. I took the whole thing apart
And
because it was a put together
gun.
gun.
You know how to just disassemble a gun?
Because it came with a whole, it was one that you put together. It wasn't like a whole, I don't know how to explain it.
I'm familiar with it. Yeah.
And they're like the ones you're not supposed to order from. And she got 2 of them. She ordered one and I got rid of it and she ordered another.
When does she have the guns? Roughly.
3.
I'm always here to entertain you, John. Hiya, John. Well, you've got loads of catching up to do. Oof.
3 months before.
3 months prior to that.
That was the first thing she looked at.
Because you said that one time you got there
Yep.
and she was kind of sleeping or passed out with the gun on her.
No.
No.
She actually, one time, I was in her room doing the Catler and came out and she had the gun up to her head. Up to her head.
And you took it away from her.
I took it away from her.
And what'd you do with it?
I left it by her, but I took it away. It was maybe like 5 feet away. I moved it. I was just in shock. I couldn't believe she actually would do it when I was there. That was her biggest thing that she said to me from day one is, yes, she didn't want to be here, but she didn't want me to be around for it. That's what she always told me. And the fact
Detective, in this first slide of Exhibit 204, are we hearing more about that gun discussion?
Yes, we are.
At this point in time, what did Ms. Kurczewski tell you she ultimately did with the gun?
Threw it away, disposed of, or took it apart, disassembled it, and then threw it away
Where?
in the garbage.
Does that story change over time?
Yes, it does.
Okay, going to the next slide, please.
well, I took it like 5 feet away from her. I couldn't take it.
Yeah, you
know,
can.
But I was in
Did you
shock.
call the police and say,
No, I
hey,
didn't.
listen, we got a problem?
No, I didn't. Because that's not, ultimately I knew what her goal was and she was going to achieve it one way or the other.
But now it's kind of on your conscience.
You think?
Yeah, I do think.
know.
And
Even with the Visine. Told you, she drank the one bottle in the
why'd you keep buying it for?
Because that's
Bottles
what,
and bottles and bottles at a
that's
time.
what she wanted.
You buy her one bottle. My brother's a junkie. I don't give him $500 at a time.
She also,
I give him
when
$20
she
for
first started
this.
taking it, her thing was that she liked the way she felt. It would knock her in and out. She'd wake up. She said she lost like feeling of her body. It made her feel good. I'm not saying this is what I wanted, but I know somebody who was so sick that I get what she wanted.
Give
But
her a little bit of weed or
also
something,
didn't.
but you don't give her a Visine. I mean, come on. It's weird.
I get
It
it.
doesn't make sense to a normal person.
I get what you're saying, but at her thinking, I didn't want to deny her everything, but I didn't want her to take the easiest way out. And honestly, she was doing it for so long that I didn't think she was going to die from it. I really didn't. I thought, okay, she's getting some sleep from it. That's it. She was doing it for 2 months at least.
Doing what?
The Visine.
I thought you said you only saw her with the bottle one.
No. I bought it for her. I only saw her physically drink the bottle, from the bottle one time. After that, I'd come there and to the garbage and so forth. She got to the point where she said, the first time she took it, she said, oh, this is kind of boring. I go, what do you mean it's boring? She said, it doesn't taste like anything. That's when she started mixing it. I swear to God on everything. She had said there's no
You
taste.
literally just drink an entire bottle. Of
One bottle, yes I did.
And how long did you stay with her then?
That day I was with her for hours.
And what happened with her?
She just kept falling in and out of sleep. That was it. And then the next couple times that she took it, I didn't know she was taking it until afterwards. She'd have a few drinks and all of a sudden she'd get weary and lazy. And one time she wasn't breathing good. I said, do you want me to call an ambulance? And she goes, no, I took the Visine. And I didn't know because she didn't take it by itself. And I'm dead serious. She didn't take it by itself.
How long ago was this before she died?
Probably about a month. I honestly thought when she was in the hospital, they would have figured it out and helped her. That's my given truth. That's what I was hoping.
Did you tell him she takes Visine?
No.
Do you think you should have? Hindsight's 20/20 now.
Yeah, I probably should have. I mean, I told them a lot of things.
She's your friend. You love her. You want what's best for her.
Yeah, I do.
My mother is in assisted living. I love her. I want what's best for her. But
Yeah.
I don't give her chocolate
I
because
get
she's
it.
diabetic.
Yeah.
Do you think she'd want that? You think she wants a piece of cake? Yeah. See, you don't give her every once in a while. You give her a little piece, but you don't buy 4 pieces of cake. I don't buy an entire cake or a box of Hobos because I know that's what she wants, and she gets mad at me. But she can't talk, but she's yelling at me, and but I love her, and I don't want her to die that way.
I get that.
But you keep
I
dividing.
I also didn't think she would die from it because she didn't that whole time. I thought she would just.
You took how much when you took it?
When I took half a bottle.
How'd you feel?
Like crap. Bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I was down the whole day.
Talk about that day again.
Yeah.
So what happened that night? What led up? What was the?
We just went out, and she was on my mind. The whole thing was just bothering me. I, to this day, before we even go into that, I, to this day, always wondered, was it the Visine that did it? I knew the night before she drank it. I knew she had water the next day, but I always wondered, and I wondered if I didn't leave for those few hours, had I been able to call 911? What happened? I don't know exactly what happened. Did her heart stop? Did she stop breathing? I don't know. So that's what I always wonder. Now, that night, I was just, having a few drinks, I was thinking of her. It was bothering me because I used to sit and drink with her and hang out with her, and she was on my mind heavily at the time. I was frustrated. I don't know, I had a bad night overall, and she was on my mind. And I came home and I thought, I'm just really curious what her thought was on this. What would make you want to do this? Just what do you feel like? I wanted to know. I wasn't trying to kill myself. I just wanted to know what it was. That was plain and simple what I did. I just wanted to know.
And you're home alone?
No, Scott was home, but he was trying to sleep.
And you feel sick enough that you want to go to the hospital?
No, I just left the house. I told him I went. I just left the house because I didn't want him.
So you lied to him again?
Yeah. I knew what I was sick from, so I wasn't going to go to the hospital and say, I took some Visine for the fun of it.
And then you came home and told him that someone roofied you at the bar?
Yeah. Because I didn't know what to tell him. I didn't want to tell him, I thought I tried this.
Here's a key to positive relationships that last 20-some years of marriage. Honesty and integrity.
I get it.
And it seems like you have a hard time telling the truth. And you have rationalizations and excuses of why you don't do things. You know the right thing to do. You do.
Yeah.
I can tell that kind of person you are. But you have a series of events here that are predicated in lies and half-truths and withholding truths and all those kind of things. Is that who you are?
No, it's not. It's not who I want to be. For him, I obviously lied to him more than anything. I get that.
Do you love him?
I love him to death.
But not enough to tell him the truth.
Well, that's all I want to do now is I want to sit and talk to him, and it's not going to happen for any time soon.
Does your mother know about the Visine stuff?
No.
Why won't you tell your mother, who's Lynn's real good friend? She's good enough friend that
She knew
Lynn's
about the
given her
gun.
cash with a letter saying, don't tell Jesse I gave this to you.
Yeah. She knew about the gun, and she knew that Lynn was taking her pills every so often too much, that she was trying things. She did know about certain things because when I told her about the gun.
Detective, in this clip that the jury just watched, would it be fair to say that the story about what happened in January of 2019 changed again?
Yes.
What is it at this point now?
That she just took a half a bottle and got sick from it.
In this clip, does Ms. Kurczewski talk about being in the hospital because of that?
No, she does not.
What did she say about that?
She lied about that.
To who?
To Scott Craig.
Okay. In this clip that we just watched, does Ms. Kurczewski provide some reason that Lynn Hernan was drinking Visine with vodka?
Just wanted to mix it again.
Why?
Because it didn't taste like anything. The vodka didn't taste like anything. She wanted to put it in there.
Okay. During this clip, does Ms. Kurczewski talk about how Ms. Hernan said the Visine made her feel?
Kind of like numb, kind of her whole body.
Is that different from a symptom that Ms. Kurczewski told you about in the last interview that would happen when Ms. Hernan would drink Visine?
Yes.
What was that symptom?
That she would, quote, shit all over.
And again, in this clip, what does Ms. Kurczewski say is a result of Ms. Hernan drinking Visine?
That it would make her numb and drowsy.
Going to slide 4.
My mom knows very well that Lynn did not want to be here anymore. She knows that. She'll tell anybody that because she does honestly know that. She knows what Lynn was like for 20 plus years and what she was like at the end.
If you're struggling so much, why aren't you telling anyone what's going on? If you're struggling internally with Lynn trying to kill herself taking this Visine, which you know is wrong, not normal.
Yeah.
Especially if she tries to drink a whole bottle in front of you, right? The gun thing, everything. But you don't seem to tell anyone what's going on.
No, do you know what I did? I drank. I drank it away. That's what I did.
You gotta, it seems odd that you don't ask your mother or Scott for some assistance. Not even assistance going there with you, but just, Scott, what should I do?
Mom did know some of it.
Scott, what should I do?
And my mom got to the point where she didn't want to be around it.
What do you think Scott would have said if you would have said, hey, Lynn's drinking Visine, what should I do?
He would have said, probably call the cops immediately.
Because Scott does the right thing.
Yeah.
And if you know that, that's the reason you didn't tell him. Because you knew it was wrong.
I knew it was wrong, but at the same sense, there's only so much you can do. And I just feel like I don't know. I didn't know what to do anymore.
You said earlier.
I love her to death, and I didn't want to watch her anymore being miserable, but I didn't want to let go of her at the same time. I went both ways.
Were you with her the night before the death?
Yeah.
Because you said earlier, about 6 minutes ago, that you knew she drank a bottle the night before.
Yeah. She drank, not a bottle, but she put it in her vodka. I did know that. I said that yesterday.
And then you go there the next day, and she's fine.
Yeah. I mean, she was in and out, sleeping, awake. But
she said, yeah, I'll see you later, darling, or something.
When I left, she said, I'll see you later. She knew I was coming back.
And she didn't seem in distress.
No. Not any more than she ever did. No.
She's not having diarrhea. She's not throwing up.
No.
She's not.
No.
He thinks you killed her for the money.
I swear to God.
It tends to look like that on paper. And
I get it.
When we meet with the DA, he goes,
I'm telling you, honest to God, when I talked to you guys last night, I felt so much better.
I could tell.
Because I actually honestly told you guys, and I finally just gave up. And you weren't even in the room. I broke down with him.
Well, I watched it.
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. And I'm telling you, I did not give it to her to kill her. I did not put it in.
Why did you give it to her then?
I gave it to her because she seemed to think it was a good idea. She didn't think she was going to die from it, though. I don't think either, because she was doing it for too long. It wasn't making her, in that sense. I didn't think she was going to.
Did you give it to her that morning?
I swear to God, I didn't. I gave her water. That's all I gave her. And I said she always put it in. Swear to God, the 3 days that I was there before, and I threw in a bunch of Visine. That's when she put it in water and.
When was the last time you emptied the trash? 3 days prior.
Yeah.
And if she's disposing of, where would she throw her stuff out? Would she throw it out in the bathroom? You said there were bottles in the bathroom, right?
Yeah. No, she had a garbage can next to her and the one in the kitchen. And she would get up and walk to the kitchen. She was up in the kitchen up till 2 days before. Because she physically was on her own in the kitchen. Because she would not dump the Visine in the stuff while I was there, ever. Ever.
But you knew she did it the day before.
No, I knew she did it because I found all the Visines. That was her thing. She mixed them. I knew
the night
she mixed
before.
them. No.
You said the night before you knew she put it in.
No, not the night before though. She didn't put it in. She put it in when I threw out all the Visine bottles. When I threw out her garbage.
So it was 3 days prior.
Yes. Yep. And I said, where'd all the Visines go? And she's like, oh, don't worry about it. And I'm like, what do you mean don't worry about it? What'd you put them in? Because that's what she was doing for months. The only time she drank it straight from the bottle was the first time. The only time. And ever since then, she put it in her water or her vodka. She said the water didn't taste like anything, and the vodka, she liked it because she got like a little more of a buzz off of it.
And that morning, the night before, did she have vodka?
The night before she did.
How much did she have, you know?
It was a cup probably like this big. And she had
so
one in
a
a
cup.
can.
I mean, you're a bar girl.
No, she had the smaller. She used the smaller cups for her vodka.
How many ounces do you think? Maybe 4 ounces?
Probably like a couple of this size up to here.
So
10
ounces?
Sure.
And
she had 1.5 of those.
So she had 20 ounces of vodka.
Yep.
And when was the last time you saw her?
When I left that day.
What time? This is the night before we're talking, right?
I don't know for sure. I really
was it at 6 o'clock or 10 o'clock?
I don't want to say because I don't want to be wrong with my time.
I'm asking approximately, do you think? Dinner time?
I'm going to guess maybe 5 or 6.
So around dinner time?
Yeah.
The night before?
It might have been earlier. I mean, we were watching TV. Well, because you guys can look at my phone and know times. I don't want to lie about times when I honestly don't remember.
I got you.
I know I was there. We watched on TV.
What did you do the night before her death, remember?
That was what we did.
What did you looked at 5 or 6? You and Scott went out, you went watched a movie, you went to the kids' softball game, something like that.
I don't.
Went to Chuck
I
E.
want to
Cheese,
say
I
we
don't
were
know.
probably just at home. It was a Monday night. Monday nights the bar is closed that we go to. So we were probably just home.
Was it a Monday night? I don't even know.
She died on a Tuesday.
Okay.
I remember that plain as day.
But you weren't there like at 10 o'clock news time.
No.
You'd be home before that.
Yeah. I mean, I've been there late like that.
But the day before, you would remember if you were there at 10 o'clock, because you would have told the deputies. Last time I saw her was at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Why I was lying. I mean, because they usually ask you what last 24 hours of when you saw her. And she drank 2 10
1
ounce.
and a half. 1 and a half.
1 and a half. So 15 ounces of vodka then?
Yep. And when I left, I dumped it out, and she said, "Give me water." And usually I always brought her 2 waters that she put by her.
Okay. And the waters were sealed when you gave it to her?
As far as I mean.
You wouldn't know. Because when you pick up a bottle of water, you can tell it's been open.
Well, no, but the thing is that she knew I kept throwing them out on her because I was getting frustrated because every time I saw, because I didn't even drink the bottles of water the last month. I didn't trust it because I knew what she was doing. And sometimes she'd say, "Oh, did you get that from the right or the left?" Or, and I'm like, so I didn't trust it.
Okay. I
usually went out there with my own sample.
You said you 3 days before, you threw out the trash or a bunch of Visine in it.
Yep. I threw out all her water bottles. There was
from
a
that
ton
time,
of Visine.
did you purchase any more Visine for her from that time to the time you found her dead?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
When I say Visine, what kind of Visine were you buying? Do you know, did she have a specific brand
She did. She liked a certain kind for her eyes, that she actually put in her eyes.
Okay. What kind did she like to drink?
She really didn't have a preference.
So what kind would you buy?
Whatever.
You just usually buy the same one. That's kind of what people do historically. Yeah. You go to the same gas station, you order the same.
Whatever was cheap, to be honest. I didn't sit there and pick out, but her eyes, she liked it very expensive, and it was a good one for your eyes. Because I actually used it a few times when I had itchy.
Because Visine comes in that weird bottle, it kind of a weird shape. Is that what you were buying, do you think? Or you buying off brands?
Honestly, they were just whatever.
But what kind did she want? What was the kind she really liked for her eyes?
For the eyes, it was tear eyes, tree size, something tea eyes. It was like.
And what did the bottle look like?
$12.99. White bottle with blue on it. And I think it was like tea eyes or tree size or something.
Would she drink that one ever?
I don't know for sure on that. I don't think so. She really liked it for her eyes, but I don't know for sure.
Is she telling you what kind to buy for her drinking?
No. When I first did it, the first time I went, I bought all the regular. She said, "Can you get me some more eye drops for my eyes?" That was the first time I ever bought her eye drops. Or bought her multiple, more. And because she, on a regular basis, went through probably 6 boxes of the regular ones for her eyes. So the first time I went, they were all regular eye drops for her eyes. And that's the one where she undid it and literally squeezed it into her mouth. And that was the first one.
Did you ever see her use the $13 bottle stuff in her drinks?
Oh, no, I've never, except the first time she drank it, I've never seen her do it since.
But you're the one providing it. So you know what you're buying.
Yeah.
So you're buying the $13 bottles, and she's using that for her eyes, and then you're buying other kinds that you think she's ingesting.
Yeah. She honestly,
I never through a lot of the $13 bottles, or she go more through the little bottles?
More through the other ones. But I never, except for watching her drink it the one time, I never ever watched her do anything with it. One time she took it and put drops of it in her glass of vodka. And that was the only 2 times that I saw her physically do anything. I would come back and the bottles would be empty.
But you know she's using it.
Yeah.
Because she's going through bottles and bottles. So getting back to my original question, you threw 3 days before you throw out the trash, a lot of bottles in the trash. How many bottles did you buy that last week, do you think?
Maybe 8 to 12.
Do you remember where you bought them?
Offhand, no. Because I just bought them wherever I
you bought the cheap ones or the expensive ones?
Both. Because when she died, there was still 1 or 2 boxes in her bathroom of the good eye ones. I think one was open. I thought it was next to her, but maybe it was on the kitchen sink, or maybe it was, I don't know. The one she actually used for her eyes.
And you remember it being there when you found her dead?
No, I don't.
Okay, you don't. I'm just clarifying.
I don't remember where, because I think he said that we didn't see it. I don't know where it was around her, or if it was in the. Sometimes some of the stuff was on the kitchen counter. I don't remember. Honestly, I don't. I'm being.
I get you. And when I ask questions, it's because when you say something, it comes out a certain way because your brain, it's your life. So I want to make sure that we're clear that on the same page. So I'm not saying you're lying. I just want to make sure that you and I are 100% on the same page.
Does it say, is that my report?
Yes.
Does it say what stores I went to on there? I was going to ask you.
No. But I do have a question.
Yes.
So during their follow-up question with you that night,
Yeah.
they asked you, do you think Lynn was suicidal or wanted to die?
Mm-hmm.
You said yes and no. I know she loves her cats and always worried about them, but she was tired of being sick and tired of not being able to get around as she used to. At what point did you tell the deputies that she was suicidal? That not too long before this, she held a gun to her head. She bought a gun off my phone and put it together. I mean, she's dead, so don't worry.
Detective, throughout the interview clips that the jury has watched thus far, were there portions of those where Ms. Kurczewski said that she never saw Ms. Hernan drink eye drops?
Yes.
In this clip that we just watched, what does Ms. Kurczewski say about that?
Changed it from one time to seeing at least 2 occasions her putting eye drops in something or drinking eye drops. But confirming that she knows that Ms. Hernan's drinking more than she's allegedly seen.
I wrote down the words extra buzz during that last clip. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What was that about?
Again, she said that's why she was putting it in her vodka.
Who said who was doing that?
Ms. Kurczewski said Ms. Hernan was putting that in her vodka.
Why?
To give it an extra buzz.
Is that a different symptom than the quote shitting all over?
Yes.
Okay. Were you in court when Doctors Bedritsky and Kasinko testified in this case?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember those doctors being asked about whether drinking Visine gives you some sort of a high or buzz?
If it goes beyond just yes or no.
Sustained, the jury can refer back to their recollection of that testimony. We don't need it repeated here.
Understood. Why don't we go to the next clip? I believe we're on slide 5.
For a reason, because I needed somebody else to know about it.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't talked to my mom since I've been here. You guys can ask her about the gun. She knows, because she was pissed. She was so pissed.
You know, and what I keep coming back to, Jesse, is when we talked yesterday, something keeps playing back that you said to me, and I think that this is where you're kind of concerned about possibly getting yourself in trouble. You said, I didn't put any Visine in her stuff that day. You several times yesterday was that day. So I want to know, truthfully, honestly, in the past, had you ever put any in there? Knowing she wants it.
Once I put in 2 drops for her.
Okay.
Once.
In what?
In her vodka.
Okay. And once was how long before that?
That was a month and probably 4 weeks. 3-4 weeks before. That was the only time I ever did it.
Did you ever look up anything online? Like,
I did afterward. Yeah, I did afterward because she kept wondering why she wasn't dying from it, and I didn't find anything that said you died from it. I found that you got sick from it. But she looked it up first. Seriously, she did look it up first because I didn't know anything about it. Well, we were together in the same area, but she used my phone all the time. She was because before she looked up the Visine, she was determined to get the suicide pill. Determined. First the gun, and the second thing was the suicide pill. And the thing is, it's not in this country. And I don't know if she looked at umpteen different things. She emailed asking questions, trying to figure out how to get it, where to get it. She was like determined on to get that because supposedly that's like a one and done and no issues because nothing was working the way she thought. When she overdosed on pills, like the 2 times, well, I shouldn't say overdose, took too many. It didn't work. She just got sick all over and I had to clean it up.
So,
but other than that, I've never done it. And the only reason I did it is because the Visine was in the bathroom. And she asked me to make her a drink. And I literally did it in front of her. And I only did 2 drops. And she took the bottle from me because I wouldn't put any more in it.
okay, so
So I'll be honest. I did 2 drops once my whole time.
okay, and that's what I want to start, and that's what I want to start out with. Jessy, we really need to start with a clean slate here because it's been piecemeal of you worrying about this and you worrying about that. Yesterday it was no, I never. Now I did it once. Remember, if
my biggest thing is
if you're not being honest with us.
I feel like, and that's I'm telling you, I'm just putting it out there. I feel like no matter what I say or do, and it's hard for me, is because that day I know for a fact that was the only time I ever gave her drops. She was doing the shit and put it in shit behind my back because she knew that I didn't like it. She knew it. And when I would come there, they would be all emptied out. And I'm like, what are you doing? I didn't know if she took them all in one, I had no clue. And that was the hardest part for me is I'm like, do I have to sit here all day? Do I have to worry about you all day? Or did you put them in something? Because I knew she did both. So I never knew what to think. And I swear I wouldn't have thought anything different. I didn't think she'd ever die from it.
But I thought you said that she thought she was.
She thought she was.
Because of why?
Because she read about it.
Okay.
I didn't read anything about that.
But weren't you concerned that she said she read something and you thought she was trying to kill herself?
This was a way to try. She didn't know for sure, but it was one of the things she found, just coming across different things. She was looking into everything possible. Everything. I mean, stuff I've never even heard of. I never heard of this before. I'm going to be honest.
Did she have a computer at the house?
No. That's why she always used my phone.
What kind of cell phone did she have?
It's a throwaway you get from the state.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't have internet.
Okay.
No, she had no internet access.
Did she have Wi-Fi at the house?
No.
No.
I have it where you can.
A data plan?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, so you print out your data? Or
and it should show every time that she looked at it. It was while we were at her house. I looked at it once months later because I was curious. I mean, when I knew she died that day, I was curious. I always wondered, was it the Visine? I think that's probably why I called a million times. Because I was so curious. Because I wanted to know, was it really the Visine that did it? And I wanted to know, had I been there in that time frame, what could have been done different? That's my biggest thing. Because could I have helped her? Could I have stopped it?
Well, I mean, you knew what she was trying to do. You could have stopped her then. I mean, let me ask, was there a part of you that, and maybe Chris is right, and maybe you just thought she was sick and you were going to let her do her thing?
I mean, she was sick for so long that I honestly think, had I left that gun there, had I left it, I think she would have used it. The way she pulled it out, I mean, I was terrified. I've never seen somebody stick a gun to their head. I'm telling you that right now. That image alone sticks in my head for a long time too, and it's because that's just not normal. I get it. She was so sick, and I get that she just hit a point where she didn't want to do it anymore. I get that, but I think part of me always thought she's not going to go through with it. It's not going to actually happen. I went both ways with it. I really did. I didn't think because she was drinking for so long, I didn't think that she would actually die from it. I really didn't. I thought, well, she tried the pills, that's not working. She tried this, that's not working. So my thought is that morning I go, what was she thinking? When she crushed those pills, what was she thinking? Did she already know what she was drinking and trying to do 2 things at once? And then I thought the same thing. Well, didn't seem like much was off that plate. The plate looked pretty full to me. I know that.
Yeah.
I admit that. I just don't know. I don't know. I really don't. And I know you guys think the money thing, or you do, or whatever. I don't care who thinks it. I didn't steal her money. If you knew Lynn and you knew how she was, she called me. She called my mom numerous times. Let's go on a vacation. Let's just pack up and go. I'm like, where are we going? I just want to spend some money. Lynn was that type of person. And it was not rational, but she was like me. Back in the day, she didn't have money. So when she did, she wanted to do stuff. When they took down her one credit card, they took I I don't know, maybe like 10,000. I don't know, she called me screaming. She called my mom loves you. They took away like 10,000 or 1,200 or something. I don't remember, a large amount. And she was, I'm going out. And that's when she went out and bought all her jewelry. She maxed out 2 of her credit cards. And I'm like, who does that? That's not normal, you know? But that was her type of, she just didn't care. I mean, she was on a point where everything changed about her. You know, the last year, she wasn't the person I met 20 years before. She was a fun, let's go out, let's do this. She was at the point where she was at fuck everything. She didn't want to see anybody. She didn't want to talk to anybody. She didn't care. She just didn't care. So everything changed about her.
You know, and I guess the part that, you know, kind of confuses me a little bit is, and I know, yes, I told you before, I have my suspicions.
I'll give some thought to the end. I'm trying not to interrupt it. Just get it through. We'll have a chat at the end then. Hi, Perry. How you doing, sir?
On what everything, but understand how we look at it. When you haven't been honest,
I get it.
When Scott's telling us you're lying, your mom is telling us you're lying. Your mom's saying you shouldn't have had this, or that. And now, you know, we've talked to you, and every day is a little bit more. How are we supposed to look at it?
It's going to look bad. I know that. I understand that.
So that's why I'm telling you, this is it. It's now time.
I understand that. I understand everything's looking bad. And
How
you know what? I'll be honest with this. You know, I told you to look at the memos lines?
Mm-hmm.
Because Lynn always put something on the memo. Lynn was always.
Detective, we've just ended slide 5. Thus far in everything that the jury has watched, has Ms. Kurczewski been asked if she gave Lynn Hernan any eye drops on October 3rd, 2018?
Yes.
And what has Ms. Kurczewski said thus far?
No, she has not.
Does that change as time goes on?
To the exact extent, yes. She acknowledged, or there's later on, there's a story. Her story changes, yes.
Okay. Judge, there's about 40 minutes left of this interview, which I'm happy to pick up with on Monday if you'd like.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. It's been a long day, a lot of videos. So knowing that there's 40 minutes left, it's already 4:05. There still will, I'm sure, be some questioning. I think we'll break for the day. I'll read the instruction to the jurors. As a mobile phone or computer, text or instant.
This is bonkers. This is bonkers, this case. I'll wait until we see. Do you know what? I want a beard, but I don't want that kind of beard. A lot of the women say, Jonathan, that it's too, a beard that long is not nice. But I don't know. I don't know. Oh. Even the I don't like when she does this bit.
Additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have an opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics, applications, or tools with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening and over the weekend to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. Thank you. Have a great weekend. All rise for the jury. We'll see you Monday morning at 8:30. All right, thank you. You may step down. Anything I need to? My door closed? Not yet. You can be seated. Anything I need to address from the state today?
Yes, Judge, thank you. The state we were taking testimony from Detective Hoppy at 3:47, received an email from Ms. Risto out of Attorney Kugler's office with two new witnesses and a investigator's reports on those two witnesses. These two witnesses were not named on any of.
I'm not going to take that up right now. I know it came in. I briefly looked at it. We'll take it up Monday morning.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything from the defense?
No, thank you.
All right, have a good weekend, everyone. I think what I'm going to have to do is Teresa email you all her most recent exhibit list. Once it's completed, please check.
Okay. No, dear. Wow. I wanted to listen as much as possible in that sequence, as all. This is bizarre. Like we said at the last break, this is not. This should be like a video on its own to people saying this is why you do not speak to the police. She's making it worse for herself. Every time she opens her mouth, she makes it worse for herself. And I think she's fallen into the good cop, bad cop routine. You know, they're very clever what they're doing, but I'm like, can she not see it? But she probably can't see it. That's a problem. I know a lot of you, when she said put where I was before going into there, I'm still waiting for the murder to go over. Well, I know it's like Katie said, like that's intent for her. I'm not sure that I'm confused about this one. Because on the one hand, she said that she's put 2 drops in there, but on the other hand, she said, "Well, we researched it, and we didn't know it was dangerous." So, so that I don't think that is intent to kill. I don't know. I don't know, and that's why I'm confused. Because I try and take it seriously, you know what I mean? But it's not helping that she keeps lying. She's not helping her cause. So the more and more she lies, the more and more I'm just like, well, she must have known. Do you know what I mean? Oh, I try to give her the benefit of the doubt, but I genuinely Do you know what I mean? I just like. I could be. I've, I know 99% of you in chat have got her guilty already, and I get why. I understand why. I get you. I understand it. It's logical. You know, she's admitted she's given her 2 drops. She's guilty as sin. It's just that element of intent. But then tied with everything else, tied in with everything, with the money and everything, is that intent that's led to the possibly, possibly. With everything combined, maybe she read something and it is intent. But that year, I I'm struggling with it. I'm struggling with it. I'm trying to fight it a little bit, you know. So I'm not dismissing, but I think that she's automatically guilty. I saw Jonathan said she's made herself guilty. I get it. I get it. I get it. And I can talk myself into it. 100%. I can talk myself into it easily. I'm trying not to. I'm trying. Right, hang on. I just saw the jury secretary. We need that. I need to see. I need to see it. I think. I think as well, though, the intent isn't just about the drops that she admitted to. It's about everything. The intent is everything, and by that I mean I want to see how the defense justify the financial elements of it, because if you're crippling someone's finances, crippling it, and you know what you're doing and justifying it, whatever, because she's got rid of all her cash basically and left you with 6 grand left. She's gonna be caught out because she was transferring like 20 odd thousand a month. She only had like a month, 2 months maybe left before Lynn finds out, has no more money, loses her condo probably, loses everything. Is that when the intent into it? She has to do something. That's why the Visine of it, sorry, I don't say it right, comes into it. Is that intent? So I just think there's several elements here that it brings possible, but I could never right now make a decision of guilty of intent. I would have to go through review everything again. And so I don't think it's just intent on giving the drops. I think it's intent of how it all fits in. And I think you need to review, wait for the defense on that. But as I say, I 100% understand why people will say now, no, the intent is there. She has now admitted that she's done 2 drops, and possibly by the end, is probably going to admit a lot more. You know, so you know, and to a lot of you, I think that's enough, and I get it. I get it. I get it. But I'm just not there. I'm just not there. And I think, as Katie said, jury instructions. You know, I think that's getting there. Hang on, there's a few people asking. 100% confusing. Yes, it is. She's just lied so much about everything. Why? What was the point? Yes, I agree. I've been on slow burn of this trial. It's not clear to me. It's not clear, is it? Have to listen to court's explanation of reasonable doubt. 100%. Yeah, 100%. Not just reasonable doubt, but also what the charges are. I need to know what exactly are the charges and what are the levels of charges. Any drug can be deadly when abused. Yes. It's not just more likely than, it's much more than that. Yeah, no, I totally agree. I totally. But the intent is there. You could say the intent is there because she just put 2 Visalines in there. So I get why people would say guilty. The intent is there. She's basically trying to poison it herself. So and she's also been watching it. for years. Not years, sorry, weeks or whatever, months. So not for me personally. I need a little bit more than that, but I can understand why the threshold would be there for a lot of people. I'm not sure intent either. I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. But I could be there when I round everything up. Guilty of financial doesn't equate to murder either. Oh, that's a comment for me. What I mean by that, if this is towards me theory, then I mean in the sense of I'm not talking about financial. I'm talking about the pressures of intent. You know, because that leads into more pressure on her. If she's only got 26 grand left or whatever it was, then that could lead to more intent of murder. For me, anyway. Maybe I'm not explaining it well, but that could tie definitely into murder from the financial aspects of it. I'm not saying she's a murderer because of the financial aspects. I'm saying that that could be an element of intent of why she had to do. It's in a way, it's a motive that she needs to get rid of her because she's about to be found out. So there's a motive there that could lead to that intent. I'm not explaining that well, but in my head it makes sense. But there needs to be a lot more around that. She knew she was trying to kill herself. But she kept by. Well, there's that as well. She's admitted that she knew she was trying to kill herself. I mean, you got to weigh that in as well. I'd be rubbish on the jury. You wouldn't be rubbish, Sandra. You wouldn't be rubbish. You'd be great. You'd be great. Why did she keep buying? Not sure. Why did she keep buying it? Yeah, well, there's that as well. I'm not sure. I think she had less than that. She's still lying to them. I think she did it without her knowing. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, possibly. Not knowingly, nobody would be buying them Visine. Why do people keep going back to the abuser when they have a way? Who really knows? Yes, could have been buying it because Lynn asked her to, because Lynn knew she what it did, but she didn't. I've it washed it all through, so may have missed something. No, I don't think you missed anything. I think there's some conclusions you have to make yourself. It's just hard. That's not, yeah. I'm not sure if you wrote that after I said it. I did say it's motive, but motive leads on to uh, the possible of intent. Um, no, right. I think I'm just confusing everyone. I think I need to shut off because everyone's not getting what I'm saying. But that's fine. I get it. Go to jail financial versus go to jail murder. I don't know. Um, yeah, we'll see. I know what's getting what I'm saying. It's all good. I'm not explaining it. Intent means that she did the act that caused Lynn's death with the purpose of causing it. Yeah. Look, I am not explaining it well, so that's fine. It's on me. It's fine. I'm not explaining it well enough. I know what I'm trying to get out there, but it has been 8 hours of streaming. I'm just not explaining it well enough, which is my bad. But bad host. But just trust me when I say I don't think um I don't agree with you. She thinks all of everything she told them in her head is okay. It's criminal at this point for sure. She knows that saying she did it without her knowing was a crime and won't admit to that. Yes. OF OnlyFans, not OnlyFans. Off. Yeah, I know what you mean. I get it, I'm feeling the same. Fine, that's great. I mean, but I do know I'm speaking quickly. I'm trying to go through comments and saying things wrong and calling stuff wrong, and I'm tired. Saying that is bad. So just trust me when I say that I'm not quite there with intent yet. I do understand what intent is, my level of intent. I do think the motive does play a part in it. And in anything, I need a motive, and I think there is a motive personally for murder. The next thing is the intent of how that fits in. But anyway, don't listen to me. Do not listen to me. I understand in I'm gonna say my small head, but I've got a big head. What I'm thinking, I'm just not explaining it well enough. Yes, Lynn asked it to Sandra. Lynn asked her to do a lot of things. Lynn gave her lots of money. Jessy had reason to please her. Yes. He brought her a gun knowing she was going to kill herself. Would that be intent? Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, that's another, yeah, well, it would be, yes, if she actually killed herself with that gun, yes. I think there's an argument for each side, Sandra. Absolutely there is. Absolutely there is. I'm trying to be a bit of devil advocate as well. Law explanation of intent important here too. Yes, it definitely is. It definitely is important. And your second explanation, I don't remember what my second explanation was, Katie. Just I don't think you and me too far away from, but just blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. Yeah. How do we know Lynn gave her all of her money, Jessy, to Jessy? I mean, we should go trust the. I mean, there's cash, obviously, which we don't know how much or where it ended up, but I presume is with her, but that's presumption, so I can't use that. Fucking advert, and I'm gonna sack you. Do you know what? Is it? I don't press adverts. I promise you, I do not. I've not pressed an advert, but I do. Oh, it's November. So in November, I thought it was middle November. They are YouTube are they're not telling. So I currently or did have I could drop ads in. Oh, can I drop an ad in? Let's have a look. If you got an ad this time, but that's on me. Apologies. But from now on, just so you know, guys, for any stream you're on, I think it's start of November or middle November. Adverts are out of our control. YouTube are just dropping ads. Basically, they're trying to drive customers to pay, was it $15 or something? $15. So they go premium. So I go premium because then I don't get adverts. Although I can imagine streaming with adverts, you wouldn't enjoy it. So they're trying to force you to buy that. Essentially. So just you know, just be careful. And it won't be me if you think it's not. It's every streamer will have the same issue. It's gonna be a massive ball ache. No one wants this. But it's gonna happen. So that and it's basically trying to push you towards premium. Because how annoying is this gonna be every time there's an ad every like 20 minutes or something? She was trying to kill herself, that would be different. Yeah. Bastards, no ads. Okay, that's fine. The only one saying Lynn gave her everything is liar, liar, fans. And I got a tenner one. Tenner. Oh, nice. Do you still get credit? Yes, I get credit for it. Yeah. So I get credited for. So in a way, you think it's great for a streamer. So in a way, yes, but it's still not because I think it's more annoying. So I think everyone's going to skip now all the time. So actually, it's going to be a pain in the ass for me. Yeah. I let the ad play. Thank you, Thierry. That's why and I bet most people don't mind doing that when it's like once or maybe twice a stream. But if you're going to get every 20 minutes, you're not going to play it through. And that sucks for me. That's absolutely sucks for me then because people just go skip all the time. And then I don't get any credit. I'm not saying the defense can pull it off, but I'm going to damn hard. But yeah, I know they got a massive job. My whole YouTube setup has changed. My whole YouTube setup has changed. Everything's moved. I don't mind 30 seconds. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone minds them. As long as you're able to. YouTube is getting desperate for revenue. Maybe, I don't know. I got zero adverts. Yeah, I know. I thought it was mid-November is coming in, but I don't press ads. I'm okay with ads if it helps you. That's good. Yeah, and it's great when it's incoming and maybe one in the middle and one at the end. I don't mind that. But if they're going to insert them every 20, 30 minutes, That's gonna suck, though, Sandra. Doing for your experience, it's gonna suck. So that's why I'm a little bit annoyed with it, because I'd rather just have 3 ads a stream and hopefully people watch them so I get credited. I make probably 60, 70 cents maybe per stream on adverts, so I don't make much on them. But every penny counts. In the middle of testimony, I don't like. Thierry, the trouble is, it's going to be out of my control. Now, I can, well, I don't know. I didn't press ads for Emma, so I don't know where that came from. It's going to be out of my control. It's going to be out every streamer's control, Thierry. So you can guarantee there's going to be adverts in the middle of testimony moving forward, whenever it does fully come in. There's nothing we can do. That's sort of okay then. Like I said before, only for you, lad. Thank you. But it's a case of what did I mean? Yeah, I don't know what happens with that. Is it a case of do you come back to live or do you come back to the part where the advert happened? That's why I don't know what happens. It's too big of a task now, in my opinion, where you admitted to any of it on video, which you did. If I was in jury, guilty of putting Visine in the water himself forever now. As I say, I get it, Jonathan. I get it. I go to think about intent. This intent thing tonight, plan. Yeah, I don't let it. Terry, don't let it bother you, Katie. It's not worth it because they'll give it. They'll give a declaration, a description of what intent is. Because again, every county, I'm sure, has different reasoning for intent. You know, so we'll see if she provided a good is intent. Well, if yeah, yeah. Every live stream experiencing the increased amounts of ads. Yeah, and until Emma said I didn't realize you guys were getting any, to be quite honest, because I don't press them. I always forget to press them. I'm actually very poor at pressing for ads. Thierry, that is what I enjoy chewing on. Ah, that's fine, Katie. She does gone, gotten. She's done, gone, gotten. I think you're right. I think after it's all been said, I think, I agree. Matthew Moore tomorrow. Yes, so yeah. Matthew Moore tomorrow, guys. Let's put an end to the stream now. I'll come back to you, Nunia. I think so, Nunia. Just like aiding the commission. Yes, I agree. I've already read the charge and juice. I've not, or if they said it, I've not listened to it. But I need to listen to it again. Retired to care for mum, got 5K pension and no benefits. I can't afford paying members, so I try to help by liking, watching, rewatch. So other good. Yeah, thank you very much. That's all I ask. I never look, Sandra. I obviously do some videos members only and Discord and stuff, but I fully appreciate that some people can't afford it. No disrespect here. Thank you so much for for your support, and thank you for um doing the liking, watching, rewatching, and playing through the ads. That helps me tremendous. So thank you so much. Heck yeah, Jonathan's excited. Yay, none of witness. He always makes me smile. Yes, hats and glasses. Same with you. Yeah, same with you, Terry. Everybody, guys. I obviously this is my living, right? So I have to have memberships. I have to because that's how I make my money. Do you know what I mean? Not that I make it much money from it, um, but I try and make every month to cover my costs. That's all I try and do with them is cover my costs because I've got to pay for StreamYard, premium YouTube. There's a lot of hidden costs that you guys probably don't know. When for any stream, to be fair. So that's why I do it. But I do it as well because I love it. And I would hate to lose people like Thierry, Sandra. I want you here. I want you here. I want you enjoying the experience and everything. That's why Discord's there, but like it's not a massive thing. You're here for streams and stuff. So yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. No pension yet. They'll get a little for helping mum semi full time. Yeah. And that's why I love the fact that you're here. And I always say, only give if you can afford it. You know, most 99% of my videos are available to everybody. I just obviously do some videos that are members only. Some I start with a couple of pictures here and there. But I always say to you, Sandra, Thierry, and anyone else, make sure your gifted memberships are on, guys, because you never know. There's always a chance if you're in chat that you get to grab one because we've got generous people here. So when they do gift them, you might be lucky to get one. So highlight those jury instructions for us, Kate. Right. Let's end the stream here. So we got Matt Moore tomorrow. It's at 8 a.m. Pacific, 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. Central, 11 o'clock, 11 a.m. Eastern, and 3 o'clock. Emma, 3 o'clock. Remember, 3 o'clock tomorrow, Emma, for us. Then next week we go back to 4 o'clock, Emma, because the hour we're behind or ahead, wherever we are. So we're 3 o'clock tomorrow, Emma. And everyone else at the same time. Got Matt on. We got Dr. Hines coming on. He's going to be about an hour and a half late. I think Sally's going to be there from the start. So no special guests tomorrow. So just us. And hopefully we'll be about 4 hours or something. So yeah. So that's it. I'm looking forward to seeing you all in chat. Make sure you're in there enjoying and get any questions in, and we'll take you from there. So with that, guys, as always, love you all. Yeah, I know you're gonna be an hour late. I know. That's why I said it. So make sure you go and press the notification bell for it or whatever. But hey, how well have you done today? I think I behaved all day. We've not missed Sarah P's not being here, and we've done all right. There's no fire. So with that, everybody, thank you very much. Love you all. Appreciate you all. Appreciate all the comments. And yeah, what's it? See you tomorrow. I'm opinionated. I know one place I could be. Thanks. I know you're opinionated, Thierry. Fucking pain in the ass you are. You're not. We can all agree to disagree. So thank you guys. Love you. Free Zachary Anderson and take care. Dunya, see you comment. Love you. Love you all. I know, Katie, we behaved dadgummit. Jonathan's fault. He behaved too much. Hey, thank you guys. Take care. Free Zachary.